Check, 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 what?
Namaste and a very good morning to our distinguished guests, esteemed dignitaries and champions of sustainability. My name is Vaishnavi Kalia and I'm excited to be your host today. On behalf of the Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council, it is my honor and privilege to welcome you to the 5th edition of the Good Air Summit and Awards, our flagship initiative that convenes India's brightest minds and most committed stakeholders to accelerate the transition towards clean air, sustainable living, and green transformation. Today, we gather to address not just a crisis, but an opportunity to reimagine our future through clean energy, mobility innovation, and circular economies. Each session today is meticulously crafted to spotlight bold ideas, transformative leadership, and scalable solutions that can secure our right to breathe freely. To begin our journey today, let us take a moment to witness the work that inspires this platform with a powerful visual journey that reflects the mission, milestones, and impact of the IHW Council.
In a world where health defines potential, diseases become barriers to growth. Weaving dreams of a world without sickness and full of well-being, the Integrated Health and Well-being Council was born. At its core, the Council stands for the high five of health. Good air, good food, good water, good living, and good healthcare for everyone. Aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the Council firmly works towards making sure health reaches every corner of the world. IHW Council has built prestigious forums for holistic health discourse, like India Health and Wellness Summit and Awards, CSR Health Impact Awards, CME Excellence Movement, Ayushman Bharat Conclave, Jal Shakti Conclave, Digital Health Summit, Patient First Summit, the Good Air Movement and Summit, Rapid Global Cancer Alliance, and the She Alliance for Spirituality in Health and the Environment. These initiatives have received wholehearted support from policymakers, industry captains, community leaders, health experts, celebrities, and influencers. Respected brands and advocates have also joined the Council, becoming allies in the mission for a healthier world.
I think this wellness is an important initiative. I will definitely be interested to know the conclusions of your deliberations, and I'll definitely take these issues and your suggestions forward to the logical conclusion.
हेल्थ सर्विसेज कैसी होनी चाहिए, ये तो महत्वपूर्ण विषय है ही, पर उसके पहले हमको हॉस्पिटल या डॉक्टर के पास जाने की जरूरत न पड़े, इसके लिए हमारे एयर पोल्यूशन और वाटर पोल्यूशन को हम कैसे सुधारें, इस बात पर जोर देने की आवश्यकता है।
कहते हैं क्षिति जल पावक गगन समीरा, पंच तत्व निर्मित यह अदम शरीरा। ये पंच तत्वों से निर्मित यह शरीर पुनः पंच तत्व में ही मिल जाता है। तो हमें उन पंच तत्व का, जिससे इस शरीर की रचना हुई है, आकाश, पृथ्वी, अग्नि, वायु, जल, इन सबका ख्याल ही नहीं रखना, बल्कि इन पंच तत्वों का रक्षा करना हमारा पहला कर्तव्य हो जाता है।
In the digital world, the Council reaches millions with credible source of knowledge empowering them to protect their health and prevent diseases. Through its various initiatives harnessing the power of social media, the Council impacts over 100 million lives annually. Join IHW Council in creating a world where limitless potential knows no bounds. Together, we can achieve a happier, healthier world for all.
That was indeed a powerful reminder of the sheer impact that shared purpose can have. And now, to set the stage for everything that will follow, we will witness a powerful video on the Good Air Summit and Awards, the very purpose that brings us all together today.
Air that brings and sustains life of each one of us on this earth, symbolic of the closest relation we all have with nature. The element that connects humans with the greater cosmos is turning to be the harbinger of disease and sickness. And what is making this life-supporting resource harmful and toxic is the rampant pollution we humans are inflicting on it, triggering even a greater catastrophe of climate change. For many, good air has become a luxury they can't afford. Good air in which we and our children can breathe health, can breathe hope, and most importantly, breathe freely. With this mission of ensuring good air for all forever, Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council, India's premier universal well-being advocacy institution, launched the Good Air Movement in 2019. The movement worked to amplify the call towards a world where no one is left behind. Aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, the Council is unwavering in its commitment to climate action and addressing the social determinants of health. The Good Air Movement became a citizen-led initiative, led by passionate climate champions, leaders, and experts. The movement got its voice from lakhs of children who pledged to do all that it takes to restore good air for all.
आज के बहुत संवेदनशील विषय पर्यावरण पर यहाँ इकट्ठा हुए सभी भाई और बहनों, आज भी दिल्ली में हम देखते हैं हवा अगर अच्छी चली तो कोई प्रदूषण नहीं रहता, हवा नहीं चली कि बहुत बिगड़ा हुआ प्रदूषण होता है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आपकी इस चर्चा में बहुत सारा विचार मंथन होगा और एक प्रतिज्ञा करके संकल्प लेकर जाओगे वापस कि प्रदूषण के कम करने के लिए जो भी कर सकते हैं हम करेंगे।
Please rise, all of you. The real India is you. Rise to the occasion. We need clean air, clean water, and clean environment just to live our life like normal people in this world.
It was a luxury to have a car in one family, but now it is a necessity for every member of the family to have a car. Don't play with the nature. Nature will play havoc on you.
Sitting in a closed room and talking about environment is very easy, I would say. Walking on the ground when you see that your environment is dying and with the pollution made by yourself. So the beaches पे कचरा ऊपर से नहीं आया है, हम नहीं फेंका है. And we have to work on a solution.
The movement gained momentum with the onboarding of various like-minded people and organizations that are working hard for sustainable, actionable, and practical solutions to this colossal human crisis. Continuing its drive to encourage multi-sectoral solutions and collaborative approaches, and to further strengthen the collective responsibility at the organizational, institutional, and governance levels, the IHW Council welcomes you to another milestone of this movement, Good Air Summit and Awards, that will initiate meaningful change, inspire action, and create a world where clean air comes as a natural and fundamental right to all. Supporting life, sustaining health, and helping everyone achieve their life's potential.
To officially inaugurate the day, I have the honor of inviting a visionary leader who has redefined health advocacy, sustainability, and innovation in India. Mr. Kamal Narayan Omer is the founder and CEO of the Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council, where he has established the country's leading platform for holistic health, sustainable development, and behavioral change advocacy. Please join me in welcoming him on stage.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, esteemed experts, and representatives from responsible corporates. It gives me immense pride and a deep sense of purpose to welcome you all to this 5th Good Air Summit and Awards, an initiative of ISW Council which we proudly host on World Environment Day, that is observed every year on 5th of June. At the ISW Council, we have always believed that health is not limited to hospitals, doctors, or medicines. We see health through a much wider lens, one that includes the air we breathe, the food we eat, the water we drink, and the way we live, and how we build a system focus on prevention than cure. We call this our commitment to the high five of human well-being and the real progress for humanity. Good air, good food, good water, good living, and good health care for all. We believe this integrated vision of health and well-being even before Word articulated the Sustainable Development Goals. Because for us, these are not just development targets, they are essentials of human dignity. Air in particular is our most intimate and constant connection with the nature. We can choose what we eat, where we live, how we move, but we can't choose how we breathe. It's involuntary, and every breath draws us closer to the nature and reminds us that it is the nature which keeps us alive. And this is where inequality must not exist. Every human being, regardless of wealth or geography, must have access to clean and breathable air. Because what greater tragedy we can imagine if a child struggles to breathe in clean air or to breathe at all. That is why good air has been at the heart of our advocacy for the past 7 years. What began as a spark has grown into a nationwide movement, from school classrooms and corporate boardrooms to hospitals, policy chambers, and even spiritual gatherings. We have taken the message of good air for all and the advocacy of good air for all to every corner. Our mission is simple but urgent. Every child in India and across the world deserves the right to breathe freely and safely. Unfortunately, the numbers which we see paint a grim picture. According to 2024 WHO report, 9 out of 10 people globally still breathe air that fails to meet the WHO standards of quality or clean air. India is home to 22 cities out of 30 most polluted cities in the world. And the climate, and also we lose nearly 1.6 million lives every year in our country due to pollution-related causes. This is as per the Lancet study, which was released in 2024 last year. But we must not give it into this despair, because the same human innovation that contributed to this crisis can also solve it. We live in an age of immense possibilities. We have the knowledge, the tools, and growing public awareness to shift the course. If energy is non-negotiable, then solar and wind must be our default sources. If mobility drives growth, then electric vehicles, clean fuels, and public transport must be the norm. These are not sacrifices. They are smarter, future-ready choices we make. And making these choices not just at the policy level, but at personal, corporate, societal level is exactly what Good Air movement is seeking to inspire. The Government of India has already taken remarkable strides. The National Clean Air Program aims to reduce particulate pollution by 40% across 130 cities of our country by 2026, which is next year. We are striding towards that. We are seeing an accelerated adoption of solar energy, electric mobility, and responsible waste management. Our visionary Prime Minister, Sri Narayan Modi, has not only pushed these changes within India, but also inspired global action through initiatives like International Solar Alliance, and most recently the Lifestyle for Environment LIFE campaign, which calls on citizens worldwide to adopt climate conscious living. When it comes to sustainability and well-being, he has always led from the front national campaigns from Swachh Bharat to Swasth Bharat to the clarion call to eliminate the single-use plastic, which is also the theme of this year's World Environment Day, have built unprecedented public participation for these causes. At COP28 in Dubai, our Prime Minister brought urgent attention of the global community to the agenda of sustainability by saying that we do not have a planet B for our future generations, so we must make sustainable choices today. And that's where the Government of India has also been bringing all those important changes and shifts. From the same city, last year and before the world could have gathered for another COP conference, which happened last year in Azerbaijan, we initiated a unique and profound global platform called Sustainability R to elevate action, share solutions, and amplify voices that can shape a cleaner, healthier, and sustainable tomorrow. We are hosting the India edition of this here today as part of this summit. Sustainability R is a concept which I invite all of you, those who have gathered here today, to take this concept to their offices, to their workplaces, to their colleges, universities, and all those social gatherings or units where sustainability R can be celebrated. We can give the platform to the people who are contributing whatever way, but they are making those small steps and efforts to make sustainability as part of their life. So dear friends, real change is not just born in a single summit or a speech. It comes from collective will. It happens when citizens act, when industries innovate, and when leaders listen to science, to data, and most importantly to people. So today I urge all of you, not just as attendees but as a champions of change, to be part of this good air movement. Let's each of us do our bit, however small, to leave behind a legacy where children breathe freely, where development does not come at the cost of clean lungs, and where nature is no longer a casualty of progress, but a partner in our future. Let us build a world where clean air is not a luxury, but a basic human right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Omer, for that inspiring opening and for laying the foundation for the conversations ahead. It is now my distinct honor to welcome our guest of honor, Professor Mohammad Rehan, Director General, National Institute of Solar Energy, a leader in India's clean energy transition, advancing solar technologies that will shape the nation's future energy landscape. We welcome you, sir.
The organizers, the ISW team, and all the distinguished speakers, participants, delegates, a very good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure for me to join all of you on such an important topic of discussion. I am an electrical engineer basically, so I would like to first make this connection that what I want to talk and how it is connected with all of us. If you see the present society, it is often said that this is a digital society. We are living in a digital society, and this is true to a large extent, because everything which we are doing, everything is connected with somehow with digital technology, innovations, internet, communication and all. But we miss the point that the thing which is driving this society, this digital society, is actually electricity. And to the credit of electrical engineers, we have built such a system that generally we don't bother about it, that what is running the system, because it is behind the scene running the whole society. And that is why some people are saying that electricity is the modern day air, because you feel only the absence of it. So when it is there, it is running the world for you. But the electricity use choices which we make, they have a direct connection with the environment, and since we are talking of good air, it has a direct connection with the air quality also. The most commonly used method around the world for generating electricity has been burning coal. So we prefer talking in numbers, so I will give you some numbers. If I burn coal to generate 1 unit of electricity, it leads to on an average 850 gram of carbon dioxide emissions. That is on the generation side. If I include the transmission distribution losses, then it comes to almost a 1:1 ratio, that 1 unit of electricity generated is 1 kg of CO2 emissions. Now, it is not only for electrical engineers, because as I said, every one of us is a user of electricity. So as a user, if I am using 1 unit of electricity which is based on fossil fuel based generation, then I am contributing to almost a kg of CO2 emissions. The concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere pre-industrialization era, 280 ppm. Right now 423 ppm. A large part of it is because of burning of fossil fuels for generating electricity. Now, what is the solution? Can I go back, can I turn the clock back and start saying that stop using electricity because it is contributing to CO2 emissions? That is, right now that is not possible. So what is the other alternative? People say that the other alternative is shift to sources which do not contribute to CO2 emissions. But I will go one step further. If I draw a decarbonization pyramid for electricity sector, then its base is energy conservation, because conservation of electricity does not require any financial investment. It can be easily done. It can be easily done without impacting your uses also. The only thing is we have to be conscious that my electricity usage choice is leading to degraded environment. So the base of that decarbonization pyramid is energy conservation, and we need to create awareness about it. And it is not about financials only. If I have to avoid wastage of electricity, even if I can financially afford it. So that forms the base. If I come to the second step, then that is energy efficiency. I have to ensure that if alternate efficient options are available, I should switch to that. For example, if I am using a 1-star air conditioner, I should shift to 3-star or 5-star or inverter AC. And a great example of energy efficiency has been in the sector of lighting, illumination. We have come from filament lamp 100 watts to 22 watts CFL to 9 watts of LED. So that is, and you know, we have a target of doubling the energy efficiency by 2030 also. So the first step is energy conservation, second step is energy efficiency, and the top of the pyramid is the shift to green energy sources. So after working on conservation, efficiency, whatever genuine requirement is left, that should be met by solar sources like solar energy, wind energy, hydro energy, etc. And we have been, as a country, we have been working aggressively on in this sector. If I talk about solar energy only, in 2011 we had only 10 megawatt of solar energy set up in the whole country. 2014 we had around 2.7 gigawatt of solar energy in the whole country, and few months back we have crossed a century, and we are almost at 108,000 megawatt, that is 108 gigawatt. And this push is driven by none other than the Honorable Prime Minister himself. He has been raising the bar continuously, consistently. We started with 175 gigawatt of non-fossil sources by 2022, then it was raised to 450 gigawatt of non-fossil by 2030. Now it is raised to 500 gigawatt by 2030, including 292 gigawatt by solar energy. So 108 gigawatt of solar is already working. If I talk about the last financial year only, so we have added 29 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel based capacity in the country, including more than 22 gigawatt of solar energy only. Many countries do not have grid size of installed capacity of this size, which we have added in just 1 year. The numbers are remarkable. Then if I talk about solar manufacturing sector in the country, we have already touched around 90 gigawatt of in-house manufacturing capacity, and it is coming up rapidly. More than 30 gigawatt has come up in the last year only. So this is how the electricity sector is radically getting transformed from a predominantly coal based system to a predominantly solar based system. We are looking at somewhere 1500 gigawatt of solar by 2047 and 5000 gigawatt of solar by 2060 to 2065. So these are the targets. Now why one obvious advantage of shifting to sources like solar energy is eliminating the emission of carbon dioxide. This is there, but there are other advantages also. One of the important advantages is it is ensuring energy independence, energy security. It is not subject to any imports. We are blessed with such a good sunlight. It is said that if any place is having 300 sunny days, then it is a perfect location for solar PV installation. Most parts of our country have more than 300 sunny days. So it is giving you energy independence. Second, a very important benefit of this source is that it is a perfectly modular and scalable system. If you want to install 1 kilowatt of solar plant, that will be consisting of the same solar panel put together. If you are installing utility scale, and you know many large scale plants have been developed in India, then again you will have the same component, only the number will increase. So it is a perfectly modular system. So because of this nature, it can be installed at the load side. For example, you have seen, and many of you may be having, if your rooftop is permitting the rooftop solar plant. So there is no challenge of losses, voltage drop, etc. If you don't require additional space also, if you have a rooftop, you can install it at your own place. And of course, it is because it is of distributed nature. You can install at your home, your institute, your university, your college. because of its distributed nature, it is also leading to localized employment generation. So, these are other benefits of going to solar energy. So, normally we do not connect electricity usage with health, but if you see, it has a very strong connection, as I have mentioned, because CO2 emission is connected with global warming, and global warming is leading to so many effects, and many of those effects are directly related to health also. For example, every degree rise in Earth's temperature is leading to increase in vector borne diseases. Air pollution caused by burning of fossil fuels is a direct impact on health. There is a recent study where people are losing sleep also because of increased temperature. So, that has another impact on health. So, the most important point which I wanted to convey is, because even if we are not electrical engineers, we all are users of electricity, and we have to realize and appreciate the connection between electricity usage and health and good air. And one more thing, because it is your theme, water. You are talking about water. Water usage and energy are also directly connected. You will realize that electricity has made it easier to extract water, and that is leading to wastage of not only electricity, but wastage of water also. So, every action involved in whether pumping water, heating it, cooling it, it involves electricity also. So, if I avoid wastage of water, I am preserving water as well as I am avoiding wastage of electricity also. So, these are some of the things which I wanted to mention. Now, there is your program is focusing on all the important themes. For example, you are talking of sustainable development goals. One of the goals is directly related to energy, goal 7. Goal 7 is only about this, that how to ensure clean, affordable, green energy to all. Then you are talking of COP20 Delhi Declaration, which has shift to solar energy and energy conservation as an important part. Then you are talking of transition from fossil fuels, this is an obvious thing. Then lifestyle for environment, as I have mentioned in the beginning, the base of this whole exercise should be push for conservation. Even if I can generate electricity by using solar energy, then also I should not be allowed to waste it. So, that forms an important part. Then you are talking of PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. This is a scheme where we are pushing for initially 1 crore households with rooftop solar PV plants. Then you are talking of plastic waste and mitigation and circular economy. Now, circular economy, ensuring circular economy in this solar sector is also very important. See, one thing is, as I mentioned in the beginning itself, we need to reduce the requirement. If I reduce the requirement, then I will need lesser solar panels, lesser batteries. So, we have to work on reducing the requirement also. Then we have to work on what will happen to these solar panels when they complete their life after 25 years, 30 years, 35 years or 40 years. We have to ensure that they are either reused. There are two areas where work is going on. One is on reuse. One panel has worked for 30 years or so. New technology has come, it is not suitable for power plant use, but can I use for street light? That is one thing. The second is recycling. We have to ensure that the panels are recycled properly. So, this is an area where strong focus is there, and we need a push to have proper policies, industry setup, the whole system where panels are collected and recycled properly. So, this is an area which is very important. Similar is the case for batteries also. We are going big for EVs and all, then there also again the large number of batteries are coming, although battery recycling is much better placed as of now compared to solar panel recycling, but both areas are important. So, these are the important things which I wanted to highlight. My main message is that let us realize the connect between our electricity choices and the environment in general and health in particular, and whatever choices we are making, actually we are in turn contributing this to this whole environment challenge as well as the health issues. And I really appreciate the organizing team for arranging such an important discussion covering diverse topics from one aspect to another aspect, and also for making me a part of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Rehan, for that enlightening keynote. May I now invite Mr. Kamal to kindly present a memento to Professor Mohammad Rehan as a token of our gratitude and appreciation. Thank you. With the stage now set, it's time to dive into our first session. This session explores one of the most vital areas of clean energy innovation, green hydrogen, which holds the promise of powering industries and mobility systems while dramatically reducing emissions. Clean air is not possible without clean energy, and this panel will deep dive into the path forward. To moderate this crucial discussion, we welcome Mr. Kapil Bansal, partner at EY India, with a strong background in energy strategy and infrastructure development. Our speakers for this session are Lieutenant Colonel Monish Ahuja, Chairman and Managing Director, Punjab Renewable Energy Systems Private Limited, a national leader in biomass-based energy and decentralized renewable systems. Mr. Gaurav Verma, Branch Head, MN Dastoor, bringing technical foresight into sustainable industrial solutions. Mr. Suyash Gupta, Director General, Indian Auto LPG Coalition, championing alternative fuels for a cleaner tomorrow. And lastly, we have Dr. Charu Smita, who's the Director at StatCon Energia. We welcome you all on stage. Please allow us a moment while we make the necessary arrangements. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have a huge round of applause for our speakers and moderator. I hand it over to you, Mr. Bansal, to moderate this session. Thank you.
Check.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, thanks to IHW Council for arranging such a wonderful topic, powering the future using green hydrogen and energy transition. And the theme itself is, so attractive, good air, that, when it was discussed with me, I thought that, nothing better theme than this one, and this is the 5th edition. So I'm sure the importance of it is great. So myself, Kapil Bansal, I'm going to moderate this lovely panel, very well crafted. People coming from the industry side, on the biomass, Monish is there. We have engineering and technical capability brought by Gaurav. An energy transition is not without the transition that is happening on the energy side. We have Suyash covering from the auto LPG side. And nothing is possible without the OEMs coming and providing the right technology. And Charusmita is going to cover a lot about it. We'll have a very open discussion, but just a few pointers, why this is so important, because, today, some of the speakers have already mentioned that there is no planet B, and we have taken this planet not for our generation today, but we have to give it for tomorrow's generation. And obviously, I have to be conscious and emotional when I have to think from my daughter perspective how her future would be, because even a day at 40 degrees, we are not able to be very productive, right? There are multiple implications. Last week when I was in IIT Mumbai, there was some similar conference on green hydrogen where Dr. Ashish Lele mentioned that, India needs almost $1 trillion of $1.2 trillion of investment towards clean energy. And if we are not investing, the implication of it is $14 trillion to India. So at times, what is visible from a capital side is known to everyone, but what is not visible is the kind of impact that climate change is bringing. Some numbers, again, when we look at the kind of heat waves that we are seeing across the world, there is a 7% drop in the agriculture production. That's the impact of agriculture onto you, how much chemicals you put it, how much fertilizers you put it. Nothing is going to impact if the productivity is going to go down. And with almost 2% growth in population, we'll not have that kind of feedstocks to feed our generations in future. The second, we see regular phenomena. Recently, Mumbai had its first kind of its cyclones and red alert. We observed that, and it's common now from the cyclone in the coastal regions, famine in the middle of the India, and avalanches and cloud outburst in the terrains that we observe beautifully for our vacation. We see a lean team today because such a beautiful weather, and we are trying to absorb best of it, and that's why the good air has its own importance. So with that note, powering the future is all possible when we look at the kind of investment that we do. As just an example, our upstream oil and gas companies invest almost $22 billion on evaluating and exploring oil wells. That is the amount of risk that we take. If the well go dry, there is nothing left for us to actually produce anything. In comparison to that, we can generate almost 2 million tons of green hydrogen from different processes. I'll not say electrolysis only process. Biomass itself is a huge amount that we have towards self-sufficiency without any risk, right? Because we have seen this in the electrolysis process, in the chloroalkali industry where this hydrogen has been generated. We have been seeing almost $180 billion of outflow of our foreign exchange, which is going outside India for procuring almost 80% of our energy needs. When recently we heard that we can be self-sufficient in our energy requirement, and solar is one of the most commercially viable option. So with that note, how are we going to power the future? I'll break down into two parts. One is from the industrial, and another from the perspective of mobility. So starting with the industrial, Monish, you've been significantly working towards adopting the grassroots empowerment of farmers and ensuring that there's a clean growth. But what are the key challenges that you face from industry towards its adoption on a regular basis when commercial viability is there?
So thanks, Kapil. Thanks again to the organizers for inviting us. So specifically, the elements, breaking it down into 4. The first one is the upstream supply chain management and the cost around it. And I'm limiting it specific to biomass or bioenergy. That's the field I work in. The second is the midstream investment on the asset. The third is the market making, the downstream side. And as a wrap for all these 3 elements, the 4th one is the financial or commercial viability of the entire upstream, midstream and downstream integration to happen. and there are separate set of players, governance in each of the segments. Now, one of the elements as brought out by the session moderator is the independence of energy with bioenergy that in an Indian geography we enjoy. Speaker spoke about previously about the carbon element of sustainability. Anything that we have been doing and consistently doing is putting the captured carbon from the earth into the atmosphere. It could be coal in a solid form, it could be crude in a liquid form, it could be natural gas and multiple more elements. So ultimately we are putting more carbon into the atmosphere than in today's mandate that we are capturing. So where is the carbon capture happening, which is the carbon dioxide removal or CDR or CCUS or CCSU, carbon capture, storage and utilization? In a natural process, it is happening by photosynthesis. And government is saying plant trees, माँ के नाम पेड़, XYZ, mission life, and so on and so forth. Do what? Create natural carbon capture sinks. Is that sufficient? The answer is no. The speed that we need to catch up. So we are also saying from a global perspective, bring technology to now capture this carbon and store it. And it's a huge cost, trillions of dollars of cost, which would be seen. But ultimately, any capital which has to come and as a cost, somewhere it needs to pay back and come back. So if we have to reduce this atmospheric carbon to make our air clean, be it accessible to us and our generations, it's a cost. And does this pay back? It pays back, but not in tangibles which we can put in Excel sheet IRRs. It pays back in health, it pays back in a GDP, it pays back, in terms of the 8-hour working or the 40-degree temperature and so on and so forth. But it does not bring a commercial IRR, and hence the industry is not willing to look at it. The capital is not going to move towards such a action. So where can we find commercial usage? And in that, the bioenergy element of the sequestered, captured carbon, which the farmer is doing for us in a natural process, because the farmer has a short gestation carbon capture, 4 months to 6 months of a crop cycle. You can quantify the carbon sequestered and captured. And if we can take that to use for the bioenergy segment for replacement of conventional energy in coal, replacement of crude derivatives, natural gas derivatives, and then the entire petrochemical stream replacing with a biochemical stream, we would have the same energy that we want from a biogenic carbon source. So that replacement cost now is becoming commercially viable. So that's the good part. There are many segments in this value chain which are already commercially lower than the conventional fossil fuel, and that without the government support or the regulatory support is moving forward. Where we still need that support of regulation, change management, and fast track it is on the other forms of energy. So fantastic DG Nice mentioned about numbers. A counter view on those numbers. Where are we in that 500 gigawatt? Only in the 20 to 24% of the electricity market segment. So let's differentiate between energy and electricity. Our electricity in India, with the growth that we are pushing for, will get capped out at sub 25%. So the solar, the wind, the SMRs to come, etc., all are going to play only in the 25% of the energy basket. And even there, we are on a subset. We are not moving away from coal. We are still expanding coal. So if you look at that subset, which is presently at about 20%, will go to 30, 40%. That means on the energy basket, we are only addressing 6 to 8% with the next 15 to 20 years. What happens to the 80 to 90%, the elephant in the room, which is energy? So our focus in the last 15 years has been fantastic, but has been only on electricity. So have we missed something? The answer is yes. And we have gone on a route where, and that's a view which I carry, where we should have looked at the entire energy basket, decarbonization and replacement. And now we need to catch up. And that's where the green hydrogen, that's where the bioenergy would play a significant role. And even on the green hydrogen, biomass to green hydrogen will play a significant role because of the decentralized generation and decentralized use. The large scale electrolyzers are needed, but the storage of that hydrogen, the transportation of that hydrogen, conversion of that hydrogen to, doing fertilizers and moving it around, and then replacing energy is going to happen. Doing all this and replacing electricity is not going to happen because the origination of that hydrogen is electricity. You want green electricity power. So it's not an efficient process to start with electricity, making green hydrogen, converting it to ammonia, transporting it, and then using that again for electricity. It doesn't make sense. And hence, on the decentralized green hydrogen, biomass to green hydrogen, two specific technologies. One is the anaerobic digestion route, where you produce compressed biogas or methane, where you have a CH4, and that hydrogen from methane reformation is a way. You can do it decentralized and use it in the form of hydrogen, put it into pipelines. The second is the gasification route, where you produce synthetic gas or syngas, and then you again do a methane reformation and produce hydrogen. Both these technologies are mature. Both these technologies, India finds merit in India's green hydrogen policy because biomass to green hydrogen is one of the factors which is noted there and acknowledged there. And hence, this is something where on a cost comparative basis, there is merit for producing this clean form of energy. And the other derivatives and forms in terms of technological interventions we can talk about. Thanks, Kapil.
Great, Monish. You did mention about the overall value chain across the upstream, midstream, downstream, and the whole financials that are the challenge from the industrial side of it. The whole capture technology is in maturity and adoption. Biomass as an alternative towards your self-sufficiency, which is where we have a lot of biomass which can be converted. And also the critical point that we are only tracking 8 to 9% of energy from the electricity mix, but not the 90% elephant in the room from the energy side of it, which needs to be tackled in next 20-25 years from an industrial standpoint of view. But those are great thoughts. Let me capture one of the important things, which is on the carbon capture side of it. And that's where Gaurav, because you've been working a lot on the energy transition side of the things on carbon capture utilization. Just pure number point of view, by 2030 we have taken as a global target of reducing 1 gigaton of carbon which has been released in the atmosphere. The global accounting of the carbon says that anything going beyond 35 gigatons on an annual basis is going to reduce our time when we have accumulated higher concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere, which will have direct implications on the temperature and the livelihood of individuals and its impact on the marine, impact on the level of seawater. So Gaurav, just quick question. Till now 30 million tons is what carbon capture has been achieved till date as operational. What stops us to move from 30 to almost 1,000 million metric tons of carbon capture and its adoption in the industrial evolution?
Thanks, Kapil, for setting the tone. Just a small correction. As of now, almost 45 to 50 million tons of CO2 capture is operational. And worldwide, almost 1700 million tons of CO2 capture capacity is under various phases of development. be it feasibility studies or advanced detailed project reports. But yes, they are saying if you, there are two options to abate the GHG emissions. Either I stop going CO2 to the atmosphere, or I capture the CO2 which is already in the atmosphere. That is a costly proposition. So in the hard to abate sectors like steel, we are around 160 million tons, and our national steel policy says that we'll be 300 million tons by 2030. And 1 ton of steel emits almost 2.5 tons of CO2. 1 ton of aluminium emits almost 16 to 17 tons of CO2 into the air. And we are the growing economy. First, energy security. We have a huge young population. They have their dreams. We have to ensure energy security. So that brings me to the first facet of energy transition. Affordability, availability, sustainability. And going by the geopolitical situation, I'll add Atmanirbharta to it. So in that context, for hard to abate sectors, yes, carbon capture is a viable proposition because our facilities are new. We have to run our blast furnaces, power plants for 20, 25, 30, 35 years. But for other scenarios like transportation and to an extent power generation, we can start thinking of hydrogen blending. And as rightly pointed by Kapil, energy transitions, they are not a 2020 game. It is a big marathon, perhaps which doesn't have a finish line. So let me go back to the time. In 1998, Honorable Supreme Court gave an order to shift public transportation on CNG by the year 2002. And since then, it's around 23 years. Now CNG makes 7% of our energy mix. So it started from public transportation in Delhi. Now CNG is playing its part in power generation, refineries, manufacturing, and city gas distribution systems. And this 7% of energy mix is 54 million tons of LNG equivalent. And almost 50% of that is imported. So here comes the green hydrogen. So we can start green hydrogen in heavy vehicles, commercial vehicles, because they have a higher payloads. Almost 500 kilometers of range is now being confirmed by automobile makers. That is first avenue. Second, yes, in hard to abate technologies are there, but it will take their due time. And then since renewable is the talk of town, but renewables go to the sleep during the night. So at that time, green hydrogen will come to the grid balancing, renewables during the day and green hydrogen during the night. That will save from a huge amount of energy storage. And for battery storage, 2.5 crores is the cost per megawatt. And then one example, Japan has already taken a mandate of 800,000 fuel cell vehicles by 2030, and they will be putting up 1,000 fueling stations in Japan. The good thing about green hydrogen that small electrolyzers can be put up at filling stations. It will not be dependent on supplying from one side or that side, and that can be used for refilling the vehicles. So our energy requirements are so huge that only one cannot come to the party. Going for only coal or only renewables or only hydrogen will be like making a cricket team with 11 Virat Kohlis or 11 Jasprit Bumrahs. That may not serve the purpose. So our energy, per capita energy is almost 1400 units, while US is around 15,000 and Norway is around, I think, 25,000 something. And there is nothing like a rich country with a low energy consumption. Our requirements will increase, and there will be a role of everyone, be it coal, be it gas, be it renewables, and be it hydrogen. And the good thing is end users, they do not discriminate between the colors of hydrogen, be it green or be it blue. So mix of all is what is required.
Thanks, Gaurav. Now you brought an important perspective that energy transition is not just one game solution for all. Have multi-fuels from a transportation perspective, which is EVs, coming through the batteries and fuel cells. You have flex fuels, you have alternatives like green hydrogen coming up, which is a complete net zero, because a lot of the time when we look at SBTI, Science-Based Target Initiative, by 2040, there's a mandate to become ZEV, which is zero emission vehicles. Now, having all those from a transportation side, Swachh is over here. In terms of, as an energy transition, we always see gas as a natural transition. We just have heard the transition that had happened in Delhi, NCR, not just Delhi, from what it used to be diesel burnings and now from natural gas. How do you see auto LPG playing its role, number one? And second, with the whole flex which is coming towards different set of fuels, biodiesel, ethanol, 20% blending, EVs, green hydrogen. So do you see the continuation of auto LPG in the context of transportation, both from the road, marine, and potentially, I don't know if aviation is still there, going to use such transition fuels. So your perspective on the same.
Thank you so much, Kapil. And I'd like to answer this question in two parts. The first is, of course, all of us completely agree on one narrative. A is there is no one size which fits all, no one solution. Every fuel has its place in the energy mix, whether it's hydrogen, whether it's solar, whether it's LNG, whether it's ethanol, whether it's any kind of biofuel, whether it's, as I said, natural gas or LPG. And the key is, as Professor Rehan mentioned in the morning, the key is distributed generation. Distributed, I would say localized application of those solutions. And coming back to the first point, and Professor Rehan mentioned in his address, we have only one planet. There is no planet B. I would also say there should be, I was listening to one session from Jeff Bezos, and the panelist, the moderator asked Mr. Bezos, what is your plan B? He said there is no plan B. So similarly, there shouldn't be any plan B. This should be our plan. Plan A needs to be sustainability and the way we go about it. And the only way we can do this is to look at the low-hanging fruits. Now, coming to the perspective of auto LPG, of course, we have an association which has memberships from players who are into hydrogen, who are into ethanol, who are into natural gas. They're into the complete chain. But each stakeholder is extremely sensitive and aware of the fact as to which solution will fit, at which point in the applicability chain. Now, let's look at the electric narrative. Now, the decision I have personally believed, I've been into the public policy space since 2002, and I firmly believe it's never in consumers' hands. It's irrespective of their nationality, irrespective of the country we are talking about, it always begins and ends with the policymakers. If the policymakers want the industry and consumers to adopt natural gas, that will be the solution which will happen, because then the whole ecosystem will be created around it. Similarly, if it needs to be hydrogen, yes, the whole ecosystem will be created around it. So the policymakers need to look at this from a wider angle, that there is no one solution and that every fuel will have its place. Now, in terms of auto LPG, we have almost 33 to 34 crore vehicles running on the Indian roads today. Now, what happens to those vehicles? Can even one of those vehicles be converted to electric? No. So, and we cannot wish away 34 crore vehicles which are on the Indian roads. So what is the solution? The solution for these vehicles is to convert to gaseous fuels like natural gas or LPG. These vehicles cannot be converted to literally hydrogen also. But hydrogen will have its place. Every fuel will have its own place. So this is what we have been pushing the government, that let's look at low-hanging fruit. We believe all fuels need to work together, and there should be one comprehensive, updated auto fuel policy or a national fuel policy. The policies which come in are coming in every 10 years or so under Dr. Mashkelkar, and then the next policy came in after another 10 years. But so much is changing. Almost every 2-3 years, the complete narrative changes. And we cannot be, the policy of the country cannot be dictated by dated documents. So, yeah, so this is my 2 cents. Yeah, thank you.
No, wonderful, because you did mention that the existence of everything was going to be there, and the ecosystem has to play a critical role. Now, when we talk about ecosystem, OEM suppliers play a very important role of the transition. Sometimes we go blind by, what's there. There's so much hype and media news around green hydrogen, but the reality is green hydrogen is in existence from last 50 years. And we have been using it in the thermal alternatives for cooling as green hydrogen, which I've seen in, some of the thermal plants being worked since last 20-25 years. Chloroalkylene industry is using electrolyzers since long, and anything from an electron to molecule needs power transmission and OEMs and transformers and rectifiers, which plays a critical role. We always have a thinking that it's all comes from China, but the localization, the local sourcing, the ownership coming from our own domestic makes it Atmanirbhar, as well as make sure that there is a vast adoption at scale level. And that's why Charusmita, when I was discussing with you, came to know that Statcon Energia is providing all these equipments and its services since long. So I wanted to hear more from, is this a general myth in terms of availability coming only from neighboring countries, and we have seen policies coming to stop that, but still there is a lot of limited awareness. One, I would say I myself was not aware that there's so much that we can have localized from India. So your perspective of it, and given the audience are there, what message that you would like to give, that how this balance of plant in such cases from electron to molecule with your help can be socialized and made fully aware?
Thank you, Kapilji. A lot of the points that I actually wanted to cover they have already been covered by my colleagues here. But as a manufacturer, I would just like you to think about what we have been through in the past month in relation to the situation that we had with Pakistan and how we reacted to it and how prepared we were for it. And I'm sure all of you would agree that the level of preparedness, I'm sure it took a very long time to get there, but we acted fast. That is exactly what we need to do. Prepare at war scale, prepare now if we want this to happen. It's not the future, it's happening right now, and it's passing us by, and we are not able to catch it that fast. In terms of manufacturing, electrolyzer manufacturing in India is still not something that we can expect in the next 1 year. The core of the electrolyzer, which is the stack, is still being imported, so we are dependent on that. But a lot of the companies are setting up plans that, all right, if the stack is something that we haven't manufactured till now, we'll buy it and we'll manufacture the rest of the electrolyzer here. The great part about manufacturing here in India, not just manufacturing, but also developing the R&D, is that it can cut down your capex by a lot. Just as an example, if you are doing the R&D for the power supplies for the electrolyzer, which are the rectifiers, the rectifier transformer, buying it in India alone will have about 15 to 20% of capex cost reduction within the electrolyzer system. And it's a very, very high cost saving that you could do. Electricity is about 60 to 70% of the whole green hydrogen system costs. So you can imagine if there are losses, power conversion losses, losses at generation end, the kind of inefficiencies it can create will never allow green hydrogen to grow, will never allow us to help with that energy transition that we are aiming for. And as Lieutenant Colonel Ahuja said, that solar is better for a lot of the applications because green hydrogen has a lot of inefficiencies. It's a very complicated system that you have to put up. But for large scale industrial applications like steel or really large scale megawatts going into hundreds of megawatts, for that green hydrogen is a great option. It's better than solar for those kind of applications. So maybe not for, you know, green hydrogen cooker like a solar stove in our home. Maybe it's not feasible for that. Maybe it will just remain at an experimental stage there. But for large applications, green hydrogen is a fantastic offer, despite having losses and despite it being kind of a round trip, inefficient system. It still will be more feasible. Coming to Indian manufacturing and the role of OEMs, there are a lot of components and equipment in the green hydrogen manufacturing production system which are already being manufactured in India and of global quality level. So rectifiers is one of the biggest components in terms of its cost, for which the technology already existed in India. I mean, we have to modify those things a little bit to suit the electrolyzer needs, because for so 99.99% pure hydrogen has a very different cost from 99.999. So the hydrogen purity is very, very sensitive to the quality of electricity that it receives. So if you really want a good green hydrogen production system, an efficient one, you need to keep the electrolyzer happy. And the rectifier transformer package is something that keeps the electrolyzer happy, if I put it in layman terms. So there are a lot of other technologies also, like rectifiers, in the BOP of the system that are already being manufactured in India. A lot of people did not know about it because the first thing that always comes to their mind when it comes to manufacturing is China. Let's purchase it from there. A lot of the projects that have been working in India of green hydrogen are suffering now because they imported the main parts of their BOP from China, and after the Indian government kind of put a mild ban on them coming on visas, the after sales was terrible. The plant uptime was not there. Those plants stopped working. So all the money, all the investment that went into it, it caused huge losses, right? So a lot of the MOUs that were signed and, you know, huge in air-conditioned halls like these never came into fruition. Because of this, because the feasibility itself was not studied properly, that okay, what are the things, how do we de-risk our plant? How do we find people that are sitting here in this city who we can catch hold of if there is a problem in our system? So how do we make this system more efficient and better after sales support so that our plant runs efficiently for long, it doesn't stop? Because the moment it stops, we become vulnerable. Even I would like to touch a bit upon energy security also, because for a successful energy transition, we also need to have our energy secured and energy data secured. Because I mean, I'm sure everybody must have read about this recent news about Chinese solar inverters having rogue communication devices in their chips that send the data to the OEMs, the original equipment manufacturers that are sitting in China, right? So there are a lot of ways. These are very complicated equipment, right? So you need to see that, are we really vulnerable while using a solar inverter in our home? Are we really sending some of our major, you know, energy data to countries who can disable our grid at any time, at will? They can just click a button and our grid would be unstable. Or they would send such high voltage through the grid, through their on-grid inverters. This is also, by the way, a proven technology. Professor Rehan, if he's there, he would be able to elaborate on it, that how they have given a lot of BIS, CEA, they've given show cause notices to solar inverter companies of China that please show us which are the components in your solar inverters that can communicate, give our grid data to your countries. So any electrical equipment, be it your rectifiers, electrolyzers, solar inverters, all of these have communication data, communication devices in their PCBs inbuilt, right? The IoT systems. So we need to have technology in-house, because like the Hezbollah case, right? That their pagers, you're just sitting here and I'm just sitting here, my phone would blast and it would damage me. So it can have I don't want to scare anyone, but the recent situations have forced us to become very, very prepared. So we need to have a closer look. Right now, we take a lot of things for granted. We look at policy interventions, and I'm going to very, very briefly in half a line touch upon them. But it is the need of the hour. We cannot afford to sit here anymore and keep deliberating over months and over years about these things. We need to go out, find those people, involve them in our decision making, move forward with things. In which case, policy making, as Suyashji pointed out, will make a very, very important, they'll play a very important role. Because right now, like Assam, UP, they have their national green, the green hydrogen policies that have come out. They were the first ones to make a move and say that, okay, we have a state policy on green hydrogen. I tried getting in touch with them via email, via phone, and all I want to say is that making a policy is a fantastic first step. But they need to have a reach out program with the industries. They need to have that dialogue which is converted into action. So we need the governments to be a little more responsive towards what they're saying. A lot of the manufacturers are speaking at various forums, talking to each other, talking to their competitors to get together, talking to foreign companies to get their technology, which are friendly countries geopolitically, to get their technology and let's manufacture this in India, let's get this forward. But that government push is very much needed. And as Gauravji pointed out, blending, hydrogen blending is another thing. Which is a low-hanging fruit that we can just catch on quickly. It's already happening. I think the limit has been from 5% to 7% hydrogen blending that is allowed now.
And NTPC is starting with 5% with a target of going up to 20%.
Yes, yes. It's in covers that the hydrogen blending is already going on. So that blending is also fantastic. It's a great idea, and especially for oil and gas pipelines that are being set up at massive scale throughout the country. Again, hydrogen blending is something that could power them and scale up their production as well. And the last thing that I want to touch upon is the first thing that Professor Rehan said, that electricity is the modern day air, right? And we need to look at electricity in everywhere. We are sitting right now and I can see the lights, the AC, the high wattage lights here. So immediately our mind should start thinking in perspectives of electricity. What are we using? How much are we consuming? How much electricity are we using? What is our carbon footprint? All these things, it will take time for us to inculcate that in our mindset, but it is going to happen. And the level of zen that we are going to feel after that is just, we are going to feel closer to nature as we start thinking in these terms. And even distributed generation is the last thing that I want to touch upon. As a manufacturer as well, and as a citizen of this country who would want electricity also as a fundamental right for everyone, that in places where the government grid is not there, where there's no solar, microgrids have already started playing a very big role since a decade now. Distributed generation, if the government grid or large-scale green hydrogen plants are not available, chuck it. Let's start making our own. The way he was talking about biomass, or even these days, small private company groups, they have started making their own hydrogen, supplying to their own industry and to the people around them. There's a plant in Rampur near Muradnagar. If any of you visit there, the group of industries, I think, is called Zero Footprint Industries. I happen to meet them. And they are putting up 1.2 megawatt plants, not too big, but not too small, just enough to have the right technology access without any government support. They said, you know what, let's just put our own money and let's get started with it. We are not going to wait for anyone. So that is why I'm concluding my talk with these kind of pioneers who are already starting it, who are already doing it, why we are still contemplating and discussing how to do that in the future. They're already doing it, and we must look at such players in the industry who can start, they are giving power to the places around them as well, to the villages who haven't, that haven't been electrified. So these private players can also play a very, very big role in having distributed generation, small plants that can not only power their manufacturing needs, but also for the people around them. So the time is now and it's passing us by. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Lovely. No, this is a great, Charasmita, that you provided awareness about how we are becoming a consumer itself, and data has become the new oil, and how much we give our information to others is the way the other economists drive us. So what I can understand, obviously, from your speech was like there are invisible financial implications. Even Monish did mention about the implication coming from health, productivity, the risk factors, the cyber security. If we all put together, the commercials are not going anywhere haywire. We will be having a great opportunity from all commercial standpoint of view. But given the time that is now and it will never come back, and also we are running short of the time on this session, I'll quickly take one statement from each one of you for call for action. One thing that was mentioned is about the kind of consciousness towards how we use electricity. So Monish, what are the call for action that you will prescribe for our audiences and speakers that they can take forward from this this discussion that we have?
So as commercially viable projects with policy participation, we should have carbon pricing in our business models. We should have health cost pricing in our business model. We should have the price of GDP loss equitable promulgation for all sections of the society in our business models. And this should get factored in terms of a return. It could be performance linked, it could be upfront in terms of financing structures, thereby allowing this entire gambit of energy transition to become viable. If you start looking at it from a commercial perspective and putting it on a table with something which has been there for over decades and centuries, you can never compete. So for alliance of a fair playing field, and then I can take 30 seconds more in terms of just an example, and we work in that segment. We saying make that carbon sink by planting a tree, and we are a Hindu society, and with every death in India we cut down 2 trees. So where is the sustainable transition? And we, because of our religious sentiments, want Agni Moksha to happen. So we want disposal of a body with burning to happen. And so where is the carbon sink going to remain? So that maa ke naam ped is 1, but usi maa ke naam pe the closest tree cut is 2. So change to bring for society, change management to happen, costing to happen. So cremation in India happens at between 4,000 to 4,500 rupees per cremation. With a Supreme Court order for cost of tree in India at 74,500 rupees per year into the life of the tree, and thus, to cut it short, we burn 7.5 lakh rupees of national asset at 4,500 rupees per cremation. Who allows it? It's a Supreme Court judgment. Who's supposed to enforce it? Government. Government is paying 4,000 rupees for that cremation through municipal corporations. And where is that wood sourced from? There is no sustainability index around it. So these are examples of change management which can come. And if families desire, if societies desire that this change management is needed, it happens. So we have showcased, you could go to my social media handles to see the reports. 95% of all Hindu cremation in city of Aurangabad is devoid of wood. There is no wood used. But still Agni Moksha happens, and the origination of where it is coming from is farm agri residue. So farm agri residue converted to briquettes in Aurangabad and utilized in 38 crematoriums. For every Hindu cremation, wood has been replaced. But is there a price or a cost for that wood replacement for society? As yet, no. So the policymakers have given a carbon pricing for planting a tree. But for mitigation of cutting of 2 trees, there is no incentive. So why can't we have a holistic play of incentivization so that you plant and also you ensure it doesn't get cut? Thank you.
Lovely, great example. Now, A round of clap for Monish on that. Thank you so much. Such a beautiful example. We always in consulting language talk about total cost of ownership, where capital and OPEX is looked into. Now put it into the emotional, sentimental and other losses brings a whole new perspective of 7.5 lakh versus 4,000 being paid by the government. Huge difference. Thank you. Similar, Gaurav, any call for actions that are immediate for us?
Because we are a consultant, so this is in our premise that we should make viable and workable solutions. So yes, any new initiative, we always talk of policy support, but let me again take you back into the time in 1960s and 1970s where acid rains were wreaking havoc around the world. So overnight decision was taken to integrate desulfurization unit within the power plants and every sulfur emitter source in refineries. Again, at the beginning, cost was very high, but within next 20 years, cost dropped down to maybe 10 to 15% on what was its original. And now nobody says why desulfurization plant is being put up in refinery or any power plants. So that was government compulsion, but now we are a conscious society and green hydrogen all are coming through public domain. So, but again, yes, some policy support is required and that should be across entire value chain, because I'll specifically talk about hydrogen. Hydrogen is the lightest molecule. So if I have to replace natural gas entirely by hydrogen, the footprint of my equipment will be 3 times as compared to natural gas. So blending is one thing. Give one example. In the steel plants, we have coke oven gas, which is around 60% hydrogen and rest is carbon monoxide, traces of methane and other gases. So this gas is used for all the heating applications inside the steel plants. So 100% hydrogen or hydrogen blended with some amount of natural gas will totally change the economics overnight. So this is a viable proposition we all need to work. And second, safety regulations. I think Mohammad Rehan has left to safety consideration, because combustion with hydrogen is a flameless burning. So if hydrogen is burning, you cannot see it, only feel it. So such type of safety considerations plus policy incentives will definitely ensure the potential of hydrogen is met by industries.
Thank you, Gaurav. Same on we talked about one example, policies. Sorry, because by the time Charu, it will come to you, things would be spoken, but then obviously any differentiated point from your side.
More energy conservation from
most of the things have already been said, Kapil, but things change and things change really fast. In 2014, US was championing renewable energy. But what changed in 2014, apart from the fact that Mr. Modi became the Prime Minister of India, US shale came into a real mass production. And at that time, US was one of the biggest importers of energy globally. And in a matter of 18 months, US became the largest exporter. Now what it did, it kind of changed the priorities for the US completely. It lost all interest in the Middle East, and you see a lot of mess as to what's happening in the Middle East in terms of the geopolitics. But B, it also closed the book for renewable energy, mostly for the US. The investments went down. So similarly, when we look at the Indian perspective or Asian perspective, it's going to be driven by energy security in a significant way. Of course, clean air is absolutely imperative for whatever we are trying to do. But ultimately, all the stakeholders, whether it's equipment providers or energy providers, all of us have a limited bandwidth. All of us have limited resources. And it's extremely important for the policymakers to have a very sensitive and a policy which could, they need to ensure that all of us, all the stakeholders, all these solutions are not jostling for the same place. For the same solution, as you said, let's have specific solutions customized, which are more efficient. Let's have a more pragmatic approach in terms of which solution will fit which place the best. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to pick up from where Suyashi left, that we need specific solutions for specific applications. So obviously, solar, be it green hydrogen, be it biomass, no one type of energy is suitable for all. So we need to have a mix of everything. As for a manufacturer, the call to action that I would say would be upskilling the workforce, because it is such a specific field, this green hydrogen, that a lot of people who want to work, a lot of people who are not very well versed with the universe of green hydrogen like us want to work there. How do we upscale these people? This is the first thing that I would want to say. Then I would want that more green hydrogen EPCs should be involved in finding out what India is producing in this supply chain, what is the level of local R&D, and believing them, working with them, testing them rigorously, and then deploying their services or products, rather than people who are far away and would get a lot of trouble obtaining visas to reach here. Then I would also, again, policy intervention, I have to say that it is needed, that the governments work with industry people. They should visit once in a while to people who are manufacturing. We also need to have more testing facilities available for local manufacturing, because a lot of the EPCs, they just very casually, a lot of the people say, oh, but Indian manufacturers do not have that level of scale, or do not have that level of technology, but what tests are they basing it on? We do have those, and they have been working for 20 years. So we need to have faster, bigger, and more number of testing facilities as well for green hydrogen to really establish at scale. That's it. I think all the other points are too technical, but this upskilling workforce is something which is very close to my heart, and that is something that all of us, be it in any kind of space, can start working on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we just run out of time, and really diverse thought process for call for action. I'll put it on my own social media handle in LinkedIn. What I just took the notes so that it's been captured and the voices are being heard. But given that we just have 1 minute, so I'll ask for two.
Can
questions.
I ask one question, sir? My question is to Lieutenant Colonel Manish Ahuja ji. Just now it has been told about the hydrogen blending, and we are aware that hydrogen blending in existing pipelines could increase the leakage as well as the pipeline deterioration. We are also aware that the raw materials extraction and processing always impact on environment. Now I will give some examples: soil degradation, biodiversity loss, then damage to ecosystem and global warming. My question is, though hydrogen is in abundance in environment, then what shall be the side effects if hydrogen is extracted from environment? Ahuja sir.
Yeah, so two things, one, I'm not technically competent in terms of numbers to give you that response, but from a perspective, we're not short of hydrogen. We're not taking out something from a natural process, but we are using it and putting back into the same environment. It does not cause the degradation effects that we have from carbon and methane and other elements which we have extracted and we have put out in terms of the industrialization over the last 150 odd years. So from that perspective, hydrogen is good. Why have we not transitioned to hydrogen earlier? Electrolyzers have been there earlier as well. Technology has been earlier as well. That is because we have not factored the cost of degradation, which we are now starting to look, because the catastrophic effects are now seen. Earlier it was not seen, and hence we were not conscious about it. Today we are seeing those effects within our families. Statistical numbers prove it. Almost every family has a cancer patient. It's not coming from anywhere. It's coming from the food we eat, from the air we breathe, the water we drink. So, now we are conscious and hence we want to change. But there is a barrier, and that is what I was asking Kapil for 2 minutes. There is a barrier of conflict management. We are saying change the entire energy paradigm, but simultaneously the management of change is in the hands of the people who are running it for the last 150, 200 years. For example, an oil marketing company is mandated to go green, but their business is oil. A coal company is mandated to go with co-firing, their business is coal. So are we in the right direction? And it's a question to ask and policymakers to answer at the highest levels. We don't have the change management as bread and butter for the people who are mandated to do it. And hence the speed is slow. If I live sustainability as my bread and butter, every day I will push the envelope to do it. So if we have MNRE and their mandate was to do 500 gigawatt solar, we are achieving it. But their mandate was only solar. Their mandate was not bioenergy. We have no entity for mandate of bioenergy. Fortunately, we have MNRE for hydrogen now, and sooner or later it will happen. Again, numbers speak. We had the Satat scheme announced in 2018 with 5,000 plants to be done till 2023. We announced it. Nobody asked us in the world to announce it. For 5 years, despite all the monitoring at the highest levels, we did only 48 plants, less than 1%. And all those in that value chain have got promoted, have become X, Y, Z. Where is the performance level of, and what have we done? We have shifted that 23 target now by another 5 years to 28. And we are already in 26. And come what may, we will not meet even 50% of it by 28. I'm sticking my neck out to make this statement. So who's doing what? Where is the change? Because that same entity is responsible to do crude. We have the Samarth scheme target since 9 years for co-firing and targets to achieve. And we have spent, I would say, hundreds of crores in the advertisement for it, for change management to happen. But if you look at a target number of what we have achieved and we pat our back for it, it is less than 0.00% of what we set as a target. Because the same entity is mandated to do coal. So if it has to happen, and that's a thought process for change management to happen, we need new entities mandated with this as their bread and butter. If a bureaucrat has only this as his work, he will deliver. If a minister has only this as his work, obviously they will have to deliver. Somebody will question. Public at large will question. So for the clean air, for the clean water, for the clean management, today it is fragmented. Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change, Ministry of Power, MNRE, Petroleum, Animal Husbandry, and so on and so forth. We need integration, at least for some time, till scale comes, and then maybe decentralization.
I have one point. This screen who have created, it's a wonderful. The birds in the polluted air flying. You will see the screen. You will see the birds are coming. Yes, and in the polluted air, it's very good. And cloud. And the below that is the good air we are expecting, and even the birds they are expecting. Excellent. Who have designed it? My second question is, you mentioned the testing, industrial testings. Non-financial audit should be there. How much energy savings we have done? The SEBI some regulation should be there, that how much energy. Now, next question is the green energy. How many colorful energy will come? Hydrogen energies will come. First gray, then green, then blue, then red is coming. So next, what will come? We have to see. Yeah.
I'll answer on this. देखिए sir, it's the matter of discussion. Till there is no urgency or मतलब जब तक मुसीबत नहीं आ जाएगी ना, बिल्कुल we can keep on talking about the colors. But जिस दिन मुसीबत सिर तक मतलब पानी गले को ऊपर करेगा ना, then we'll forget all these colors.
मैं इसको दूसरे रूप में लेके जाता हूँ. जब तक हम एक एनर्जी को समझेंगे, एक कलर को समझेंगे, तब तक नया कलर आ जाएगा. You see the green, the blue, the green. The USA, Europe, they are blue, and USA they are the green. Okay, so red is coming the nuclear. ये अर्बनाइजेशन एंड इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन जो हो रहा है, ये जो नीचे जो आपने जो दिखाया है, अर्बनाइजेशन और इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन जो हो रहा है, हम एक साइड कह रहे हैं कि कटिंग ऑफ, आपने सर यू राइटली मेंशन, हु इज मॉनिटरिंग? आप एक ट्री काटिए और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फॉरेस्ट का है कि आपने 20 लगाने हैं, वो 20 एक जगह लगे हैं, और आप एक काटिए, वो 20 की पिक्चर वहाँ जमा करा देते हैं, आप काटिए वही 20 की पिक्चर वहाँ जमा हो जाती है। हु इज मॉनिटरिंग? कहाँ लग रहे हैं पेड़? सो दैट इज माई क्वेश्चन टू यू. It's excellent. These who have designed this, the buildings and this RE Park they have mentioned. One side, the RE Park is there, and the other side, the buildings are there to have these solar energy. Yes,
sure.
It's good.
Thank you for your question, sir. Over to Mr. Bansal.
So thank you for the appreciation. Obviously, the idea is to make everyone aware and take the things forward. So really appreciate your appreciation coming from the audience side. And obviously, we need to become conscious citizens and take the things forward from here. Given that we are running out of the time, and I don't want to be sitting in between your lunch and the next session. So thank you, everyone. Thanks for the panel. Thank you, everyone.
A big thank you to our moderator and distinguished panel for such a thought-provoking discussion. I now request Mr. Omer to kindly come forward and present mementos to our panelists and moderator. We begin with our speakers, Lieutenant Colonel Monish Ahuja. Mr. Gaurav Verma.
And he highlighted this agenda of creation and the uses of it.
Mr. Suyash Gupta. Dr. Charu Smita. And our moderator, Mr. Kapil Bansal. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We will now take a short break and recharge with some refreshments outside this auditorium. We will reconvene promptly at 12:45 p.m. for the rest of the conversations. Thank you.
start करें?
We'll just be playing.
Your name once again?
Vaishnavi.
Vaishnavi. So thank you for.
So Mr. Narayan is just on his way.
अच्छा ठीक है.
For 5 minutes buffer के लिए we'll just be playing the video and then I'll.
और कितने टाइम में वैष्णवी हमारे पास?
15 minutes.
नहीं. Session overall 50. 50 minutes.
50 minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a refreshing break. May I request you all to please take your seats? Thank you. Before we dive into the next set of discussions, let's take a moment to recalibrate and revisit a powerful visual journey of IHW and the Good Air Summit and Awards 2025. Now that we're all more informed, it's worth experiencing it again with a fresh perspective.
In a world where health defines potential, diseases become barriers to growth. Weaving dreams of a world without sickness and full of well-being, the Integrated Health and Well-being Council was born. At its core, the Council stands for the high five of health. Good air, good food, good water, good living, and good health care for everyone. Aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the Council firmly works towards making sure health reaches every corner of the world. IHW Council has built prestigious forums for holistic health discourse, like India Health and Wellness Summit and Awards, CSR Health Impact Awards, CME Excellence Movement, Ayushman Bharat Conclave, Jal Shakti Conclave, Digital Health Summit, Patient First Summit, the Good Air Movement and Summit, Rapid Global Cancer Alliance, and the She Alliance for Spirituality in Health and the Environment. These initiatives have received wholehearted support from policymakers, industry captains, community leaders, health experts, celebrities, and influencers. Respected brands and advocates have also joined the Council, becoming allies in the mission for a healthier world.
I think this wellness is an important initiative. I will definitely be interested to know the conclusions of your deliberations, and I'll definitely take these issues and your suggestions forward to the logical conclusion.
हेल्थ सर्विसेज कैसी होनी चाहिए, ये तो महत्वपूर्ण विषय है ही, पर उसके पहले हमको हॉस्पिटल या डॉक्टर के पास जाने की जरूरत न पड़े, इसके लिए हमारे एयर पोल्यूशन और वाटर पोल्यूशन को हम कैसे सुधारें, इस बात पर जोर देने की आवश्यकता है।
कहते हैं क्षिति जल पावक गगन समीरा, पंच तत्व निर्मित यह अदम शरीरा। ये पंच तत्वों से निर्मित यह शरीर पुनः पंच तत्व में ही मिल जाता है। तो हमें उन पंच तत्व का, जिससे इस शरीर की रचना हुई है, आकाश, पृथ्वी, अग्नि, वायु, जल, इन सबका ख्याल ही नहीं रखना, बल्कि इन पंच तत्वों का रक्षा करना हमारा पहला कर्तव्य हो जाता है।
In the digital world, the Council reaches millions with credible source of knowledge empowering them to protect their health and prevent diseases. Through its various initiatives harnessing the power of social media, the Council impacts over 100 million lives annually. Join IHW Council in creating a world where limitless potential knows no bounds. Together, we can achieve a happier, healthier world for all. Air that brings and sustains life of each one of us on this earth, symbolic of the closest relation we all have with nature. The element that connects humans with the greater cosmos is turning to be the harbinger of disease and sickness. And what is making this life-supporting resource harmful and toxic is the rampant pollution we humans are inflicting on it, triggering even a greater catastrophe of climate change. For many, good air has become a luxury they can't afford. Good air in which we and our children can breathe health, can breathe hope, and most importantly, breathe freely. With this mission of ensuring good air for all forever, Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council, India's premier universal well-being advocacy institution, launched the Good Air Movement in 2019. The movement worked to amplify the call towards a world where no one is left behind. Aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, the Council is unwavering in its commitment to climate action and addressing the social determinants of health. The Good Air Movement became a citizen-led initiative, led by passionate climate champions, leaders, and experts. The movement got its voice from lakhs of children who pledged to do all that it takes to restore good air for all.
आज के बहुत संवेदनशील विषय पर्यावरण पर यहाँ इकट्ठा हुए सभी भाइयों और बहनों, आज भी दिल्ली में हम देखते हैं हवा अगर अच्छी चली तो कोई प्रदूषण नहीं रहता, हवा नहीं चली कि बहुत बिगड़ा हुआ प्रदूषण होता है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आपकी इस चर्चा में बहुत सारा विचार मंथन होगा और एक प्रतिज्ञा करके संकल्प लेकर जाओगे वापस कि प्रदूषण के कम करने के लिए जो भी कर सकते हैं हम करेंगे।
Please rise, all of you. The real India is you. Rise to the occasion. We need clean air, clean water, and clean environment just to live our life like normal people in this world.
It was a luxury to have a car in one family, but now it is a necessity for every member of the family to have a car. Don't play with the nature. Nature will play havoc on you.
Sitting in a closed room and talking about environment is very easy, I would say. Walking on the ground when you see that your environment is dying and with the pollution made by yourself. So the beaches पे कचरा ऊपर से नहीं आया है, हमने ही फेंका है. And we have to work on a solution.
The movement gained momentum with the onboarding of various like-minded people and organizations that are working hard for sustainable, actionable, and practical solutions to this colossal human crisis. Continuing its drive to encourage multi-sectoral solutions and collaborative approaches, and to further strengthen the collective responsibility at the organizational, institutional, and governance levels, the IHW Council welcomes you to another milestone of this movement, Good Air Summit and Awards, that will initiate meaningful change, inspire action, and create a world where clean air comes as a natural and fundamental right to all. Supporting life, sustaining health, and helping everyone achieve their life's potential.
From clean energy, we now steer into another critical domain, green mobility. This session focuses on the critical intersection of transport and air quality. As India moves towards e-mobility, smart infrastructure, and last-mile connectivity, the decisions we make now will determine the air our children breathe tomorrow. I request the speakers to please join me on stage as I read out your introductions. Moderating this session is Mr. Suyash Gupta, a national voice for clean transport fuels and sustainable mobility policy. Our speakers for this panel are Mr. Siddharth Verma, Civil Servant, Indian Railway Traffic Service, Ministry of Railways, driving innovation in the public transport system. We also have Mr. Jayesh Shalar, CMO, Blue Energy Motors, leading India's move towards zero-emission trucking. We will shortly be joined by Mr. Narayan, Chairman, Anglian Omega Group, Transforming Green Logistics and Fleet Electrification. We have Sir here with us. Can we please have a huge round of applause for all our panelists? Over to you, Mr. Gupta, to moderate the discussion.
Thank you so much, Vaishnavi, and a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it's a privilege for me to moderate this very vital session on the future of green mobility, a subject that lies at the very heart of India's journey towards sustainable development. I'd first like to thank Kamal ji and IHW Council for their continued commitment for organizing such insightful dialogues, and we've seen those wonderful videos. And thank you for inviting me to contribute, Kamal ji. In this session, we'll explore not just the transition to electric vehicles, but also the broader canvas of clean mobility, including public transport, alternative fuels, and how innovation, infrastructure, and policy must align for a better tomorrow. In the interest of time, I'll jump on to our session quickly. The way we've structured this is we'll have opening remarks from each of our stellar panelists, and then moving on to our panel discussions where I have some questions prepared for them. To begin with, let me start with you, Uday. And Mr. Uday Narayan is a global business leader and a clean tech entrepreneur who transitioned from successful international finance career to founding Omega Seeki Mobility. Did I pronounce it rightly? Good. One of India's leading electric vehicle manufacturers. Since returning to India in 2015, he's been focused on creating sustainable, data-driven EV ecosystem that challenges both environmental concerns and driver income outcomes.
Well, first of all, great to be here, and it's a very, very special day, World Environment Day. So really, I'm really excited to be here. I got into this journey. I leave. I'm an ex-Wall Street banker. About 30 years in U.S. and Europe, and to come back, what drives me every day now, almost for the last decade, is to make a change. Green energy and sustainability is very core to my heart. 31 of the most polluted cities in the world, unfortunately, in our country. I'm really, we've got a great thing happening in this country. We've got, we're definitely going to be the third largest economy, and we're going to be a very, very powerful country. But I think what's extremely environment is important. हम लोग सब कहते हैं, I've picked up Hindi in the last few years, so I always use an opportunity to speak. But हम लोग सब कहते हैं भारत माता की जय. But अगर अपनी माँ को ही प्यार नहीं करेंगे, so I think the environment is like our mother. It's extremely important कि हम इसको देखें. OSM मैंने start करी थी. Obviously Omega has been involved for 56 years in this country. हम steel, automotive parts, is on the length and breadth of in automotive automobile industry. So about 10 years ago, I decided कि हमने कुछ एक change लाना था. So we got into EVs. तब EVs were not so, उस time पे, बजाज जी भी नहीं थे, और महिंद्रा भी आया था, और पियाजो, बहुत कम लोग थे. आज 10 वर्षों के बाद इस country में everybody is now in this EV, journey. आप देखते हैं कि दिल्ली में 2027 के बाद उन्होंने clearly कह दिया है कि even CNG is out. It's going to be electric. There is so much happening. You just, Qureshi ji yesterday and the Department of Heavy Industries talked about how international players can come into the EV sector. Every state knows that हमें clean or green environment के लिए काम करना पड़ेगा. Look, it's not just EVs, it's hydrogen, it is alternate fuels, it's hybrids. Technology plays a big role. I think Make in India plays a big role, because आप EVs की बात करेंगे तो थोड़ा बहुत rare earths की बात आएगी. China controls that. उसमें भी थोड़ा सा भी game चल रहा है. लेकिन the journey, this environment, this country, all of you and your kids and आपके parents and grandfathers को एक clean or green India का they deserve it, right? And I think It is one of the most important, ये बहुत ही important agenda है, for the future. OSM was started. Part of that, we built OSM for that. We are one of the major players in the three-wheeler sector. We're doing it in the truck sector. I think you're going to see a huge change. I mean, जितनी नम green plates आपको नजर आने लगी हैं, हमारे not just tier 1 but tier 2, 3, 4 cities में, that's a great step. अभी तो लोग यहाँ इंडिया में कहते हैं ट्रेलर अभी स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ तो फिर मूवी, अभी तो ट्रेलर की बात छोड़ो, अभी उससे भी पीछे हैं, बहुत काम बाकी है. But in the last 4, 5, 6 years, we have come so far. All the big players, the Taras, the Mahindras, the Bajajes, everybody's in this game, the TVSs, and I think, what we at least have achieved. I started as a startup, obviously, can't say a startup, we, come from an industrial background, but really built products for the future. But India में environment की बात तब होगी जब TCO, total cost ownership, that's an extremely important. इंडिया में हम लोग सब बात करते हैं कि हम environment की परवाह करते हैं, but लेकिन इंडिया में हम अपनी जेब को पहले देखते हैं. तो हमें वो products बनाने पड़े जो TCO मॉडल में काम करते हैं, जिसके अंदर reliability होगी, service होगी. Look, in this journey, let's be honest, अगर आप numbers देखो, ICE के vehicles में fire और EV के vehicles में fire बहुत minimal है, but मीडिया में ज़्यादा बोला जाता है. आप डेटा से देखिए, आप उसके बाद प्रोडक्ट भी इंप्रूव हुए हैं, क्वालिटी भी इंप्रूव हुई है, एंड you'll see a lot more happening. I'm hoping, I'm a big Martin Luther King fan. His favorite speech back in the early 60s was about, I have a dream that this country, this Bharat Mata, is a cleaner, greener country. And honestly, all of you, आप सबको, especially the Nari Shaktis, have to be part of this, because 48% of the population is them, and if we don't take them along, we're never going to make this country strong. So I hope all of you, not just come to the conferences, but make sure you take it back home, you take it back to everybody else. And if you ever want to join this journey, I'm an old man, but maybe for the next 50 more years, I'll be on this journey. I'm happy for all of you to join us, but make sure, put Bharat Mata first. Thank you very much.
Great, Uday, tremendous. I must say I'm extremely impressed with your Hindi. Great Hindi, and you rightly said, Bharat Mata ki jai, and we always talk about Mother Earth, and in Hinduism and in most of the religions, it's Janani Janmabhumischa Swargadapi Gariyasi. And to your other comment which you made, I link it to one of the comments I made in the earlier session. I was watching a Jeff Bezos session, and the moderator asked Bezos about Plan B. So he said, no, I don't have a Plan B. Plan B is that stick to Plan A. So sustainable mobility needs to be the plan. It needs to be our only plan.
I think you're absolutely right, and I'll let the others speak, but I think the only way this will work in this country, and I keep gonna say it, हमने सब कुछ try कर लिया sir, लेकिन it's the TCO. We came up with a one-ton truck. अगर वो Tata Ace के equivalent pricing में नहीं है, तो logistic players नहीं use करेंगे. Right? So I think you have to bring sustainable, but you have to build that pricing and that sustainability to grow in this journey. That's very important.
Absolutely, and in my experience of almost 20 plus years in the public space, I've seen no policy will ever work without government, I'll say whether it's electric, whether it's fuel, any fuel, every alternate fuels comes at a significant inconvenience per se. And this is where the policymakers need to step in. They need to subsidize not just for 1 or 2 years, announce FAME 1, FAME 2. They need to do it consistently until the time the key objectives are met. Because the larger goal is, of course, clean air, but it's also energy security. So great points, Uday. I'll move on to our next panelist, Mr. Siddharth Verma from the Ministry of Railways. Mr. Verma is a civil servant from the Indian Railway Traffic Service, currently serving with the Ministry of Railways. He works at the intersection of passenger and freight logistics, urban mobility and infrastructural sustainability. He has led key operations in key regions including Varanasi and Lucknow, and played a major role in special initiatives like the Ram Mandir, Pran Pratishtha, and of course, the very recent Mahakumbh 2025. Siddharth, to you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Namaskar. Bharat Mata ki Jai. It's a great privilege to be on this panel of innovators. I think Uday really kicked it off very well. Green mobility is not reflective of just our climate ambition or the issue of climate change, but it will define how India will work, India will grow, and India will move in the 21st century. In the past few years, we have, made leaps and bounds progress. EV sales last year almost touched, I think, 2 million, led by two-wheeler and three-wheeler sales. We have almost doubled our charging infrastructure. Electric buses are running in more than 70 cities now in India. So we have made a lot of progress. But the challenge remains that the penetration of these technologies, penetration of EVs and alternate fuels is still, there's still much to be desired in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So there's a need of change of perspective as well. While individual innovations, isolated solutions are very important, but we also have to look at creating an ecosystem, creating a whole system which promotes these innovations. Secondly, there's a need to shift from just singled out solutions to public transport as well. We have focused a lot on EV ownership, but we are not really focusing a lot on public transport. Secondly, we are not focusing a lot on how these systems integrate within a city. Let's talk about Indian Railways, because I belong to this organization. There's a lot that Indian Railways has done for sustainability. Railways itself, even before taking any measures for sustainability, it is one of the greener options of transport, because there's a lot of bulk transport that happens in railways, both with passengers and goods. So the per capita impact on emissions is quite low in railways. Secondly, railways has completed more than 90% electrification at breathtaking speed. Let me tell you the amount of investment that has gone in, the amount of effort that has gone in. We have done more electrification in the past 5 years than we have done in maybe the past 2 decades. So electrification we have done really well. Secondly, we have also experimented with hydrogen fuel cells. We have started off with the heritage routes. The pilot project is starting in the Jind-Sonipat route, and subsequently we'll go to other heritage routes as well. So we are still not going to implement it in the normal passenger routes, but we are going to do it in heritage routes. Secondly, the freight corridor has come up in a great way. Even though it is not using any alternative fuel, but when you put a lot of cargo from road to rail, it has a lot of impact on emissions, and it also reduces congestion on your normal rail lines. So apart from this, we are coming up with many different things, using solar energy in a lot of stations. We are using energy efficient locomotives that have regenerative braking. So there's a lot of effort that is going in, but there's a lot of ground to cover as well, because most of these solutions are isolated. A lot of people are trying different things in this country right now. My message to you, and the thing which I want to discuss on this panel, is that how can we bring up a policy infrastructure in this country? The ecosystem needs to be there, because most of the innovative solutions that we are bringing in green mobility, they have to be implemented on the ground in cities. And our urban governance has not yet caught up to these new things. In a city, if you go to many developed countries, what you need is integrated transport systems. You get out of the metro, you have something available there. You get out of your car, you know where to park it. You get on the metro, you park your car near the river, there's a streamer service available there. So how well these systems integrate with each other is extremely important. So this integration will bring about important change in the way people look at their logistics needs. So looking at sustainable transport is essential, but along with that, we have to also look at bringing cheaper mobility solutions, bringing accessibility of these mode of transports that are there, and empowering our city and state governments to actually give space to these innovations. So thank you so much. Let us bring this conversation forward.
Thank you, Siddharth. Amazing points, and the point you referred to creating an ecosystem, and to ensure last mile connectivity, and that's key. Irrespective of the solution we bring in, last mile connectivity is key. And while on you, give us some background of what's happening in Jean Sonipat line you mentioned.
So we are retrofitting diesel engines with hydrogen fuel cells. So, hydrogen fuel cells, even though I think Uday would know more about it, but in private vehicles, it has not really kicked off the way it should have. But there are a lot of applications of green hydrogen in industrial and in mass transport. So we are having a pilot project of running these heritage lines by retrofitting diesel engines with hydrogen fuel cells. So
it's really a really great step. I mean, we've been working on hydrogen vehicles. The ecosystem hasn't been set up, but I think if you look at what's happening in China and some other countries, they're far, far ahead. And I think this is a great step. Look, I think one thing is great, to see even the railways, take that. It's a very big country. I've learned one thing, and when I came back after 30 years back to this country, my mom said one thing: agar India mein rehna hai to complain mat karo. Work towards building a better system. So my point is that, we can take this, you're talking about, the metro lines, the buses, the streamers. We've got to look at international success, but we have to really, really accommodate according to India. Right? हम लोग ये नहीं सोच सकते कि ज़ूरिक में ऐसे चल रहा है और सिंगापुर में ऐसा चल रहा है. This is not Singapore, and they don't have that 1.4 billion and I don't even know how many more hundreds of million there. So I think there's a lot going on, and the cities continue to grow. But we've got to, and I also want to say one more step. I don't think it's only Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore. We've got to go tier 2, 3, 4 cities. हम लोग वो 2-4 cities में ही लोगों को ऊपर उठा के पूरी country को साथ लेके चलना है, तभी बनेगी बात, in my view.
Absolutely, Uday. And the kind of messaging, the impact is not just about this line. It's about the messaging which goes across. So thank you, Siddharth. I'd now like to invite Jayesh, Mr. Jayesh Shaler, the Chief Marketing Officer of Blue Energy Motors. Mr. Shaler is a senior marketing and strategy expert with nearly 2 decades of experience in the commercial vehicle industry. As a CMO of Blue Energy Motors, he is driving the push for low-emission LNG trucks in India, particularly for heavy-duty freight segment, an area with significant carbon impact. And he has had a very rich history with Mahindra, Tata Motors, and so much more. So over to you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Suyash. That was a very kind introduction. Thank you for the organizers for having this panel and the distinguished panelists. I think excellent views from Mr. Narayan and Siddharth also over here. Let me focus on the space that I come from, that is heavy duty trucking, and from cities and urban, let's move to highways. And it is said that if you can't measure it, then it doesn't improve, right? That is if you can't measure something, then you can't improve it, right? That's how it is said. So let me try and get a different perspective, and let me see if we can. So, all of us, someone mentioned about, this being a digital citizenship in the earlier panel. And if you look at, if we had an app on our phone where we could measure the carbon impact of every action that we have, right? And we had this in previous sessions where most of the speakers spoke about what is the carbon impact that every action has got, right? We had the example from Agni Moksha, which was mentioned, and electricity in the earlier panel by Professor Rehan, right? This invisible impact is what heavy duty trucking is all about, from our morning coffee to the food on plates or the deliveries that we get from, our e-commerce suppliers. Everything actually has an impact, and heavy duty trucking is this invisible impact that is there, continuously through our lives. We just don't realize it. And if I have to put a number to this, then, there are about around 4 million heavy duty trucks today in India, right? And this number is only going to grow. Maybe at a CAGR of 7%, in next decade, you will see about 8 million of these trucks, mostly dominated by diesel now, right? And let me give you a statistic around that. An average heavy duty truck covers almost 1 lakh kilometers in a year. And covering this distance it emits about 100 tons of CO2. Now you can just multiply that impact and see what is the kind of emission that is happening on highways. Now if you look at the total automotive population on Indian highways today, these heavy trucks contribute to only 2% of that population. But if you look at the pollution impact they have got, they contribute to almost 40% of this pollution, right? And that's a huge number. So that's impacting our lives more than we realize, because they're not seen on the cities. They're not visible to us because they are on the highways day and night. 68% of the freight in India is actually moved through highways, right? And this is done by heavy duty trucks. Now, what is the solution to going green, right? Mr. Narayan mentioned about TCO. TCO needs to make sense. And today we know that the cost of technology is high when it comes to electrification. But I believe that India does not have a single pathway. There's a multi-pathway that goes, there's going to be an energy mix, because you need to give a consumer what makes sense. For example, in heavy duty trucking, the average distance that a truck might travel would be from, say, Delhi to Chennai, or, from Kolkata to Mumbai. Now if you actually go electric with that, today the heaviest electric trucks have got a range of about 150-200 kilometers, and they have a payload disadvantage. Having said all that, if you had to develop a charging infra throughout, the charging downtime and everything would not make immediate economic sense, and therefore the TCO. And that is why you will not see adoption. And that's discouraging for the system, and we should not go that way. What we should do is, we need to find a use case for every technology, because every technology has that use case. So what we see is LNG, for example, it knocks off almost 30% of CO2, it knocks off 70% of NOx, and it knocks off almost all particulate matter. So that's the impact that's there, right, per kilometer. Blue Energy Motors has been pioneering this space. We have almost 800 LNG trucks today plying on Indian highways. Covered more than 5 million kilometers, knocked off almost 15,000 tons of CO2 if equivalent diesel trucks had to do this, right? Now these trucks have a range of almost 1500 kilometers with a double tank 2400 kilometers. So they can go. We started Blue Energy Motors when there was just one LNG station in India. Today there are 26. So the ecosystem is building. And therefore the long haul, the immediate impact that vehicles can have on pollution, heavy duty vehicles, is through transitioning to LNG in an immediate, because we have that impact. Meanwhile, the charging infrastructure builds up. We need to get in innovative solutions such as battery swapping, right? That's something, that is going to address the charging downtime. We need to get into battery as a service. Then battery becomes a fuel, as any other fuel that is there, and takes away the risk of ownership of battery from the consumer, and that's going to lead adoption. So unless the OEMs come forward and give innovative solutions, I think the adoption of these trucks is going to be a challenge, right? So I think the policymakers need to factor this into policy. There has to be consistency on policy making, so that the OEMs also get invested into those kind of technologies, and that helps the overall ecosystem.
Absolutely, Jayesh. I mean, couldn't agree with you more. Every stakeholder, as I mentioned, has a limited firepower. We have limited bandwidth, and the optimization of resources need to be in place. Wow, I mean, you mentioned 4 million heavy-duty trucks on Indian roads, mostly diesel, out of which 800 have been converted to LNG. Now, when you say converted, Jayesh, is it about conversion from diesel to LNG, or it's a fresh build from, it's the news?
These are fresh build trucks. Conversion as a strategy is not the most efficient strategy, because essentially the diesel engines are of a different nature. They are, not spark ignition engines as the LNG are. They're two different fuel ecosystems. So these are freshly manufactured trucks which are being inducted, and in lieu of the diesel trucks which would have otherwise done these operations. So these are 800 new LNG trucks, and we are adding almost 50 to 100 trucks every month. So that's how the population is growing.
That's interesting. And who are the key? I mean, the OEMs, is it the fleet owners, or you're supplying to the literally the OEMs who are in fact reselling it?
That's an interesting question. And I'll take a leaf out of Mr. Narayan when he said the TCO should make sense. And that's where what is driving LNG. Now, if you look at LNG, it's 2x the cost of a normal diesel truck, but it delivers you 30% better fuel efficiency per kilometer as compared to a diesel. Additionally, on a retail basis, LNG is 10% cheaper to diesel. So that's 40%. At 1 lakh kilometers a year, there's a 35 lakh fuel bill that any transporter has to actually bear every year. 35 lakhs is the fuel bill that every average transporter has per truck. Now if you take 40% efficiency, you're just knocking off 15 lakhs from his fuel bill. And at a 2x cost, which is almost 25 lakhs, it translates to almost 25 lakhs. This is 2.5 years payback. So the TCO works, and that's how we are seeing adoption from the transporters. So the fleet owners are coming forward, the companies are coming forward. So we have almost 23 Fortune 500 companies where LNG trucks are plying through transporters who are actually adopting to clean tech, getting a better TCO than diesel, and also going green and knocking off TCO.
And are there any government incentives available for?
There's no incentive.
Without any incentives?
Without any incentive.
That's great to hear. That's great to hear.
I want to say one thing. I mean, Jayesh, been on the game myself for quite a bit of time. And you talked about FAME 1, 2. I was a big part of that. Now it's called PMIE Drive. I'll be honest, government की wait करोगे ना तो बहुत लंबी लाइन है, बहुत लंबी लाइन है. मैं बहुत रियलिस्टिक बोलता हूँ, थोड़ा सा कई बार आप लोगों को पसंद नहीं आएगा, बट मैं हर टाइम तो हमने इस जर्नी में क्या देखा है. I mean, you're absolutely right. The country is big enough. We've got to a stage where the 2, 3, and 1 ton, maybe up to 3 ton trucks are making TCO models work. I've worked on bigger trucks. We are working on 15-minute faster on buses. You know, you can do 700 to 1,000 kilometers if you put fast chargers, you know, but it doesn't have to be EV. It can be hydrogen. It can be, you know, newer technologies. Honorable Transport Minister जहाँ भी जाते हैं कहते हैं मैं इस vehicle में चल रहा हूँ जो, you know, hydrogen का है, कोई ethanol का है. So देखिए, this is a very wide country, and you know, कोई कुर्ता पहनता है तो कोई शेरवानी पहनता है तो कोई कुछ पहनता है. So I think everything works. You've just got to make sure that you can be able to get scale. I didn't know Blue Motors. I mean, sometimes I learn everything. To say that you've put 800 trucks and you've put 26 stations is very commendable, right? I'm sure it's not been an easy journey. It's been a very tough journey. But I'll tell you, we need soldiers like you guys. You know, we've got that frontline soldier. वो एक छोटी सी सैलरी में आपके लिए बंदूक की गोली लेता है. वो तो ये नहीं सोचता ना कि मैं आप घर में आराम से सो रहे हैं तो मैं ले रहा हूं. So all of us, it has to be a public-private partnership. I think if you're just waiting for Modi ji to clean this place up, I'm sorry, man, you're going to be waiting for a long time. We all got to clean this up ourselves, right? So I think this is a journey where we've all got to put ourselves. I mean, look at this. Railways is talking about hydrogen. Please, ये कब सोचा था 10 साल पहले? The change in thinking of the leadership. We've got to see. हम लोग सब क्या है? हमें आदत है कंप्लेन करने की. गवर्नमेंट ने ये नहीं किया, गवर्नमेंट ने. आपने क्या किया? पहले वो बताइए आपने क्या किया. So I think the government is changing. There is stuff happening. It is something that, you know, we've got to combine forces and we've got to be able to use all technologies, whatever technologies. मेरे लिए तो जो भी इस country को clean कर रहा है, मैं उस technology के लिए pro हूँ.
Taking a cue from what they mentioned, Jayesh, I have a question for you, which you kind of partly, you know, started to answer that in your comments. The heavy-duty trucks today contribute about 40% of road transport emissions. Yet the alternate fuel adoption, you know, including LNG, remains low. So coming back to the point which Uday also made, what kind of issues do you see, and do you see an issue, the regulatory framework, or do you believe there should be a better framework of providing incentives? Yeah, I mean, Jayesh.
So, I'll take a leaf out of what Mr. Narayan was saying, that if you depend on incentives, then you are not making, then you are actually playing a waiting game. You need to come up with innovative solutions, right? So I've spoken of LNG and how it makes TCO sense. Now, when it comes to electric, and I'm talking of the high-end spectrum now, which is the heavy-duty trucks, right? That's the largest animal we've got on Indian highways. Now, that's going to be almost 3x the cost. But if you drop out the battery, you're going to make it affordable to the customers, right? Now, you start providing battery as a service, you start investing. You don't wait for people to put up the charging infra. You put up swap stations, you prove a case in point, you prove a use case to somebody, and then people adopt it. in India, I have seen that if you show business sense to people and you prove it to them that this is possible, you will see adoption. So what's lacking is basically initiative. We've saw Siddharth talking about Indian Railways doing fuel cell. That's a great initiative that they have taken. You know? So all the new OEMs who've come into this space, which is traditionally dominated by a few business houses, are actually taking great initiative. So I think more initiative that people take and given significant impact onto the environment, I think customers are going to see it, and if it's a viable TCO, we need to design innovative solutions so that they adopt it. That's how we'll gain scale.
And when you talk about, yes, I agree with that incentives, we shouldn't be playing the waiting game. But having said that, there are two kinds of incentives. One is fiscal incentive and one is non-fiscal incentive. And Jayesh, coming back to you again on this, for the lines, for the routes on which the LNG vehicles are already plying, if hypothetically the respective state government would like to come out with a diktat, okay, on this route, we would prefer that, okay, we will give this kind of an incentive to the fleet owners because the infrastructure is already in place for LNG fueling. So it is going to drive efficiency across this sector. No other segment is going to invest too much into that sector. It's going to be efficiency for all. I mean, non-fiscal incentives. What do you think?
So, what I feel in terms of a support that definitely government can do is about encouraging the availability of finance for these alternate vehicles. Because what happens is, today the adoption is limited to a few who can manage that kind of financing. Now that's not available for all. All the traditional financiers have to still warm up to the alternate energy game. They're still playing the traditional game. So if there are support which come around finance, I think that will lead to larger accessibility of these technology and trucks to a population which should be reached to.
Okay. Great. Uday, I think you picked up the mic. You had a comment on that. Go ahead.
Look, I think that, I keep saying this is a marathon, not a sprint. And I think that a lot of work still needs to happen. I think we've got to revamp this whole system. I think what has happened with our transportation system, look at the highways, look at the railways. I just saw, I think the Shinkansen from Japan is getting ready. It's being testing right now. I was in Japan about 10 days ago, and I had an opportunity to talk to some people. So see what is going on overall in this country. I'm always going to say, I'm a complete optimist, and I'm optimist because do you have kids? Do you have kids? I want them to live in a really cleaner, greener, whether it is the environment, whether it's the water, whatever it is. हम इस country, इस देश को, third largest economy or third largest stock market तो बना ही रहे हैं, लेकिन उसके साथ the country needs to be, much better in quality of life. And I think, the work that Siddharth is doing and Jayesh is doing, guys like me, little guys can learn from this and can pick this up. And I think, ये एक marathon भी है, लेकिन ये एक relay race भी है. So Jayesh जी से मुझे पकड़ना है, मुझे से सिद्धार्थ जी को पकड़ना है, हम सबको साथ में, सर आपको तो कभी छोड़ेंगे नहीं. I mean, you also are part of this, and I think all of you are part of this. So देखिए, I think new tech. एक चीज और है. We have the youngest population in the world. We have men and women who are thinking outside the box. Government की नौकरी, nothing against government. Government की नौकरियां करनी छोड़ो, अपनी कंपनियां बनाओ, नई चीजें करो, रिस्क लो, मम्मी डैडी की सुनने की जरूरत नहीं है, चैलेंज लो, फेलियर से मत डरो. And I think build new. I'm not standing for political office. I have no interest in that. But I'm very, very.
I think you will do great.
No. I'm really, I came back after 30 years, and I think, we have an opportunity in this country to really shine. I'm not worried about China, US, let them fight it out, I'm not bothered about them. Let's make our own country. Absolutely. And let's do this. And I think, all of this in transportation, and if transportation is better, if mobility is better, I think we're going to lift a lot of people. And I think, I'm again and again, I'm very excited so that railway is going to play a huge part of that.
And I think your optimism is not unrealistic, because we've already shown with digital payments, for instance. 10 years ago, it was almost nothing, right? Within 10 years, we have implemented it in such a great way that even a small vegetable vendor is, using those methods of payment. And the reason is that, the government maybe would not provide you incentives everywhere, but there are psychoanalytical tools now, the government and, different governments can nudge you towards things. So sometimes that nudge can be a bit of a push. So
you're absolutely right. The government can help you, which they did with PMI driving before that, FAME 1-2. It gave the impetus, and I think you're absolutely right, and I'm agreeing with you. They should forget about this and give the trucks a real push.
I agree. Siddharth, staying with you, with your experience, what do you think? What do you think is the role of public transport, especially Indian Railways, in terms of green mobility? Vis-a-vis the private EVs? What do you think?
So the thing is, one of the biggest complaints that people have in India, if you look at it, is हमारे जो cities हैं, हमारे शहर हैं, they are not great, right? There's a lot of inconvenience. For pedestrians, there's no path, right? You can't walk. If you go to the metro, right, you get off the metro, it is not well connected with the railway station. You again have to carry a big luggage, you have to navigate a lot of obstacles to actually live in a city. But you want a city which has seamless transport, right? कि आप यहाँ से उतरे आपको दूसरी चीज़ मिल गई, आप वहाँ से उतरे आपको तीसरी चीज़ मिल गई. Only then will you be able to actually harness the potential of public transport. Until then, people will say, भाई we'll invest money and we'll buy private vehicles.
And safety भी होनी चाहिए. एक सबसे बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट बात है, ये सब होने के बाद जो ट्रैवलर्स हैं, जो women हैं, जो रात को ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं, सेफ्टी होनी चाहिए. वो बहुत जरूरी है, बहुत ज़्यादा जरूरी है.
Definitely. So public transport will play a great role. In Uttar Pradesh, for example, जिस state को मैं belong करता हूँ, in a lot of cities, metro systems are coming up. We recently had the inauguration of metro system in Kanpur. So metro systems are coming up in a lot of cities, and they are really helping people there. But now the challenge is how we are going to ensure that they are integrated to other forms of transport. Secondly, we are building at a very fast pace. And one thing which we have not really focused on is that building also gives rise to a lot of emissions, right? Air quality में हम fireworks देख लेते हैं, अभी पिछले सेशन में कुछ लोग क्रिमेटोरियम तक देख रहे थे. But I think ये सारी चीज़ें are minuscule when it comes to emissions, right? So we should have our focus at the right place. When I was working as a policy analyst in the Department of Transport in UK, one of the biggest challenges in front of HS2, which was from London to northern cities, was कि आप work site emissions को कैसे reduce करें. You are using big construction vehicles, excavators, forklifts, सब चीज़ें डीजल पे रन कर रही हैं. Then you are excavating, there are a lot of PM 2.5, PM 10 emissions. So when you are building, you are actually destroying your air quality a lot. So उस पे there is still a lot of research and a lot of things to be done. The biggest challenge is if you implement a lot of measures, the cost will also go up. So we need measures which do not really impact a lot the cost of your projects a lot, but that is a kind of cost benefit analysis which each and every project will have to do. But somehow we'll need to get in those innovative measures as well when we are building infrastructure in India, and we have to build at a great pace because China has built in the last 3 decades at a great pace, and we can no longer fall short in this.
Great point, sir. Thank you, Siddharth. It's so important to identify the key areas where the pollution is emanating from. Coming to you, Uday, I read your LinkedIn profile, and you have a very rich history of, very impressive profile. And I'd like to know about your experience, your journey, when you started this, and about Omega CK, your company. You are.
Look, I was, I left India when I was very young. I went over to the States, and I thought.
The question would be, how would you differentiate yourself with other players today?
With other players, yeah. So just first, so for me, after 30 years on Wall Street, I wanted to make a change. I just wanted to make a change. I was sitting in my, since you spent some time in the UK, hedge fund alleys in Mount Street in London. So I was sitting in my office in Mount Street, and I said, I want to make a change. And I came back to Asia after being away for so long. India is a tough place to stay, but I thought, okay, but I wanted to make a change in green energy sustainability. I started started building Omega Seki Mobility pre-COVID, and we put a lot of money at work, and then COVID happened. And so, you know, it gave me extra impetus to even build. You could see when all the transportation stopped, how great the environment became, right? So it gave me more impetus. We built OSM on only two things. Number one, I want to be hitting tier 2, 3, 4. I wanted to build a sustainable business. I didn't believe that, you know, I see a lot of startups that started with us, and I can't call myself a startup because we come with a long history of industry in this country. I wanted to build vehicles for the masses. You know, I think, you know, हम लोग बहुत आज की डेट में ये टिकटॉक, ये Instagram और ये सब movie stars ये बड़ी-बड़ी गाड़ियों में घूमते हैं, वो बहुत कम लोग हैं. We all feel great about it, but I mean, you want to make a change in the three-wheelers, in the two-wheelers, in the commercial sector. जहाँ ये लोग, you know, this is what's important. That's what, I mean, the trucks and these vehicles make very high emissions. So I think I wanted to work on that. We wanted to work on new technology. We're like I compare myself to, you know, to Zara. New products, new design, faster, quicker. और मेरा एक और goal था. All the big boys and girls in this game, इनकी ज़िंदगी खराब करनी है. इनको तंग करना है. तंग क्यों करना है? मतलब all the big players, नए products, नए design, नया cost और ऐसा cost निकालो. So उसमें एक ही ग्रुप की विक्ट्री होती है. अगर मैं प्रोडक्ट अच्छा बनाऊंगा, उससे अच्छा प्रोडक्ट अगर बजाज बनाएगा और बजाज से अच्छा प्रोडक्ट अगर महिंद्रा बनाएगा, विक्ट्री किसकी सर? विक्ट्री किसकी? मैं आपसे क्वेश्चन पूछ रहा हूं, किसकी विक्ट्री? कंज्यूमर की. तो अगर कंज्यूमर की विक्ट्री है, उसमें ही मेरी विक्ट्री है, उसी में कंट्री क्लीन और ग्रीन होगी. एंड दैट्स OSM. आई मीन, आई एम नॉट हियर टू जस्ट, यू नो, do round A, B, C, D or put it on the exchange. We'll put it, but I think this is where I'm driven.
Lovely points there. Jayesh, coming back to you, and in the interest of time, we're about 10 minutes to wind up this session, so I'd like, you know, brief answers, and then I'd like to ask questions from the audience. What kind of ecosystem, you know, ecosystem level collaboration, Jayesh, do you think is essential to accelerate the overall sustainable freight mobility in particular? I know we touched about this in a way.
So I think the key word that you use there is collaboration, and I think yes, that's the key. Unless, you know, multiple stakeholders collaborate together, and this is not just OEMs, financiers, infrastructure. You know, if you talk of the LNG infrastructure, then the OMCs need to, you know, invest, expand into the LNG infrastructure. When it comes to charging solutions, the charge point operators and the OEMs themselves need to, you know, come forward and build these charging systems. OEMs per se need to come up with innovative solutions so that the consumer wins, and you know, we have solutions which are adoptable at scale, right? And financials, of course, can't be hedging all their risks. You know, they need to have confidence, help build the new India, and I think that level of collaboration, if it's there, then I think in the coming 5 to 7 years, I predict at least 30 to 40% of the vehicles on Indian highways would be with alternate fuels.
Oh, lovely, lovely. That's a great point. Siddharth, how do we reconcile the green goals, you know, of the country, of the policymakers, with the push for private vehicle ownership? How do you look at that?
So, congestion is a big problem in India because we are a very dense country. And more congestion, even with alternative fuels, more congestion would mean more emissions. So that is a big challenge for us. So for that, the only thing is that what the consumer, you have to put the consumer first. What the consumer finds more convenient will eventually win. So if the consumer actually finds private vehicle ownership as to be very tedious, you know, you get stuck in traffic, the operating costs are high, public transport is great. If the consumer is able to find public transport close to their home and they are able to seamlessly reach their destination, then I would think definitely public transport usage will grow. Look at Delhi, for example. You know, when the metro, you look at any metro system, when you have a single line, it usually has very low ridership. As you improve lines, as you bring in more interconnections, automatically the usage grows. You would see that in Lucknow as well. The usage of Lucknow metro has remained quite low. And the reason is that for many years we have had only a single line. So Secondly, we need to put urban mobility at the center of urban planning in India. It is still not there, let me tell you. We need to bring urban mobility at the center of urban planning in city governance. Municipal corporations in India are still lagging behind when it comes to this. State urban development departments are really lagging behind when it comes to this. And secondly, they need to get on board railways, highways, waterways, bus, everything on a single platform. Even Niti Aayog for many years has been recommending that you need a common urban planning body in cities, which will get even the private sector and all agencies together. Right now, the railways would be having its own plans in a major city. The bus operators would be having their own future plans, and roadways would be having its own future plans without any integration between them. So this integration will actually put forth public transport at a level in which the usage would improve, and eventually for a very populous country like India, public transport is the answer.
Absolutely. I mean, the best utilization of limited firepower with everyone. And taking a cue from that, and Uday, over to you with your brief closing comment. Then we'll move on to the audience questions. With your multi-sectoral experience, Uday, how do you view the point which Siddharth just made about cross-industry collaboration as well? About, for example, and including energy space, the automotive, the OEMs, the finance, in terms of shaping the future of clean mobility. How
Siddharth is absolutely spot on. This is a combined collaboration. Trump-san says, let's make America great again. India can be made great. It was great and will be great always. I don't know, we don't need to be again. The point is, I think a combination of road transport, highways, railways, waterways, a complete combination. But isme financing is extremely important. Whether आपका CNG, LNG, electric, कुछ भी है, we need that financing. I think there has to be some more government support in that. There has been work. मुझे बहुत अफसोस होता है कि आज भी वो lower income वालों को 17 to 20% interest देना पड़ता है. I think that's not fair. I think the big banks need to be part of it. Kahin na kahin, I'm not saying this is going to be the United States or Europe or Japan or Korea. China, we talk about China, the Chinese government is giving support in a massive way. So we can't compare ourselves there, right? 0% loans. I don't think that's going to happen here. But I think a combined effort, and I think in that combined effort, all of you also have to be a part. I think this is a combined national. I mean, जब हमारी war होती है तो मैंने देखा कितनी जल्दी सब लोग एक ही line पे आ जाते हैं. I think this is a war against an environment that is continually decaying, and I think we have to take it personally. अगर आप लोग अपने बच्चों की केयर करते हो जितना आप लोग अपने घर और एजुकेशन की सोचते हो, I think we can make a difference. But I think it has to be a combined effort of Jayesh, Siddharth, me, and all of us, and obviously government at the central, state, local level. And I think, what Siddharth said, combined. हम लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि transportation of our batteries and equipment through train. अब क्या होता है? ट्रेन से जब आगे जाना होता है, वो ना that is not connected. So हम लोग बहुत कुछ करते हैं, कोशिश करते हैं. Last mile connectivity नहीं है. That's what it is. Sorry, time's up, so I'll
thank
say thank you.
Okay, in the interest of time, I do not want to stand between lunch and so one question. Maybe the gentleman here. Let's have the gentleman here, and maybe please catch hold of them during lunchtime. We don't want to delay everybody's lunch. Maybe the gentleman here first. And please keep your question brief. That'll help. Thank you.
Regarding the electrification of the large trucks possibilities, as I heard to Mr. Nitin Gadkari, our Honorable Minister, on the Delhi to Jaipur highway, that the electrification mode of buses is the TOSA system, that is the trolley bus optimization, which he copied from Geneva.
Your question is addressed to whom?
Maybe Mr. Narang.
Okay, Mr. Narang.
Yeah, means in that bus, innovative bus charging system, that is the flashpoint charging points, where just in 45 seconds a bus will be charged en route. So by just by copying this particular the fast 600 kilowatt, I mean very high power charging points, is it adaptable across highways in India for heavy trucks, electric heavy trucks, to increase the electric infrastructure of the?
देखिए सर, देश बहुत बड़ा है. नितिन गडकरी जी, ऑनरेबल प्राइम ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्टर, बहुत ही अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं. हर जगह वो लगना पॉसिबल नहीं है. कहीं एरियाज में आपको LNG लगाना पड़ेगा, CNG, बट द आइडिया इज ग्रेट. आई थिंक आप नागपुर में तो जरूर देख, आप गुजरात में देखेंगे, आप यहाँ भी देखेंगे, लेकिन नेशनली इतनी जल्दी लगाना, ग्रिड के पास वो पावर अवेलेबिलिटी, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, कॉस्टिंग, आई थिंक इट विल टेक सम टाइम. अगेन, इसको सबको थोड़ा सा टाइम लगेगा, लेकिन आई थिंक इट्स अ ग्रेट आइडिया. आई थिंक इट कैन बी इंस्टीट्यूटेड, बट इन अ mass scale like India, I think it's going to take some time, but it's a step in the right direction. And जयेश जी ने बोला था, कुछ भी कर रहे हैं, it's in the step in the right direction. एक चीज होगी तो और चीजें होंगी, ecosystem मिलेगा, village बनेगा. But I'm excited to see Honorable Transport Minister is doing this, and I think yes, it's possible, but it will take some time.
Thank you. One final quick question, and then we'll break for lunch. Please catch hold of the panelists on lunch.
Change to LNG, 9% interest rate, no low rate of interest, no subsidy, 28% GST is on that LNG truck, and diesel truck and LNG truck both are having 28% GST. Can't we reduce it?
Thank you, sir. And so we'll.
The EV vehicle is 5%.
Thank you, sir. Jayesh. Yeah.
So I'll tell you. Any support that comes through government is welcome, but things as they are today, if you look at LNG is already viable. I spoke about it. 28% GST, so the net difference is almost 25 lakhs between the cost of the truck. And if you're knocking off 15 lakhs on fuel per annum, as I told you, on the benefit on fuel efficiency and the fuel costing, then you have a 1.5 2 years payback, which is why it will have a natural adoption. And we are seeing that grow now. With only thing which Mr. Narayan also mentioned and I briefly touched upon is, if you have availability of finance, then the larger group of transporters and customers can be captured, right? So that's all.
Thank you so much. And thank you, sir. With this, we would conclude this session. Thank you for these stellar panelists. I thoroughly enjoyed moderating this. One thing which emanates from the points the three gentlemen made: the future of green mobility is not going to be built on just one solution, not just one fuel. It would demand a significant synergy between the policy, the public systems, and of course, private ingenuity. So thank you so much. Let's give a big hand to IHW for also bringing these points on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you to our panel for such an engaging and forward-looking discussion. I now invite Ms. Kritika Agnihotri, leading sustainability at IHW, to felicitate our speakers and moderator with mementos. We begin with our speakers, Mr. Uday Narang. Mr. Siddharth Verma. Mr. Jayesh Shelar. And our moderator, Mr. Suyash Gupta. Thank you so much, everyone. I now invite you all to kindly proceed for lunch. We will resume at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please keep in touch. Yeah? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you. 5 minutes over time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a refreshing lunch. May I request you all to please be seated so we can proceed with the session. Thank you. It is with immense pride and purpose that we now unveil the Sustainability Hour, a landmark initiative born in 2024 with a powerful debut in Dubai and today rapidly rising as a global beacon for environmental leadership, corporate climate responsibility, and youth-driven innovation. The Sustainability Hour is not just a conversation, it is a movement to accelerate the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals by bringing to the forefront the bold voices of sustainability champions, from local innovators and grassroots activists to global thought leaders. At its heart, this platform is about action over aspiration, spotlighting tangible solutions that tackle the most urgent challenges of our time, from climate change to circular economy, clean air to conscious consumption. This initiative draws powerful inspiration from Mission Life, a call to action by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, urging citizens worldwide to embrace a lifestyle rooted in environmental consciousness and sustainable choices. Rooted in the profound Indian ethos of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family, the Sustainability Hour builds on the spirit of India's G20 presidency, transforming commitments into meaningful change and translating policies into people-centric progress. It is a space where corporates pledge with purpose, youth rise with resolve, and communities unite to build a planet that is greener, healthier, and more just. We now invite you to witness this spirit in action through the Sustainability Hour video.
At a time, 79th United Nations General Assembly brainstormed SDGs progress, revitalizing the Pact for the Future. IHW Council initiated the world's first Sustainability Hour from the global land of opportunities. Dubai, United Arab Emirate, a platform where SDGs champions took the center stage. To influence the world through their impact stories of driving change, groundbreaking innovation, transforming global goals into grassroots action and local sustainability realities, building this pivotal moment with sustainability. Stories from sustainable healthcare, nutritional security, water security, climate action, clean energy, green mobility, circular economy, sustainable agriculture and food systems, social sustainability, biodiversity conservation, gender inclusion, sustainable businesses. Be part of the growing momentum of Sustainability Hour and join us to take this to every part of the world too. Share, engage, be the change. Together, we build a sustainable future.
Having seen the spirit of Sustainability Hour in action, it's time to discuss one of the most pressing environmental issues of our time, plastic pollution and its ripple effects on health and air quality. Our next session will explore the massive environmental cost of plastic and how its phase-out can significantly improve both air and health outcomes. Ending plastic is not only about oceans, it's about air quality, land resilience, and public health. I request the speakers to please join me on stage as I read out your introductions. Our moderator for this session is Mr. Brijesh Singh, President, India Arthur D. Little, with years of experience in energy transition and circular economy design. Our speakers for the session include Advocate Sudhir Mishra, Chairman and Managing Director, Trust Legal Advocates and Consultants, an expert in environmental law and litigation. Mr. Suresh Bansal, Founder and CEO, DCG Pack, Innovating Sustainable Packaging Solutions. We also have Mr. Shailesh Gupta, Group Managing Director, India and Global Partnerships, Delight, delivering clean energy solutions across emerging markets. We welcome you all on stage. Can we please have a huge round of applause for our panelists once again? Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Prajesh, to moderate the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all have enjoyed the lunch thoroughly. Yes. I know this is going to be a more exciting session. Perhaps nobody is going to fall asleep. Let me thank you for being here in this hall today. We all have gathered. That talks about the shared vision we have toward the sustainable future that we really want to commit to our generation. It also talks about how sensitive we are listening, we are aware, and we are going to take some pledge. We are going to make some concrete actions, and therefore we are going to influence our society, our lawmakers, policymakers, and the community that we live in, so at least we create a better planet. I'm very delighted to have a very august panelist, very panel here. I think sitting next to me is dear friend, guide, and I think one of the leading voice this country has about environment sensitivity. Sudhirji does not require big introduction though. I think he has been fearing voice all across for environmental sensitivity. He has been taking on with the governments and have been challenging them about their decision and actually been advising them how effective and how better decisions government should take. I'll have a couple of requests from him to share his journey and how he sees the India needs to be and what kind of rules and policy that we should collectively make. Next to me is Suresh Bansalji. I think the guy with multiple hats. He comes with IT background, and Sureshji has been one of the pioneer behind a leading company called DTDC. Today he runs a company which is doing a lot of aggregation, integration for packaging. So who can be better than him to tell us about how plastic has impacted us, impacting us, and how now plastic industry is being impacted, and what therefore can be an opportunity for the industry to come together and take the next measure. And sitting at the last in the row is Shaileshji. Shailesh brings enormous experience. He comes from a company called Delight, Shailesh. And I don't have much knowledge about, but I know this company has been doing a lot in terms of sustainability, creating products which are more for people use. And I think they started doing something in Africa, and the journey continues to many other geographies. So here is a brief introduction. And again, I said thank you to Kamalji and the team here for giving me an opportunity to moderate the session, which I believe is going to be more exciting, and nobody is going to fall asleep. Well, I think let's start from you, Sureshji. Okay? Or maybe we can distribute this entire session into two different parts. Let's talk about the net zero, and then we'll talk about the initiative and how plastic is impacting our lives. So when you look at principally, it talks about whatever emission or whatever greenhouse that effect that you are leaving to the environment, if you are reducing equally, it is net zero. Mathematically, it looks fine. But when it comes to execution, there is a challenge. So how do you see, as a nation, we have committed to net zero. There are COP26 commitment Prime Minister has made, and I think there have been a lot of initiatives. So how a nation, how much is what we have progressed in the last 4 or 5 years? What are the road ahead? The challenges that we have faced and how these challenges can be mitigated, your personal perspective and from the industry perspective as well.
Thank you, Brajeshi. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And thank you all the audience, great audience over here. I think net zero has been in the talks for so many years now, and it is only getting serious by the day. And the entire fraternity, whether it's government, whether it's education, whether it's businesses, everybody is concerned about it. And there are very few people who even understand what net zero means. Okay, so I will only restrict my discussion to the packaging industry because I come from that. I'm not the specialist on other areas, so I will restrict myself. From the packaging prospect, whenever we talk about sustainability, environment, or net zero, or carbon footprint, packaging comes in front of us immediately. Transportation and packaging. A session before lunch was transportation. And these are two major areas which come in front of us. And in the packaging, plastic is the enemy, right? We all think that we should, even the name of the session is to eliminate plastic, right? So plastic is the enemy. And I think you cannot eliminate plastic that easily. It's not an overnight job. And plastic is going to stay here because it's such a wonderful and marvel material which has solved so many problems for the industry. And what do you see today? A lot of part has been played by the plastic. However, the time has come when everybody has realized that we are overdoing it. And there's a lot of plastic which can be reused, which can be recycled. It is going to the dumps. It is spoiling the environment. And what do we do to ensure that there's a reduction in the use of plastic and there is an increase of use of materials or production or the areas in which we do not use the energy or the resources. And therefore, we balance this as a net zero. Okay. So while you can do that from tomorrow I will not use the plastic, that's very easy statement. But when it comes to industry, it becomes a very large problem, very large problem. Take one single important thing when we came into the business. The e-commerce was just picking up, e-commerce business, right? Today, nearly 5 billion parcels are getting shipped in the country for the e-commerce. And every single parcel, 70% of them, get shipped in a plastic bag. So apart from what we used to deal with products from the industry, there is suddenly a new area. Earlier days, the factory will ship the material to a distributor will give it to a store, to a shop. We will go to the shop and buy a material and carry it home. Today it is going to a courier company, it is going to an e-commerce company who will then pack it once again into a plastic bag and ship it to you. And these plastic bags are all over the country. That was one area which was growing. The other area was the retail. In this country, as the retail grew, the plastic carry bags also grew. So what government did, they realized this and they started banning these plastic. They brought some regulation, single-use plastic they stopped. So all of that has started now percolating and now making some impact. On the packaging side, which we handle, which is the e-commerce packaging, okay, we have our role to play. And from the day one, almost 5 years back, we set up a practice that we will work on sustainability, we'll work on reducing the plastic, we'll work on replacing the plastic, and as much as we can play a role to advise our customers, to give them the use cases, and to give them the alternate materials is what we will play our role on the net zero. So I think I will stop there and we'll share more information on that.
I think rightly put. So the concept of reduce, reuse and recycle is something that we have been talking. But this is an industry, as you rightly said, have become very gigantic. You cannot just get rid of the industry and make millions of people jobless. Yes. And then again, it's not only talking about environmental sustainability, it talks about individual sustainability of people having the living. So the challenge today is that how we can create alternate and what kind of policy, rules, regulations have to be brought in, which has to be enforced though, but I think they also need to create an industry which is more scalable and builds products which are more affordable for the users, for the consumer, for the sellers who need those plastic bags or plastic packagings. Sudhirji, you have been leading a lot of initiatives for and against environment, for environment and against something which is causing change to environment. How do you think the plastic reduction is going to help you, only plastic reduction is going to help you in net zero? What are the other challenges do you think should also be equally looked upon in the same frame?
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you, Kamal, again for bringing Sustainability Hour. You have opted it and you have gone very detailed about it. I would go a little broader. I think we need to have a first understanding what is happening in our country. So I always believe and always see it from a court's perspective that India is a country of contradictions. And why I say that India is a country of contradictions, so you will see we had a 9% of forest cover in 1947. We have 17.8% of forest cover today. Brilliantly done. You had a decaying tiger population in 1970s. Tiger were almost going to be extinct, and you bring Project Tiger in 1973. 5 people decided that. One of them from the same family died 3 days back, Valmik Thapar. And they protected the tiger. You have more than 7,000 tigers in the wild, and tiger is not a species, and Brajesh is somebody who is one of the most eminent photographers in the country who roams the wild. He knows that tiger is an indicator species which protects the soil, the territory, the forest, the trees, the ecosystem, the barsat, the monsoons. So his role is much more larger than that. So let's take a bigger picture. So why I say it's a contradiction? Great job done. My friend will talk about the solar. Whatever net zero targets, Brajesh, we had with regard to renewables, we have outsmarted that. I'm using the word outsmarted. I'm not saying we have out-achieved them. We have outsmarted them. But when it comes to basics, it seems like we can have a precise attack on enemy territory, which we saw just last month, but we can't solve our basic problems. What is this contradiction all about? So when your rivers are decaying, and they are not decaying only because of the government, there's also decaying because somebody parks the car on the Yamuna, climbs the rails, and buys the costliest car, 75 lakhs rupees, 2 crore, 1 crore, climbs the rail and drops the plastic in the water. Which government will be able to stop it? When you say that we'll go to Gangotri to worship goddess Ganga, but when Gangaji comes down after Bijnor, you start abusing the Ganges. You start polluting with all kind of stuff in the Ganges. What kind of environmentalism is that? Similarly, this city, and I'm saying something because Kamal, in last 1 year, something drastic has happened with me. I was given more responsibility, so I have become quieter. I was made the amicus of the carbon emissions bench of the Supreme Court. And I'm the first non-senior advocate who has been made amicus of the forest bench. So I have a responsibility to control the entire carbon emissions debate now in the courts. At the same time, I was also given a unique responsibility where I say positive side, I will tell you. That while Supreme Court was passing orders every day that killing a tree is like killing a human being. Justice Oka was saying every day. At the same time, Supreme Court had to go through a massive reconstruction. And they needed permission for felling of trees or transplantation of trees. For that transplantation of trees, they went to Delhi High Court to take permission, and I was the lawyer who went for the Supreme Court reconstruction to Delhi High Court. Now that's the positive part of this country, that we are so careful about laws, regulations, everything. But when it comes to the larger picture, people came on the streets in Dehradun, 40,000 trees were about to be felled. They said, please don't chop them. We don't want the temperature of 45 degrees in Dehradun. So what I'm trying to say that if you talk about renewables, yes, we have outperformed ourselves. Brilliant job done. Ujjwala scheme, great scheme for women empowerment, reducing the air pollution in the village household. But when it comes to the cleaning of the river, when it comes to the air pollution in the city, and Kamal knows that I'm fighting in my own name for 10 years, Sudhir Mishra was the Union of India, the main air pollution case in Delhi High Court, you will not be able to clear it. Whatever clearing is happening, again because of the contradiction. What is the contradiction here? Contradiction is that the two-wheelers were exempted in odd even. Why they were exempted? Because they were the most important voting population for the previous political party. So they were exempted. But the same two-wheeler people, because they used to get 30,000 rupees, 35,000 rupees salary, they wanted to save on the petrol, they opted for the EV in last 6-7 years. So their Bijli bills were reduced to zero, and they were getting subsidy for that vehicle, and that 5,000 rupees of rupees which was saved for the fuel went for the coaching of their children. So that's why Delhi's air has become a little better, because your 30% of less pollution in Delhi is because of the electric vehicle adoption, voluntary electric vehicle adoption which has happened in Delhi. I'll stop here. I told you the positive side and the negative sides.
I think rightly put. So adoption of EV vehicle is something people picked up out of compulsion or out of the need then. The question remains same. How as a policy parameter we are whether improving or we are still struggling to reach?
So I would say, as a lawyer, I have been taught by the best people, all the senior advocates, that India has the best of laws and regulations, Brajesh. And very good question, because this is why this is a very important question, that we always feel that we don't have enough laws. We have laws to put a minister behind bar for a tree felling, and we have done that. If you remember, last month Hyderabad had night felling of trees, and what did the Supreme Court say? That we will arrest everybody in next 48 hours, and everything is stopped. So our laws and regulations are brilliant. You kill a tiger, you go for 7 to 10 years of imprisonment. You kill an elephant, you go for 7 to 10 years of imprisonment. After Bhopal gas tragedy, we realized that we had weaker laws, and we really strengthened our laws. Laws are not the problem. Our environmental clearance norms are very stringent. Now the problem was people used to make a project and later go for a environmental clearance. Now the Supreme Court has stopped that last week. They said no post clearance will be given. Either you take the clearance, make a steel plant, make a power plant. If you have not taken the environmental clearance, if you make a plant, you will suffer.
But you see, I think when we talk about adoption of something like electric vehicle or solar, let's stick to electric vehicle for a while. Good that we have mitigated some of the footprint from the road. Okay, we are not burning a lot of fossil fuel. At the same time, the dependence on the power that is coming, the current power that is being supplied in the grid, it is also causing similar challenges. So where are we with regard to changing our energy mix? That's one. I think India has progressed a lot. We have really done great. The total installed capacity of our renewable energy has really gone up. Shailesh, your company has been doing a lot in African part, and I think you have India presence.
Yeah.
There are bottlenecks, there are incentives. We were discussing during the break. How do you think the adoption beyond EV, because that's not the only thing people have. Not everybody requires electric vehicle, but everybody needs power. So how do you think an organization of your magnitude is looking to leverage this opportunity and contribute into net zero?
Thank you, Brajesh ji. I'm an elite company, and I need to talk up briefly, 30 seconds probably, about my organization. So we are a social enterprise for profit. We were founded with the mission of eradicating kerosene for the purpose of lighting at homes, with an aim of transforming 100 million lives. We achieved that aim in 2019, and now we operate again in the remote corners of the world, where we sell affordable solar home systems, solar lights, and we also finance people who are unbanked in far corners of Africa. So we are a pay-go organization in Africa, and in India we of course have a range of solar portables, solar rooftop products, and a lot of energy efficient products here. So how do we really look at the challenge? Let me throw some figures to you, which will give you the way we look at this problem, and as an organization, different organizations can do their bit. So one of the statistics which we always measure our performance is the tons of carbon dioxide we are offsetting as an organization. It gives me a lot of pride that D-Light has offsetted 40 million tons of carbon dioxide in its last 18 years of journey. To you, it might be just a figure. And if I have to really quote in terms of some numbers, it is equivalent to planting 660 million plants and allowing them to grow for 10 years. That is the level of carbon dioxide impact and environmental footprint it leaves. Okay, it is also equivalent to providing access to light to 91 million children in the world, which means we are covering every single child in Africa and providing them lighting solution. So that's how we are shaping the world, and we are kind of offsetting the other non-renewable sources of energy for the purpose of common usage. As an organization, we are very, very passionate about these facts, with more than 200 million lives transformed in the world with our products. We don't manufacture on our own. We have been invested by some social venture investment companies, and we operate through OEMs. So as directly, we do not have, let's say, huge environmental footprint for us, but then we are doing our bit. So some of the things which we started doing as an organization, 50% of our team members, we operate from home. We don't come to office across the world. So that is one way we look at how can we reduce our commutation, how can we reduce our transportation. The other bit which we did in India is we changed our packaging. We no longer manufacture products in packaging which are laminated with plastic. We have removed the plastic coating on our manufacturing. We completely abolished single-use plastic usage in the organization. We removed using plastic bags with we changed it with the jute bags, paper bags for all our commercial engagements, transactions. I can give you several other examples where organizations like ITC, when they launched some of their premium brands of biscuits, they came with the packaging where they're using food grade papers, they're not using plastic for packaging, and there are a whole lot of initiatives that the organizations are taking here. What we feel is that the kind of business we are in, we may find multiple ways to make sure that we are leaving a positive environmental footprint, and in a way we are getting closer to the net zero policy. So I feel that every single organization should analyze their business. There are different ways each organization can bring a lot of transformation to the environment around us, and they can pick up a cause which can be dear to them as it is dear to us, the way we are selling our products by generating renewable energy.
Thanks, Alesh. Important point I think you highlighted. So there are alternates available of plastic and people have started adopting them. But again, a very, very behavioral, very practical challenge is about the cost effectiveness. We are an economy where everybody looks at, and when I talk about consumer, everybody is price sensitive. The moment you talk about, I am just getting rid of from single-use plastic, but I am giving you a different category of the plastic, or maybe a different level of packaging which is sustainable. But again, the cost is added to the consumer. So the consumer left with nothing else but feel like cheated. There is a rules regulation imposed by the government, and he's actually paying just because he's paying. So how do you think this imbalance, Sureshji, this question is to you. How do you think this imbalance, the industry, while you are making conscious effort of reducing single-use plastic, but ultimately for the whatever additional cost that you are including into your product, you are ultimately passing on to consumer. Where is the contribution coming from the society? Where is the contribution coming from other community or maybe fraternity as industry whole?
Absolutely, Brajesh. Thank you very much. Great question, very important question. And we at DCG Pack, having sold and supplied over 800 million packaging products already, we are not a manufacturer of one product, neither we are a user of one product. So we can very clearly see from a little far how this packaging in entirety is working and what is the use case for the customers and where are the opportunities for reduction of plastic with the manufacturing side also. Okay. So let's take a few examples. Two largest marketplace platforms in this country. One adapted that they want to replace plastic courier bags with paper bags. And they implemented it 2.5 years back. Their paper bag costed 2.5 times of plastic. This is paid by their sellers. And sellers feel exactly what you said. There's another company, who are my customer, who has decided to go with the plastic courier bags. However, they decided that they will meet the sustainability target which is described by the European Union. What did European Union brought the law? They said the virgin plastic is banned. Anybody brings virgin plastic to UK, there is a £260 per ton duty which we will charge, or tax we will charge, plastic tax. So they wanted 10% recycled material to be compulsory as part of the plastic brought to UK 4 years back. They moved it to 20%, they moved it to 30%, and this year they'll move it to 40%. Their goal is to take it to 60% recycled material and still continue with the plastic. Okay? So what this company did, who's also the largest actually, they said DCG Pack must guarantee that our courier bags meets the European Union standard. You must ensure that there is 30% recycled material, and we are okay with it, right? So we work together. In fact, the use of recycled material reduce the cost of plastic even further. Now imagine the difference between the paper bag and the plastic bag, which we could work together. Take another example. We talk about elimination of plastic. Let us say when you order a small item to a e-commerce company, suddenly you will see sometime a big box receiving at your home. Big box, 1 feet by 1 feet, 2 feet by 2 feet, and there is a small bottle inside. Okay, and it amazes, why have they used so much of packaging when they could have used a very small packaging to ship it? What has this packaging done to the environment? What is 6-inch box production cost, energy cost, whatever emissions it has created, are now done for 5 times larger packaging. Then this packaging was carried on a transportation. So instead of 1 truck, they use 5 trucks because the volume is so big. So that also added to the environment, which are unknown. And whenever we talk about swapping plastic, immediately mind works on paper. In the last 3-4 years, there's a revolution going on that everything should be in the paper packaging. And every time I see paper packaging, my heart, pains, because this is straight away cutting more trees. This cannot be called sustainability. This is not a sustainability. Alternate material is the sustainability. So there is a Bagai, there is the Areca, there is a jute bag which you spoke. There is many new materials are coming up. We saw a company in Faridabad which has come with the new plastics, which is 100% biodegradable, and yet it is same price as plastic. We saw in IIT Madras, they created new materials from non-edible mushrooms, which can replace the polystyrene. We saw a company in Australia which uses the wool of the sheep, which goes to the dumps otherwise, that they could create pads which can replace the polystyrene. A lot of work is going on. There is a Pune company which got almost 200 patents, and they created material from seaweeds. Now that's a fantastic thing because that does not touch trees at all. And seaweeds are available in tons and millions of tons. And they created beautiful, food coating. They created paper from seaweeds, and those are the things which are coming up. Coming to the last statement on the cost side, we also work and see this cost very differently. I'll give you 2 very simple examples very quickly. Okay, normally a poly bag will cost 150 rupee a kg. When you want to use a fully biodegradable plastic, it started with 400 rupee a kg. It came down to about 250 as it is growing in the consumption now. But 250 is also 60% more expensive. But people have no knowledge that when you use plastic poly bag, you need to deliver minimum 51 micron or 80 micron in Maharashtra or 100 micron next year in Maharashtra. Whereas for the biodegradable plastic, there is no micron required. So you can use 30 micron, and when you use 30 micron bag, it will cost you the same as a plastic. Right? So there are use cases which we develop over and over again to address these problems of the industry and teach them.
I think one important point which I took from your overall statement is about the education.
Yes, absolutely.
It should not be seen as a fashion that, I am committed to do something on sustainability and this is what I'm doing. But the alternate, as you rightly said, it is not about that you replace plastic with paper because this is going to cost environment differently. It is how you replace the plastic which is causing havoc to the sea, to the human life and to everyone in the environment, and replace it with something which is more sustainable material. Again, the question comes on education. So it's not only that the industry is less aware or ill aware or not fully aware, it is also about as a house, as a citizens, are we sensitive about it? I think in last few years we have seen a lot of education being imparted in schools. But I was traveling to this place with my friend and she actually gave very important feedback that this 2 generation of ours have actually spoiled this environment. The 3rd generation before us, our grandfathers, and they were doing everything sustainable. They used to go to market carrying the thela, which was recyclable. They were traveling by using, I think, like flying in the Wockhardt and everything put together. and they were using most of the material sustainable. So in the name of so-called growth, or in the name of so-called industry revolution, I think somewhere we have lost the battle. And now we are feeling more sensitive because we are feeling the heat. It is May. It is not feeling like May. It's seeing abrupts of rains. Somewhere the weather is not seeing, and the crop cycle is completely impacted. Now the policy makers and lawmakers have been sitting together, and I think Sudhirji, you are one of the committee members. How we can inculcate and ensure the enforcement of this kind of education and the adherence. Perhaps we are missing the bus in knowing and doing. I think somewhere in the journey of knowing and doing, we are losing the track.
No, I will say that when I say we are a country of contradictions, I'll say I always see the glass half full. I will still say Dr. Bagai is here. I respect him a lot. He speaks all the time on sustainability, good health, air pollution, and whatever I have learned from my seniors, my elders, I feel I agree with you that our grandfather used to recycle. I don't know about others, but I have been wearing the coats which were remade from the grandfather's coat, and that was very much possible in our generation. But I tell you, we are an unbelievably successful country so far as climate is concerned. Both my highly acclaimed panelists have very rightly actually said, we adopt to transition. On the packaging, the kind of work which India has done, I won't take names, but I am representing one of the generic name in packaging, which got the worst of these things because of whatever legislations came in last 5 years. And I have seen the close transition, and I totally agree with you that if I have to do even 90% of recycling, I'm willing to do. Even sometimes your laws don't give you a clarity. One important thing which Suresh sir has said, and I'll keep that in mind, it can be a next line of policy thinking from a legal perspective, that is e-commerce that environmental friendly which they normally talk about, because what is the whole circular economy business is getting impacted there. But let me just tell you one or two success stories of last few years, and Tiger and others, you know that. Do you know about Mongoose success story? Nevla, Shubh mante hain usko dekhna. So mongoose was being beaten to death in most of the parts of southern India in early 90s, and I was a new lawyer in 2000. I've only done environment, wildlife all my life. So there was a person who was moving with the video of the killing of this mongoose all over the country. Nobody was willing to look at. Finally, I saw and few other people saw that. And we realized that the fur of the mongoose was being used for making the paint brushes. So the best of paintings which you see from the most eminent people which are sold for crores can only be painted with the mongoose hair. Now this city, which has no wildlife, which has no reserve forest, no national park, was witness to one of the most important policy litigation of independent in India. What was the policy litigation? 17,000 students wrote to Delhi High Court, we don't want to paint with the brush of death. And this mongoose was admitted to Schedule 1, Part 1 of Wildlife Protection Act, which a tiger and elephant is protected. So it was in Schedule 3, it was beaten to death. So India is a rare country. If you travel abroad, you go to Africa, when we know what we have is sometimes we don't estimate. Dr. Bagai, I want to share with you something. I was in Uzbekistan at the peak of COVID, and my brother knows that. And I realized, I heard that if you have a serious heart issue, everybody gives up. They just either say, go to Dubai, go to India. So our health system, nobody appreciates what we have created, unbelievable infrastructure we have created. Similarly, for our environment, we don't have game reserves. We don't have game reserves where you can come, you can kill an animal. We are the only country in South Asia which has preserved the flora and fauna, which has preserved the wetlands, which have preserved the national park, the wildlife sanctuaries for 140 crore of population. How you would have survived? So my suggestion is, let's be optimistic about it. Our challenges are only twofold. And people like Mr. Kwatra, who does clean the Bombay beaches, you need a direct action today. In fact, we are missing one or two people here. This Mosaic group, they started highlighting everybody, like there's one person who does only ponds. So he claims more and more ponds. I know somebody who does People Baba. He saves all the people trees for more oxygen. You need direct action today. The direct action is the time for India. So if you can take your jhola in your car, please take it. And I agree with you, Brajesh. Our children are very wise. They keep on telling you that don't do the firecrackers. Firecrackers have nothing to do with religion. Firecrackers are dangerous for this city, and doctors have said that, then people oppose them. But when the doctor is willing to write even on the prescription that the pollution is the reason, you don't take it seriously. What else people will do? So you want to, your main two problems, I will say, we are brilliant as a country. You can't have two stands. Oh, we have the fourth largest economy. I'm sorry. Fourth largest economy. We have just beaten Germany, fourth largest economy, but we are also developing, so we'll do a lot of carbon emissions. We'll produce a lot of carbon because we are a developing country. You can't do both. If you are a developed economy, be responsible. Get rid of your thermal power plants which are not great on the earth. If you criticize others, then first start, because your climate change is not going to impact some southern part of the planet. Your climate change is local. The moment you realize it, you will start acting on it. Am I right? This is what I want to communicate.
I think we are at the end of our session now. So if you have anything, Salish, to add before summarize.
Yeah, I wanted to make a couple of points here. And so as globally, if you look at it, we have grown tremendously. And I happened to listen to one of the songs of 1940s, which was sung by Mohammad Rafi. And it was an ad for Burma Shell kerosene oil. Burma Shell का तेल लगा लो, घर के अंदर लाइट जलती थी उससे पहले. Okay. From then it came to the stages where we started using these gas stoves for lighting, when the homes were not grid connected. We are fully grid connected across the country now. Africa is still 660 million people are still not grid connected. So the cost of environment, it varies for country to country, people to people. And the kind of place we are sitting and having this meeting, it is only because of the consumption economy which we have created in the country. All of us, we can do that. So there would always be multiple options available to us. There was a time when I used to see my father shaving using a brush which was made from the hairs of squirrel. गिलहरी के बालों का shaving brush आया करता था पहले. It was replaced by synthetic hairs, and then it moved into that.
It moved to hen.
It moved to hen, and so animal activists can always fight that battle. But what I'm trying to say here is that the progress will always happen at the cost of environment. It is for us as probably learned people, we need to invest money into research. It requires a lot of money to be invested into creating a bioplastic, something which is biodegradable, which retains the qualities of plastic. And how much of money are we investing into something like that? We are cutting forests to create capitals in certain states. So the cost of growth, the cost of consumption will always come at the cost of environment. It is for us mental impact by doing our small bit, because small actions are going to result cumulatively in big difference. That's what we like to believe. And as an independent organization, I think that's what we try to do, and I'm sure organizations should find their own zones where they can bring down their environmental impact. And net zero is something which is quite far away for organizations as a country. We should do our bit. That's what I can always say here. Thanks.
Thank you. I think what I have gathered from all of your views is that when it comes to net zero, the call for action is to start contributing from your side. I think instead of looking for government or society as a large what they are contributing, is more so is basically the initiative that we can do. How can we change our behavior? How can we change our habits? And I think the small contribution that we can do by not using that single-use plastic, and also stop people who are throwing the garbage, also stop people who are cutting the trees. I think we have to have that, gather that courage. So those are the actions perhaps as an individual we have to do. Certainly then as a society, as a community, there are some initiatives that we have to take. Sudhirji rightly said, nation already has a very good policy framework which actually somehow missing the enforcement and address in some way. Yeah.
Can I just say two things that, just to summarize on this part, that in last 1 year, dramatic change in environmental conservation has happened from the court's perspective. So a lot of things are being said about the way we are run as a country, that we are every environmental clearance is now diluted and all that. It's not true actually. Cutting a tree is very difficult in this country all over again. It was fashionable in between, it is difficult now. And on solar, a remarkable order has come from the Supreme Court where they said that the net zero is equally important than protecting a species. So what used to happen earlier, a lot of people with variety of reasons will stop a port, will stop a railway line, stop a transmission line and say because there is a particular elephant corridor or a particular turtle population is there. Now the Supreme Court has said that we will balance it. We will see whether it's a, so that's called the Great Indian Bustard Judgment, where solar power lines have been allowed in Gujarat and Rajasthan, which has simply cleared it and put us at par with that we are not blind on conservation. Let me just tell you a parting thing that environmentalism is not something we should be thinking of having a very close group. Environmentalism is something which all the panelists have agreed and said it is a broad-based thing. It's equally important for a capitalist, it is equally important for a tribal. So there is no balancing out here. So I would say these two judgments I really wanted to point out.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think going back to what I was summarizing about net zero is that individual contribution is that makes more sense today than looking for others to do. So I think if we can influence others by doing some action, that is the real call for action for all of us. And when it comes to plastic, the reduction of plastic or elimination of plastic, I think we have to read it carefully. What is that we are reducing and what is that we are eliminating when it comes to reduction or elimination of plastic? My personal understanding is that plastic is going to stay here. But there have to be some alternates, there have to be some sustainable alternate that perhaps we are already on the cusp of finding them, or there are some options that we have to adapt and bring into the use. I open the session for the question answer, should there be any? Yes, sir.
Sir, you rightly mentioned the plastic, the subject of the plastic. And you all are well aware of the microplastic. First of all, I should tell you healthy soil, healthy food and healthy woman. It's very important. Now, you know, every day we use the plastic bags or the milk plastic, empty plastic. We are throwing in the dustbin and going into the soil. These all branded companies, Amul or Mother Dairy or other, they should have some policy to bring this empty plastic and there should be some collection center throw in that. That recycling and other process should be there. Now, this one more point is this micro plastic contamination with the soil. This plastic particles less than 5 millimeter in size. Cosmetic and synthetics plastics, very important. One more point is there, the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, they have notified on 25th Feb 2022 on the mandatory to maintain a green cover of 10% of the plot size through the tree plantation. It should be strictly followed. And why 5,000 square meter? On the other side, this is one tree for every 80 square meter. It should be mandatory for all states, not in particular Kerala or
You rightly said, sir. These are the points that we have been talking. There are policy preambles, there are premises set, but how much or how many of them are being adhered and imposed? Because the challenge that we have today about the enforcement.
Agreed, I agree. But the question is, when there is no other option, I have to throw in the dustbin. All these plastic vendors, the final finished product vendors, they should have some collection center. Yes, you
yes,
bring
I
and throw
will.
in that.
You know, I'll comment on that. There is already an Extended Product Responsibility Act under the plastic by the government. EPR, it's called EPR. Yes. It is compulsory for every plastic manufacturer to register on the EPR. They carry a responsibility that whatever plastic they create, so much plastic they must recycle. Okay. Now, naturally, it's not possible for somebody to come to your home or come to my home and pick up a milk plastic bag, but they have incentivated that there are companies and there are now startup companies which have come up who are collecting all this plastic. Ultimately, it doesn't go to the dust because the Awardee or a Khorakiwala, he will separate the plastic. It is a value today. There are organizations, there is a network available in this city which has a online pickup arrangement done, which is online prices available. They will come and pick up from this rag picker, the plastic separate, steel separate, the paper separate, and they will recycle it. Okay? So, yeah, so I want to make one point, Brajesh, before you close. Just one point, sorry. This is about the reuse of the packaging. We have seen that for the recycle, there are a lot of startup companies have come. We are the first company which is starting the reuse of packaging. To our dismay, we found there is no law or no act which gives us the credit for the carbon credit. And I may connect with Sudhirji later on separately to take some guidance,
I just want to communicate to you that the carbon emissions bench is in fact asking for unique organizations, and we'll put you, the entire report will put you to them.
Oh, thank you so much.
And they will tell it to MOEF and others to acknowledge it.
Absolutely.
I assure you that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Just one line, if you allow me to. We are talking about the single-use ban of single-use plastic, and you see the bottles everywhere. We can't. And you rightly mentioned we can't. And because you are the Supreme Court, advocate respected, so they can provide you. So not to us.
Thank you so much.
Sir, I tell you one thing. I know you have, आपको बहुत जागरूकता है. एक मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है, आप ही की बात मानेंगे. आप इस होटल को जरूर बोलना कि सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक बंद कर दे, क्योंकि सबको मिल रहा है आजकल ग्लास की बॉटल. Everywhere they can see. One thing is, as panelists, we have our own limitations, but as a citizen, you are limitless.
Sir,
you decide.
एक लाइन लास्ट मेरे को अलाउ कीजिएगा. आप ही ने with due respect and regard you mentioned not possible. Mr. Trump, वो straw होता है ना पेपर वाला, उन्होंने बोला टूट जाता है, ये चिप हो जाता है, एक सिप के बाद ये चिप. He himself ordered stop and bring back the plastic straw.
ट्रम्प साहब जो बोलते हैं कोई नहीं मानता सर.
I think we'll take one more question and before we...
Somebody else.
Yes, please.
I will be precise. Thank you so very much, sir. My name is Dr. Lalit Sharma. I just want to make a mention of it, as I absolutely agree with you, Sudhir, sir, that with great power comes great responsibility. That's a Spider-Man's dialogue, by the way, but yes, it fits in absolutely here. Sir, brands, EPR, several other aspects, plastic, everyone in the room knows about it. But there is one thing which was there in session 1, session 2, and now, and in the next one also, and that is innovation and creativity. So when we are talking about circularities and whatnot, sir, have mentioned about, well, this is something where we somehow, I would not say we lack. There are quite a number of brands who are doing brilliant job into it, but somehow this is something which all the way takes things, to the next level if you really do. I've worked with I'll not make a name, sir. I worked with a cigarette company for removal of the final small poly, because there is simply a barrier coating which is required for the moisture content, all of such kind of things. There are some brands which I know personally who have been doing brilliant jobs, but somehow this innovation is something which, this is a forum on someone like your kind self and the people, the organizers, like sustainability hour, if innovation also comes into it, brilliance can be
I'll
achieved,
just answer it. I totally first agree with you. And people like me are doing exactly this. I'll just tell you one example. We as a country have, that's why I said that you have to mainstream the conservation debate. Let's call it climate change, conservation. Sir ne bahut achhi baatein boli. He's asking all the relevant questions. What is mainstreaming? That a 90-year-old and a 9-year-old in any setup, in a village, in a tribal setup, that's what I said, agrees on common minimum principles on sustainability. Now, in India, the biggest tragedy has been, if you go to Singapore, many of you, you see that brilliant new covered forest now which they have created. They are charging $50 to see that. So my point is very clear, who invested in that? Or you go to zoo, and I would tell you, Singapore zoo, whatever people think, I would say Patna zoo is 10 times better than that. But we don't market our stuff. The reason is, like, privatization has happened everywhere after 1991. I am one of the first person who actually came from the mainstream NGO background and tried to come to CII and Society of Indian Law Firms and meet people like him. And then you realize that in their private life, they all are doing that innovation. Like film stars, Brajesh Singh, President Arthur the Little, they all are going to the forest and staying there. But we are not mainstreaming the private sector participation. People like Kamal have to go and chase these brand custodians and say, when you'll make this cool, sustainability cool, then it will connect like IPL. We can watch cricket matches for 3 months. But tell me, who is talking about sustainability in mainstream? Even if somebody is by mistake talking about it, I won't name, like you, I won't name. There's somebody who's an international face of conservation. That person changes 11 dresses a day. And 10% of carbon emissions are happening from the textile sector. So we'll have a bigger debate on this.
Sir, my question is, sir.
आप शुरू करो सर.
All right. Thank you. With the permission of the panelists, then I'm.
So can I say one thing, sir? Sir, my name is Daljit Singh Maini, sir. I am representing the health company as well. सर आपने प्लास्टिक बोतल के बारे में बोला, पर सर जो पीपी किट और जो इंजेक्शन सर वो तो सब उसी से बन रहा है, तो उसके ऊपर कैसे होगा सर काम?
पैंडेमिक के पहले मोदी जी रात को अनाउंस करने वाले थे प्लास्टिक बैन 2020 में.
नहीं सर वो
नहीं हुआ उस समय, इसीलिए बिकॉज पैंडेमिक के. So these are
we can take this discussion.
So there is always a cost of development.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you to our moderator and insightful panelists for this essential dialogue. I request Mr. Omer on stage to present mementos to our esteemed guests. We begin with our speakers. So we'll begin with our speakers. Advocate Sudhir Mishra. Mr. Suresh Pansal. Mr. Shailesh Gupta. And our moderator, Mr. Brajesh Singh. Thank you, everyone. From environmental action, we now turn to the intersection of health and climate. May I request you all to please be seated for our next session.
79th United Nations General Assembly brainstormed SDGs progress, revitalizing the pact for the future. IHW Council initiated the world's first sustainability hour from the global land of opportunities. Dubai, United Arab Emirate, a platform where SDGs champions took the center stage to influence the world through their impact stories of driving change, groundbreaking innovation, transforming global goals into grassroots action and...
Ladies and gentlemen, we now turn to the intersection of health and climate. It is my privilege to welcome a thought leader who bridges the worlds of medicine and sustainability. Padma Shree Presidential Awardee Professor Dr. Sanjeev Bagai, a respected clinician, researcher and policy advocate for cleaner, healthier cities. Please join us on stage, sir.
Good afternoon. Can we just have the doors closed, please? Okay, so I'll be talking about 15-16 minutes. It will be based on pollution, the effect what pollution has, what does different values mean to us, what it does in our body. And the second half of this session would actually be on plastic. It will be addressing a lot of microplastic and other issues which some of the audience has raised. So hopefully it will be brisk and it will be nice and entertaining. Not the pollution, but the lecture. So I think this is an absolute national crisis, and it's sooner we realize this, it's better for us. Pollution is not just PM 2.5 and PM 5. These are the celebrated culprits. But there's a host of issues which are in pollution, which is carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, nitrous oxide, ozone, which is O3, lead, particulate matter, which we all keep talking about, aldehydes, various nitrogenous compounds, ammonia, chlorine, hydrofluorocarbons, pesticides, mercury, and other particulate matter. So when you talk in terms of constituents, to briefly highlight, it's PM of now even 1, 2.5, 5, and 10, gases. Very often we talk of SOx and NOx, hydrofluorocarbons, organic volatile compounds, carcinogens, heavy metals. No one talks of heavy metals in pollution. Dust, free radicals, greenhouse gases, ozone, radioactive compounds, biohazards, and of course the famous mix of potassium nitrate, charcoal, black carbon and sulfur, which make up crackers. So next time you burn a cracker, please think of this. So we have 5 million deaths annually globally, out of which 2 million die in India. So we have multiple COVIDs, equivalent deaths every year, and we don't talk of pollution.
Sir, would you be comfortable?
Yeah, thank you. So that constitutes 18% of all deaths, which is Lancet 2021 and ICMR 2019 data. 8 to 10 years of adult life is lost in a city like Delhi directly because of pollution. In Delhi, University of Chicago, can you believe it, did a study which showed 12 years lost. In Delhi, 30% of children have irreversible lung damage before the age of 10. The economic loss is 7 lakh crores per year, 3% of Indian GDP, CII 2019. Every 10 microgram increase in PM 2.5 directly increases mortality by 2 folds. That's 200%. 5 microgram increase increases mortality by 4. Now see the exponential rise. 10 microgram increase, mortality increases by 8%. 35 microgram increase of PM 2.5 increases mortality to 24%. The WHO norms and international norms of PM 2.5 or AQI in a different manner is less than 50. Some countries take it as 35. India runs about 200 to 250 in good months. Delhi runs about 500, 600 in bad months. And when it reaches 999, we stop counting. That's peak of winter. So you can well imagine what it's going to do to our mortality. Every 1 microgram increase of PM 2.5 causes 12,000 additional deaths. Every 1% increase in SOx, NOx and carbon monoxide increases myocardial infarction and stroke risk by twofold. The time of exposure is extremely important. More number of minutes you're exposed to this polluted environment, the more you breathe that toxic air, increases your death rate. 1 microgram increase corresponds to mortality and mortality, morbidity and mortality. We spoke very briefly in the last session with regards to the trees. Please understand, this gentleman who's speaking to you, Dr. Sanjeev Bagai, has actually taken the city of Delhi to court, including NGT being a collateral partner, for tree felling in residential colonies, and the verdict is in our favor, and the final hearing is in July. You cannot cut a tree, period. There are norms which have been set up now, and Justice Waziri had given a landmark judgment which is being now implemented in various other states of India. Every tree which is cut increases your black carbon percentage by 48 to 57% in the periphery of that tree. 15 minutes of exposure causes respiratory distress. 1 or 2 days of continuous exposure can predispose to myocardial infarction and strokes. 3 to 5 days can have sudden cardiac arrest. There is also a very detailed study in this year in March in medical magazine known as Nature, in which there is a 20 to 25% underreporting of PM 2.5 as far as reflection of AQI is concerned, which is because of the relative humidity and temperature, which is not taken into account when these measurements are done. So when you talk in terms of ambient 2.5 and 5, it causes pulmonary reflex abnormalities, pulmonary inflammation, endothelial, that means your blood vessels get damaged, it causes atherosclerosis, plaque formation, and ultimately myocardial infarction, which is a heart attack, or arrhythmias, in which you call an abnormal heart rate. There is multi-organ involvement, and I've written the percentages. I won't read each and every line, but it involves the heart, your lungs, your brain, strokes, dementia, Alzheimer's, memory loss, mood swings, aggression, mental health issues, gastrointestinal infections, including cancers, cancers of the lung, brain, stomach. It involves the pregnancy, the fetus, the unborn fetus, going into newborns. 10 microgram increase in PM 2.5 to the mother causes an IUGR, which is intrauterine growth retardation, almost 1.5 times more. Metabolic diseases, diabetes, obesity. There is studies now in Lancet which have shown a 2-fold increase with every 10 microgram PM 2.5 increase with obesity and diabetes. Insulin resistance, genetics, it damages your chromosomes. Kidneys, immune dysfunction, peripheral vascular diseases, thromboembolic phenomena, allergies. Pollution is anti-hormone, and I'll come to that in a minute. Eyes, ear, nose, throat, lead exposure and toxicity, including nerve damage, plastic, nanoplastic, microplastic. I will come to it in a minute. Just remember the names of BPA, which is bisphenol A. Plastic is not just plastic. Plastic has various ingredients, but there are 4 major rascals in plastic. Bisphenol A, which is called as BPA, antimony, formaldehyde, and DHT, which is called as phthalates. So next time you have plastic in your hand, I'll tell you what to do. Cancers, infertilities, hypertension, diabetes, myocardial infarction. The vulnerable really are the elderlies and the people who have comorbidities. But pollution affects children more because they breathe twice the rate as adults. We breathe 16 to 18 breaths per minute. Children breathe 30 to 35 breaths per minute. So they inhale much more polluted air than us. And it causes 6 to 10% loss of IQ in children. What happens in our body is a multidimensional cascade of dysregulation and hormones, free radical injuries. Pollution is an inflammatory substance which enters the body. So it is worse than your trans fats, it's worse than sugar, it's worse than salt, it's worse than anything else on earth. For people who are not very familiar, this is what your the marker is not showing here, but how your lung architecture is. Your blood vessels come in, air is filtered, pure air is formed with oxygen and it goes to various parts of the body. Pollution causes ciliary damage, it causes lot of inflammations, it causes reversal of blood flow, and it is definitely oncogenic. Exposure causes acute and short-term, chronic and long-term. These are all later on irreversible damages which take place in the lungs. This is what your normal lung architecture looks like, and this is what happens in your right side with inflammation. Your blood flow decreases, a lot of inflammatory markers and cytokines come in. This is a picture very much classical to what COVID does to your lungs. So pollution does to our lungs every day, every minute we breathe this air. And unfortunately what happens is that we only talk of pollution in the winter months. Pollution is there in summer, it's there in monsoons, it's there 24 hours a day, 12 months a year. It causes cardiorespiratory metabolic dysfunction. It involves the blood, your lungs, your brain. So, very busy slide, but what more medical, but if you focus on the right side top column, from pro-inflammatory, it goes on to inflammatory markers. So these are all changes which take place over weeks, months and years to precipitate cancers. We don't talk of lead and arsenic. These are very common ingredients in pollution. It causes nerve, skin, bladder, lung, kidney cancers, circulatory problems. Lead poisoning is extremely common, especially in children. And the first thing which you notice in children is change in handwriting. The second thing is change in behavior pattern. Third is loss of scholastic performance. If you see these three cardinal things apart from growth retardation in children, think of lead, please screen for lead. We keep talking of SOx and NOx. I'll skip this because this is again an oxidative stress in the body. Ozone is something which we don't talk of very commonly, but ozone is extremely harmful to your lungs and brain and heart. Pollution affects pregnancies perhaps the most, because in pregnancy, your immune level is slightly down, you have an unborn fetus developing inside, and it causes a host of problems in the mother, host of problems in the placenta, smaller babies, stillbirths, higher frequency of premature births, and a lot of complications in the newborn, including genitourinary structural abnormalities, single kidneys, absent bladder. Imagine a child being born on this because you're breathing polluted air. It's not fair for our next generation. It causes a lot of brain damage. A study which has been published in Lancet, in this year itself, 20% of the world's type 2 diabetes mellitus is chronic exposure to PM 2.5. There you have it. And we keep searching for genetic markers, we keep searching for dietary counseling and nutritionists, it's pollution. A lot of people say, well, all the studies have been done internationally, none exists in India. There is a host of studies which are totally India-centric. Lancet, July 24, there is a 10 Indian study meta-analysis. The host of them, I won't read each one of them out. In Lancet again, June 22, a 10 India study meta-analysis, 7% of all deaths was due to air pollution. Delhi has the maximum death rate of 11.5% of all deaths because of pollution. British Medical Journal, New England Journal of Medicine. I've just picked up the few salient ones. But what I had mentioned earlier, this is the largest Indian city meta-analysis. PM 2.5 increase for 1 or 2 years increases brain strokes and myocardial infarction. Every 1% increase of PM 10 micrograms causes long-term effects, up to 31% increase in heart attacks and almost 2 to 4% increase in strokes. There are global studies also which have been published in various cities exactly the same way. The largest one is in USA and Mexico City, which has been published. 26 cities meta-analysis shows exactly the same picture. Here they go into even greater level in which they have done peptides, glucagon levels, leptin levels to show the effect on obesity and diabetes. There's a gentleman who you were asking about plastic. Plastic is something which is my favorite topic. I will address each and every one of your questions, though very briefly. Plastic has various levels. The worst ones in plastic are bisphenol A, phthalates, which is DTH, antimony, formaldehyde, and DEPH, which is class 2B carcinogen. So plastic is there everywhere. Plastic is there everywhere. The minute the baby is born, if the mother is not breastfeeding, the baby has a soother in the mouth, plastic. If the mother is not breastfeeding, you give milk in a bottle, plastic. All cough syrups, antibiotics, fever medicine, bottles, plastic. Every bottle which you buy in the market of water, plastic. Every microwave container which you put into your kitchen, into your microwave, use, reuse, there is no recycling. You're continuously using the same container, plastic. Your milk bags, plastic. Your contact lenses, plastic. Your cell phones are plastic, your credit cards are plastic, your laptops are plastic. There is no way you can get rid of plastic. But there are ways in innovation to use non-bisphenol A and non-phthalate plastic. Plastic itself is not the culprit. The ingredients which are bad in plastic are the culprits. Microplastic enters the body. There is enough published data in which they have actually isolated micro and nanoplastic from the tissues, and they have checked the levels of the microplastic fibers. 40 to 60% of placenta, brain, liver, kidneys, coronary arteries have microplastic. They have done different levels in different parts of the body and shown exactly in terms of strength per ml of the fluid. These are microplastics which you can see in the brain, lungs, and placenta in histopathology, so there is no disputing the fact. And when we say especially bisphenol A, it is anti-hormone. We call it as an endocrine disruptor compound. Ever wonder why more ladies in the age of 25 to 30 are going into infertility clinics? Plastic, take my word for it. Decreasing sperm count in men, plastic. It disrupts the receptors of estrogen. So remember, bisphenol A is anti-estrogen. Your cancers of the breast and cancer of the uterus, anti-estrogen, bisphenol A. I'll skip this. This is a very busy slide. It's just to tell you all the nonsense which plastic does in your body. Okay, so microplastic is less than 5 micrograms. Nanoplastic is less than 1 micrograms. What this does is, plastic routinely does not degrade in the environment. So if you throw a plastic bag, or if you throw a plastic bottle just onto the roadside when you're driving in your fancy cars, it can stay in the environment for 300 years. The present plastics all over the world stay in the environment for 3 centuries. Ultimately, they go into a phase what we call as leaching. They gradually disintegrate, they do not degrade, into plastic small fibers which then enter your body. The main risk is between 6 to 12 months of age. It's retained in the body for years. 3 times increased risk of cardiovascular events, myocardial infarction. Your cardiac plaques, when you have a MI, people say it's atherosclerotic. It's a fat deposit. It's not only fat, it's microplastic and nanoplastic deposits in the coronary arteries. There is a 7,000 articles meta-analysis study of all the articles which have been published on micro and nanoplastic. Aldehyde toxicity is equally bad. I won't go into the details. Antimony toxicity in plastic is equally bad. Phthalates, what we call as DHT, is there in almost every portion of liquids, cosmetics, body lotions which we use. Phthalates also cause asthma, adiposities, obesity in children, cancers of the breast, prostate. There is a 100% increase in cancers in the last 30 years in India. 100. Last is leaching and the effects of storage and time. Water, when it is made in Bisleri or in Catch or in any other company, is made in the factory. Most of India, in fact, runs a temperature of 35 to 45 degrees in summer. It is transported through lorries, in which the temperature inner part is even more. Then it lies in the stores and the shops where we buy it. Very often it's lying outside. It stays at least for a month or 2 months, because these guys buy bottles and for thousands. So the effect of leaching is the environmental temperature the bottle is exposed to, the duration of time the water or the liquid is exposed to the plastic, and the content of micro and nanoplastic like BPA and DHT in it. There have been studies to show every 5 degrees increase in temperature. There have been studies to show every 1 week extra of storage in the bottle causes effect. Warmer the liquid, that means when you heat the liquid to feed a baby, greater the leaching effect. So these are all constituents which we are taking. There are studies in US, there are studies in Calcutta, there are studies in Oslo, in Norway, in every part of the world which are shown, especially the ones in US and New York. 80% of McDonald's contains 4 times the upper levels of micro and nanoplastic. So everything which is contained in packaging largely contains plastic, which then becomes micro and nanoplastic. I'll end my talk here. Thank you for your patience. So just very briefly, I won't go into the policies, and we have eminent lawyers and other very great statesmen here. There is a lot of work which is being done for substitutes for minus BPA and minus DHT. Those are readily available, and that's what India needs to embrace going forward. We cannot get rid of plastic, but we can make plastic which is less harmful, and plastic minus these 4 rascals to make our life a lot easier. I heard you, sir. I heard you.
That number is very important to read for everyone. The meaning of that. In the triangle, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that has LDP or SDP or BP or whatever it is, which can be reused. Like, for example, most of these we take.
So, like the previous panelist said, bring it to the attention, every citizen's voice counts. Your voice, my voice, his voice, her voice, everyone's voice counts. It is time for us to pinpoint to the policymakers that what is happening is not correct and what corrective actions can be taken. Thank you.
At a time, 79th United Nations General Assembly brainstormed SDGs progress, revitalizing the pact for the future. IHW Council initiated the world's first sustainability hour from the global land of opportunities.
Thank you,
Dubai,
Dr. Bagai, for your
United
inspiring
Arab
words and visionary approach. Ladies and gentlemen, just bear with us for a couple of minutes while we set the stage for the next session.
To influence the world through their impact stories of driving change, groundbreaking innovation, transforming global goals into grassroots action and local sustainability realities, building this pivotal moment with sustainability. Stories from sustainable healthcare, nutritional security, water security, climate action, clean energy, green mobility, circular economy, sustainable agriculture and food systems, social sustainability, biodiversity conservation, gender inclusion, sustainable businesses. Be part of the growing momentum of Sustainability Hour and join us to take this to every part of the world too. Share, engage, be the change. Together, we build a sustainable future.
We now delve into a concept that's redefining the future of sustainability, the circular economy. This session focuses on building systems where waste becomes value, an essential transition for reducing pollution and greenhouse gases. A circular economy is our path to regenerative growth and breathable air. I request the speakers of this session to join me on stage as I read out your introductions. Our moderator is Mr. Chinuu Kwatra, founder of the Khushiyaan Foundation, a social entrepreneur creating ripples in waste and youth engagement. Our speakers for this session include Mr. Akash Kaushik, co-founder Good Enough Energy, Mr. Mukul Chhabra, founder Scrap Uncle, innovating waste tech for urban India. And once again, Professor Dr. Sanjeev Bagai, Padma Shri Presidential Awardee, integrating health into our circular ambitions. Thank you all for joining us. May we please have a huge round of applause for all our panelists. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Kwatra, to moderate the session.
Hello. Very good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Kamal sir, for thinking about me as a moderator. I've always been as a panelist, but this is the first time I've been moderating a session. So, bhul chuk maaf, especially to the senior person who is sitting in the dais today. I've been learning from people like you, and we all know that plastic is something, a great invention. But today, I understood a lot of things which a person like me who's been fighting with plastic since last 8 years didn't knew. So thank you so much, sir, for that knowledge. I'm no one here to introduce such esteemed personality who are talking about circularity, because हम हमेशा एक चीज़ बात करते हैं where we always talk about government ने ये नहीं किया, इस NGO ने ये part किया, but no one is talking about closing the loop. And today at this sustainable hour, I would like to thank ISW to take up this topic where we are closing the loop, and there are these champions who are sitting here who are closing the loop, so big hands for them. Definitely after this panel session you will come to know that why closing a loop is very important and not blaming the people. Starting from Akash Kaushik ji itself, you have been revolutionizing the energy sector to a different level. You have started India's largest factory for BESS. You have been replacing diesel generators. You have been stabilizing renewable grids. A lot of good work happening at the energy sector. This is just a small intro from my side to you, but I would like my audience to understand about you by yourself.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Kwatra ji. See, I have been listening to the last panels and last panel also, and I'm grateful that I'm part of such kind of discussions where sir has been talking about plastics and cancer. It was last night only I saw a LinkedIn post regarding cancer train which runs from Bhatinda to Bikaner. So every night 9:30 somewhere it runs and it reaches to Bikaner, some Tulsi hospital in the morning at 6. So there has a lot been done to fight cancer, but we are the one who have created this. the reverence for the soil, water and trees in Indian culture has been very prominent, but what we see today is very different. We just care about ourselves. So the pesticides and fertilizers we used in the Punjab land and all, which has created such kind of impact that today every night a train has to travel to cure for the cancer. It's a pity on us. Nonetheless, it was 2014 and 13 when I started Battery Energies. And it was for the reason because I know renewables are not sustainable without storage. We see the maximum generation of solar in the noon time, whereas the peak requirement is in the morning and evening. Just to store that, we help National Grid and many discoms to just have energy storage system and stable the grids. And we are also replacing diesel generators. We will talk more throughout the panel. Thank you.
Lovely. That is something incredible work, I would say. Next, I am coming to Mukulji. Firstly, I love the name Scrap Uncle. I want a short story how this name came up. This will definitely talk about your journey and the company journey and the introduction of the company. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much for having me here. So my name is Mukul. I run this company called Scrap Uncle. We basically have an app and website where you can book a pickup for your junk items or recyclables. So we pick everything from, we pick everything from your, e-waste, metals, plastics, cardboard, paper. So we are a very, very one-stop shop for giving all your recyclables. So we would even pick your clothes and send them to recyclers. So, I'm a recent graduate from IIIT Delhi. My journey to Scrap Uncle is kind of a roller coaster ride. Before Scrap Uncle, I was into a totally different world. I had a drone startup where we were building VTOL UAVs, and we were funded by Lockheed Martin. We were working with US Air Force. So eventually my co-founders, they wanted to pursue masters, and then I started Scrap Uncle during the final year of college. I saw that if you talk about retail or e-commerce, these sectors were organized 15-20 years ago with the help of tech. There was barcoding, which made everything scalable in retail. And then, there was e-commerce, and, there's tech in logistics, tech in warehousing, and then you have a front-end app. So I saw that everything that you buy from a retail store or an e-commerce website, everything has to come end of the life someday. I mean, these glasses, this bottle, this table, everything will come to end of life someday and will go back in the supply chain for recycling. But that is running in a totally unorganized and offline manner. And I found it a little stupid why no one organized it, and no one brought an e-commerce kind of a setup for this. People tried doing it for B2B because it is easy, it's easy to pick waste from a corporate or a industry. But I wanted to do it for households because we have a very beautiful Khorakiwala supply chain that already exists for collecting material from the household. So I thought, why can't we organize it, and came up with the idea of Scrap Uncle. So Scrap Uncle, you might have seen us on Shark Tank season 2. We've sent more than 1.5 crore kgs of e-waste and other recyclables to recyclers. And it's been just 3 years of me working full time, and we're doing some, we've done some 1,75,000 pickups till date. So yeah.
Superb. I would like to say thank you. Thank you for doing this work, because I'm sure that my beach cleanup is seeing less garbage because of you. So thank you for that. Professor Dr. Sanjeev ji, in fact, we want more guidance from you. There's no question coming to you. Whenever I'm looking at you, I'm getting nervous. But there is always one thing, sir. There's also a question here, but which is very related to me. I've been doing beach cleanups since last 7.5 years now. It is more than 1,000 cleanups we have done. And at every cleanup, we find this non-biodegradable medical waste, talking from syringes, injections, pipes, oxygen, the glucose bottles, and all these things. Can you guide us how this waste can bring a circularity, or how can we put it to the recycling unit, or how many recyclers are working in the town who are actually doing something related to biodegradable waste?
Okay, so When you talk in terms of waste, it's important to understand what waste contains, right? So you have solid waste, which can be wet waste and dry waste. Then you have something which is called as pure paper. Then you have plastic, cans, which is metal, and last is glass and sharps. And what I will not talk immediately right now is what we call as e-waste. Okay, that's the electronic waste. I would safely say, and I won't be inaccurate, that 80–90% of homes in Delhi, each home, each house, as an independent unit, will have one large waste bin. That's the first mistake all of us as citizens are making.
True.
You have to segregate the waste.
Right.
A minimum of 3 color-coded containers are available. They don't cost much. It's about 2,500 rupees each. They last you for more than 20 years. They don't break. Unfortunately, they're plastic. But in any case, those are the containers in which you're supposed to put the wet waste, dry waste, and the sharps and the metal. If you put everything in one, the person who comes to collect is supposed to be your local government guy from either MCD or NDMC. Please understand now the cycle flow. The authorized guys in South Delhi are called as SSIL. There are some other private NGOs also who do the waste collection. If they are going to get a huge tons of mixed waste, they have to segregate. Where do they do it? They do it inside the colonies, near the dhalaus, the waste dumps. They finally then take it to the scrap dealers. Or they go into huge landfills known as the Wazipur landfills and the Ghazipur landfills. Our collection system is flawed. What I would request the government is, and I've written very extensively on this, is we need a national waste management, waste collection, waste disposal, waste recycling policy. Waste is the new gold. The guys who are in the waste management are earning much more than cardiac surgeons. The reason is most of this is then recycled into other scrap. There are some items which ultimately stay in the environment for centuries. Now, one of them is plastic. You mentioned about the medical waste. Medical waste has very, very strict norms. There is authorized agencies by the government in which you have to register and your license is renewed every year. The waste is collected by them. The needles go in one, the syringes go in another in a broken form so that they cannot be reused outside. The plastic bags and tubings and catheters go in another. So the norms are very strict. But ultimately the open dhalaus which are there in residential areas, the waste dumps, how idiotic of us to roll the windows up, just pinch our nose and shut our eyes blind for a few seconds and we just drive past it. Why? Because we don't want to smell it. Do you know why it smells so rotten? It smells because it has methane. It smells because it has sulfuric acid. These are invisible gases which can circulate up to 5 kilometers around the dhalau. So sometimes when we choose a house and say, "Nahi, wo dhalau ke paas hai," we'll take the other lane. You're not safe either. There's a direct correlation in studies internationally, waste site dumps as dhalaus, how many meters, how many kilometers away, and risk of cancers, bronchial asthma, COPD. So I think we need a national policy which is uniform. You can't have different yardsticks in different states. But we need cleaner environments in which the residents can stay in. If you go to Sarojini Nagar, Lajpat Nagar, anytime after 7:38 or 9 at night, and the restaurants, what do these guys do? There is no place where they can do it. They just dump it outside their shops. There is a limit to which these vans can collect. So while coming over here, I was just reading this on the net. India produces 1.5 lakh metric solid waste per day, 2024. What is this figure going to reach in 2030? 165 million metric tons. By 2050, 436 million metric tons. We don't have space to manage this waste. Plastic. India at the present moment is producing 500 million tons per year. From 1980 to 2020, last 40 years, the waste in plastic dumping has increased 900%. Where does this material go to? It's in our environment. It's going to leach into our soil. It's going to dump into the vegetables. You can wash them for the hell I care, nothing is going to happen. It's going to seep into the water soil in terms of your water table down. This is the water which is being provided by to all of us. You can have 10 RO plants, micro and nanoplastic is going to go through them. Our environment is the only thing which we are going to give to our next generation, to our children. If we don't act, we are anyway dying of multiple diseases. We'll die quicker.
Such an eye-opening answer, I would say. We don't understand the depth of the garbage which we are creating right now. But rightly said that the moment we pass the garbage dumping ground, we become that cat in the house who wants to close the eyes, drink the milk and feel that nobody is watching. So with this, coming back to Akash, so you have found a way to generate energy from waste, which is a very powerful example in terms of innovation and circularity. What are the biggest policy or infrastructure gaps you have faced in scaling this model across urban and rural India?
So, thanks for the question. See, policies are such alike, which are somewhat industry driven. So it's today also when we see diesel generators, they are being given subsidy of 5 lakh rupees for installing it in your industry and factory, whereas there are multiple alternatives available. So if you're promoting something which is creating pollution with a subsidy, this is quite ironic. So this kind of abolishment to the policies are required, whereas when we see our systems like which are being prominently used across the world, BESS systems, the battery energy storage system, what they are actually, you store the energy when it's in surplus, as like you reserve the water when it's not needed and then use it when it's required. So same way, if you use a BESS, it gives you 25 years of life. 10 years is the product we offer with warranty. And whereas DG has a term life of 10 years, you have to replace it after 10 years again, and it creates lots of pollution. Sir was referring to an fact like 3% of GDP goes to the health impact because of pollution. The record, sir, is from 2019, I believe. The recent record of 2024 says 7% of GDP goes to the health impact because of pollution created. And I don't see any factory or industry which is not using a diesel generator. So if there could be a mandate or some kind of a policy from the government where they talk about diesel generators abolishment and using some innovation or promoting innovation and research and development in this field, this could help.
Perfectly said, yaar. So Mukul, coming back to you, since I've been working with plastic on ground and with multiple initiatives with the slums, I want to understand from you, what are the key behavioral shifts you believe are needed among the citizens to truly close the loop at the household level? How can they nudge it effectively? Because it is always seen that we want to do something, but it is not supported by the citizens, or citizens are not able to understand why we are doing it. We have always been saying that please don't litter, and we are the same Indian. When we go abroad, we became very sophisticated. We don't litter, we put the garbage at the right space. But when we are in our own country, we are not able to take care of the garbage. So how would what are your key intakes and these citizens regarding the closing the loop or awareing the citizens about the same?
Good question. So, यार हिंदुस्तान की जनता बहुत अलग है. So it's very tough to get those 3 colored bins in the houses. But obviously that's an ideal case. So I think, so we have a very different psychology when it comes to different types of waste. if you look at our moms or our parents, or even us, the tendency of a aluminium can or a plastic bottle going into the dustbin is much higher than a tendency of an aluminium utensil at the same time. So your parents would never throw an aluminium utensil or a plastic toy in the dustbin. They would throw a plastic bottle or a aluminium can in the dustbin. So it's very much on your psychology, on how your brain thinks, because we know that there's a Khorakiwala who'll come and take your paper and big metal stuff, but still on the same time the things which might stink or which might take a lot more volume, you just throw it in the dustbin. So I think the behavior shift is very much required. What you can do is you can educate your children at least, because it's very, very tough, to be honest. I'll be very realistic. It's tough to change ourselves right now, and nobody actually cares, to be honest. Like, I think 1% of the people would actually care. 99% people don't. They was just, like rightly sir said, they would just close their eyes and they'll just pass away. And it's not just about the other lane. I think you can't choose a house on another planet. You have to live on the same planet. So you can't run away from the consequences, and you might not even get, like COVID taught us a lesson, right? We didn't get a time to rebound. So you might not get a time to rebound when you mess up with the environment. So I think there are two ways you can change people. One is incentive. You give them some incentive, because Indian people work like that, and otherwise you can change them by fear. You put some policy in place where you implement very strict fines, maybe some 10,000 rupees for littering and all those things. So there has to be two things. We can't do the government part, like we can just request the government to put some fines. Coming to incentive, you can do some innovative stuff where maybe we are trying a model where we're giving some zip-tied bags to people that you put all your dry stuff in it. Even if you mix it, that's fine. And we'll pick it up once it is full. In 15-20 days it will be full. If we just talk about a dry waste bag, and we can pick it up from your place, you book it on the app. Because we are doing pickups in each society, we have found a way to balance, because that is not an economically feasible thing for us to just pick those bags. But I would surely have a pickup of an AC or a fridge or a bigger thing in the same society. I'll pick your stuff collected in that bag as well, and I'll pay you for that. So you get some 5 rupees a kg for a mixed kind of dry waste that you give to me. So there has to be things like that, which obviously 5-10 years down the line you'll see much better things happening in the country, similar to the West. So for example, in US there's a company called WM which manages all their waste. So one is that. Otherwise, I would say that educate your children. Like, it's very, very important, and you have to live here. You can't run away from this planet, and at least so that the next generation is very much aware about how serious it is to not segregate and not be environmentally conscious. Yeah, and we should also reduce consumerism. Like, you don't need to buy an iPhone every year. You don't need to buy a TV every couple of years, even if you're earning a lot of money. So maybe a mindset around that also is important to put in our children.
Definitely, a mindset change is necessary. People nowadays not only buy iPhone, but they travel Dubai to buy iPhone. So imagine the carbon emission they are trying to bring in. With this incentive structure, we have recently launched something which is known as Plastic Do Dhan Lo, to bring back the barter exchange. I remember my grandmothers and grandfathers used to keep plastic, give their plastic and get something in return. So we started this in very small slum in a rural area, and I was surprised, sir. In 30 days, in 30 days, 30 houses of small pada in a forest area collected 42 kgs of plastic, and it was only MLP, LDP, and it was PET. These three comprised of 42 kgs out of 30 households. अगर हर घर हमारा 140 करोड़ की जनता है, यही अगर करनी शुरू कर दें, अपना कचरा संभाल कर स्क्रैप अंकल जैसे लोगों को देना शुरू कर दे, तो वी डोंट नीड एनी रिसाइकलर यूनिट, वी डोंट नीड एनी अदर, वी डोंट नीड सच पैनल्स टू बी देयर. सर, Since we have heard about your deep commitment towards the public health, and how do you connect environmental degradation due to linear systems with rising health challenges, I want to understand what is the urgent systematic changes do you advocate for?
Okay, so very quickly, I think each person should instruct what they need to do in their own house. Please get rid of all water bottles which are plastic. Pearl PET, PET, fancy colors, nice bluish, pinkish, greenish. Please discard them. Don't keep them, throw them. I'll repeat it again. Please discard your plastic bottles which store water. If they are there at home, somewhere down the line your foot will slip and you'll use it again. Use glass bottles. I've started doing this for the last 4.5, 5 years at home. Your total cost impact is about 8 or 10 glass bottles which break in a year because glass breaks. But really the fact is your total cost impact is not more than 4,000-5,000 rupees in a year. That's all. Point number 2, all storage utensils which are used as containers which are kept in the fridge or in the freezer, please don't use plastic. Freezer, go to steel. Fridge, just use glass. Third point, all microwavable containers, because you are heating a particular thing, and if that contains plastic, the leaching is a lot more. Please don't use plastic. As far as the government thing is concerned, residential areas cannot have open waste dumps called as dhalaus. The people who are responsible are MCD and NDMC or any other government agency. Put the fear of God, you lose a government job, they will move their ass as per yesterday. Unless until there is no enforcement, it's not going to work. We as citizens, no house garbage should be collected unless until it is segregated in 3 containers. Let your garbage rot in your house. The husband or the wife will be running the next day to pick up these 3 containers. These same families, please understand, will go to Singapore, will go to Dubai, will go to Hong Kong. They will not throw a pin on the road because your fine is so punitive. It's a mindset which we need. Very often people say, एक आदमी क्या करेगा? 5 लोग क्या करेंगे? A movement is built just like this. A mindset, when you start a momentum, it just starts with one wave. The most expensive thing in the world is an idea. Please share this idea. Go away from plastic. Get your waste management correct at home. Make sure you don't dump in open dhalaus and insist on enforcement. It's your legal right. Article 21 of your constitution is right to breathe, right to live. We are Indian citizens, we pay our taxes. Please stand up for what you believe in. Thank you.
Excellent, sir, excellent. So with this, I would like to have one closing remark from all the esteemed panelists. Over to you, Akshay. Akash. I'm very bad with names, I'm so sorry about it.
Thank you. To Sir and Mukul, thankfully government has heard our grievance. Ministry of Transport has passed a rule that if you litter from the bus, you will be fined by 3,000 rupees and 10,000 rupees if you are not keeping a dustbin in a public transport. Yes. So maybe it will be all like DMRC now. I have seen people very disciplined in the DMRC, and when they just get down from the stair and elevator, they peek out. Yeah. So the same person who was so disciplined just a second back, now he become undisciplined and uncivilized person. So maybe it's just the fear of penalty which will be now implemented throughout the nation and people will be better. Nonetheless, I believe everyone here is more and more towards the environmental concern and health concern. If not for the environment, at least look after you and your coming generation. We have to give this environment to our coming generation. So if we take care of it, then they will be happy.
Perfectly said. Over to you, Mukul.
I think, implementing penalties also in a country like India is a challenge because the officers who would collect that fine are also Indians. then there are other problems that come with it. So the mindset change is very, very important. I would just, beg you to maybe educate your children, be a little aware. It is like you're messing up with God. So it's like environment is kind of God, and you're taking panga with God. So like you do puja of God, you should do puja of the environment. And honestly, किसी को फर्क नहीं पड़ता. Like you, even after this panel, you'll just go and कभी-कभी हमसे भी गलती हो जाती है. We just throw things, right? अब तो नहीं होती, but पहले हो जाती थी. So it's just your self-conscious that can help you change. At least for your children, you can educate them. You can tell them how important the nature is and how real the changes could be. Just maybe watch YouTube videos on how ozone was a real thing and how messing up with. I mean, you won't get time actually. Like you don't get time when you mess up with the environment. So things can be very, very quick because you see how things change, right? It is so fast. You just see the last 10 years how things are changing. It is not like your last 20 years or 30 years when things were still slower. So here, there might be one mistake and then you don't get a time and maybe things just go out of your hands in 6 months. So don't be careless. Even the governments are not actually concerned. They just want to include sustainability as a thing, but they actually would give it a less priority. So I would say keep it at an equal priority to other things. It is like you're trying to save money maybe or whatsoever, but somewhere or the other you'll end up paying much more money than that. So keep it like a normal priority, like your food or anything, right? So keep sustainability also. There should be no, like you rightly said, there should be no special events. It should be part of the mainstream events, right? It should be an equal part of a mainstream entrepreneurship event happening somewhere, right? There should be no need of any special, and it should be not considered unsexy, right? People don't find it cool. People don't find waste management cool. It should be the coolest thing in the place. So you have to change that mindset and at least make others aware. जैसे भी हो पाए देसी भाषा में, अंग्रेजी भाषा में, जैसे भी उनको समझ में आए, make people aware and make your kids aware about the consequences.
I'll add on to this, Mukul. As you said, like things have been got to us: food, water, river, tree. We said like they were God because that time there was a time when people were illiterate and it was easy to convince them by saying they are God, they will take care of it. But now we are literate people, but we are still doing the same nonsense as that was not supposed to do. I will just add on to this, as your Scrap Uncle name is very interesting. The name of my company is Good Enough. We kept this as pragmatic because if we keep on looking for the best, we will create more nuisances and nonsense. So if you eat good enough, you will save. If you wear good enough, then you will save. If you walk good enough, if you travel good enough, then you will save. And you will save the environment and money both. So be conservative, use good enough, that will be good.
So we all have to be good enough, I would say. With this, definitely I would say that Mukul, Environment Day, honestly, it feels bad to me. June 1st aata hai na, people go crazy. It's an environment month, we have to do this, that. The moment 30th June goes away, there is no talk about environment till next year. So Environment Day is every day. The moment we start saying this to ourselves, and the moment we feel that environment doesn't need us, we need environment. We are no one to protect the environment. Here only we are protecting ourselves. That's the reason we are working for environment. The moment you start feeling that, everything will change. Sir, last remark, the closing remark from Sanjeev ji. आप क्या बोलना चाहेंगे?
See, there is no community, there is no nation which can progress unless until it's disciplined. And it's a mindset which we need to inculcate. Trust me in what I'm saying. There are two classical examples. Japan went to US to play a World Cup football game and they lost badly. There were in a stadium of about 40,000, there were about 5,000 or 6,000 Japanese who flew down from Japan to watch the match in US. The last set of people to leave the stadium were the Japanese. Guess what they were doing? They were cleaning up the stadium before they left. That's their culture. Unless and until we don't teach this to our children, unless until we as parents, as grandparents, stop throwing things around. If we can wash our hands, wash our feet, remove our chappal, remove our shoes, and come home, why can't we keep the exterior of our house clean? Cleanliness has to be taught, the value of hygiene has to be taught. Unless and until hygiene is not there, we won't get prevention of disease.
Perfectly said, and I would say this panel was definitely insight to me. I have learned a lot of things here. Anybody has any question there in the audience? Yes, sir.
First of all, I would like to say the founder of IHW Council, Mr. Kamal, the selection of speakers, their impactful keynotes and presentation, excellent. The speaker make the summit very impactful. The hospitality, the subject, and the...
Thank you, sir. If you have a question, please raise it.
It's the last session and we have the time. Good year, Sumit. The World Environment Day, you celebrated as an awareness day for the betterment of the community. We really, by heart, blessing you all the best and keep on partying. My thankful to Professor Dr. Sanjeev. Excellent, detailed, nice presentation. I pictured so many your notes. I will study later on because everything was moving. Mr. Chinuu, what a good name. Name and the founder of Khushiyaan Foundation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Excellent name of the foundation, Khushiyaan Foundation. Very rarely we are listen this such kind of company name. And dear Mr. Mukul and the Akash startups, you are not the startups, now you are the stand-ups. Because it's not so easy job. It's not so easy. It's a very, very difficult. Wherever you go, what is your business? मैं कबाड़ी वाला हूँ. नहीं, आज वो कबाड़ी वाला नहीं है. आज बहुत बड़े businessman हैं. My respect to all your speakers. Excellent, good. We are going with the wonderful insights, presentation, ideas, and we will continue.
Mukul, I have a question. So Dr. Sanjeev said that the scrap guys are now earning more than cardiac surgeons. Is that the case?
I know a kabadiwala who's based in Southeast Delhi. He owns a Rolls Royce. So, but I am not earning. We are a loss-making startup because we are solving a bigger problem. It's a Zomato-like company. We have to do a lot of B2C pickups. But yeah, I mean, I could say we are providing employment to 120 pickers who work with us, and they'll carry electric pickup trucks, and they get paid between some 30-40K a month, which is much more than what they were earning earlier. So yeah, that's the only thing I can add.
Wonderful, thank you.
Sir, you mentioned the different three kinds of garbage bins. The rule is there, implementation is there. In some states, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, the garbage van they don't collect if they are not segregated. In the garbage van also there are 3 partitions. They don't collect. But in other states, I'm sorry to say, not yet properly implemented. Landfills, yes, you rightly mentioned the methanol, methane, and the other gases. And when the small rain comes, drops, big gases.
I have a question. Why poor class people have not given the environment, just like we people are getting the environment platform by IHW?
Sir, we are, if you see me without this suit boot, you will see that how poor I am. Definitely you can come to my organization. I sit with my children on ground. It's only the dais which has made me to wear suit. Otherwise, I don't wear suit. So I feel honestly, I'll take up your question. Anyone has this answer to, they can definitely. But I feel the dais is for everyone. Whoever wants to come, we welcome all. And There is no poor or rich bifurcation here. The people who are working from heart for the environment, for the health sector, for any other sector are welcome. So definitely if you come across any people outside who want such platform, we would be obliged to call them here and present their work in front of people.
Very rightly said, Mr. Kwatra, and I think at IHW we all stand for inclusion, equity and sustainability for all. Thank you to all our speakers for their valuable insights. I invite Mr. Omer once again to present mementos to our speakers and moderator. We begin with our speakers, Mr. Akash Kaushik. Mr. Mukul Chabra. Professor Dr. Sanjeev Bagai. And our moderator, Mr. Chinuu Kwatra. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you everybody for your patience. Please allow us a few moments to clear the stage for the next set of speeches. I request you all to please be seated.
79th United Nations General Assembly brainstormed SDGs progress, revitalizing the Pact for the Future. IHW Council initiated the world's first Sustainability Hour from the global land of opportunities. Dubai, United Arab Emirate, a platform where SDGs champions took the center stage. To influence the world through their impact stories of driving change, groundbreaking innovation, transforming global goals into grassroots action and local sustainability realities, building this pivotal moment with sustainability. Stories from sustainable healthcare, nutritional security, water security, climate action, clean energy, green mobility, circular economy, sustainable agriculture and food systems, social sustainability, biodiversity conservation, gender inclusion, sustainable businesses. Be part of the growing momentum of Sustainability Hour and join us to take this to every part of the world too. Share, engage, be the change. Together, we build a sustainable future. At a time, 79th United Nations General Assembly brainstormed SDGs progress, revitalizing the Pact for the Future. IHW Council initiated the world's first Sustainability Hour from the global land of opportunities. Dubai, United Arab Emirate, a platform where SDGs champions took the center stage. To influence the world through their impact stories of driving change, groundbreaking innovation, transforming global goals into grassroots action and local sustainability realities, building this pivotal moment with sustainability. Stories from sustainable healthcare, nutritional security, water security, climate action, clean energy, green mobility, circular economy, sustainable agriculture and food systems, social sustainability, biodiversity conservation, gender inclusion, sustainable businesses. Be part of the growing momentum of Sustainability Hour and join us to take this to every part of the world too. Share, engage, be the change. Together, we build a sustainable future. At a time, 79th United Nations General Assembly brainstormed SDGs progress, revitalizing the pact for the future. IHW Council initiated the world's first Sustainability Hour from the global land of opportunities. Dubai, United Arab Emirate, a platform where SDGs champions took the center stage. To influence the world through their impact stories of driving change, groundbreaking innovation, transforming global goals into grassroots action and local sustainability realities, building this pivotal moment with sustainability. Stories from sustainable healthcare, nutritional security, water security, climate action, clean energy, green mobility, circular economy, sustainable agriculture and food systems.
Ladies and
social
gentlemen, we will now take a short break for tea and
biodiversity
continue
conservation,
networking.
Gender inclusion, sustainable businesses. Be part of the growing momentum of Sustainability Hour and join us to take this to every part of the world too. Share, engage, be the change. Together, we build a sustainable future. At a time, 79th United Nations General Assembly brainstormed SDGs progress, revitalizing the pact for the future. IHW Council initiated the world's first Sustainability Hour from the global land of opportunities. Dubai, United Arab Emirate, a platform where SDGs champions took the center stage. To influence the world through their impact stories of driving change, groundbreaking innovation, transforming global goals into grassroots action and local sustainability realities, building this pivotal moment with sustainability. Stories from sustainable healthcare, nutritional security, water security, climate action, clean energy, green mobility, circular economy, sustainable agriculture and food systems, social sustainability, biodiversity conservation, gender inclusion, sustainable businesses. Be part of the growing momentum of Sustainability Hour and join us to take this to every part of the world too. Share, engage, be the change. Together, we build a sustainable future. At a time, 79th United Nations General Assembly brainstormed SDGs progress, revitalizing the pact for the future. IHW Council initiated the world's first Sustainability Hour from the global land of opportunities. Dubai, United Arab Emirate, a platform where SDGs champions took the center stage. To influence the world through their impact stories of driving change, groundbreaking innovation, transforming global goals into grassroots action and local sustainability realities, building this pivotal moment with sustainability. Stories from sustainable healthcare, nutritional security, water security, climate action, clean energy, green mobility, circular economy, sustainable agriculture and food systems, social sustainability, biodiversity conservation, gender inclusion, sustainable businesses. Be part of the growing momentum of Sustainability Hour and join us to take this to every part of the world too. Share, engage, be the change. Together, we build a sustainable future. At a time, 79th United Nations General Assembly brainstormed SDGs progress, revitalizing the Pact for the Future. IHW Council initiated the world's first Sustainability Hour from the global land of opportunities. Dubai, United Arab Emirate, a platform where SDGs champions took the center stage. To influence the world through their impact stories of driving change, groundbreaking innovation, transforming global goals into grassroots action and local sustainability realities, building this pivotal moment with sustainability. Stories from sustainable healthcare, nutritional security, water security, climate action, clean energy, green mobility, circular economy, sustainable agriculture and food systems, social sustainability, biodiversity conservation, gender inclusion, sustainable businesses. Be part of the growing momentum of Sustainability Hour and join us to take this to every part of the world too. Share, engage, be the change. Together, we build a sustainable future. At a time, 79th United Nations General Assembly brainstormed SDGs progress, revitalizing the Pact for the Future. IHW Council initiated the world's first Sustainability Hour from the global land of opportunities. Dubai, United Arab Emirate, a platform where SDGs champions took the center stage. To influence the world through their impact stories of driving change, groundbreaking innovation, transforming global goals into grassroots action and local sustainability realities, building this pivotal moment with sustainability. Stories from sustainable healthcare, nutritional security, water security, climate action, clean energy, green mobility, circular economy, sustainable agriculture and food systems, social sustainability, biodiversity conservation, gender inclusion, sustainable businesses. Be part of the growing momentum of Sustainability Hour and join us to take this to every part of the world too. Share, engage, be the change. Together, we build a sustainable future. At a time, 79th United Nations General Assembly brainstormed SDGs progress, revitalizing the Pact for the Future. IHW Council initiated the world's first sustainability hour from the global land of opportunities. Dubai, United Arab Emirate, a platform where SDGs champions took the center stage. To influence the world through their impact stories of driving change, groundbreaking innovation, transforming global goals into grassroots action and local sustainability realities, building this pivotal moment with sustainability. Stories from sustainable healthcare, nutritional security, water security, climate action, clean energy, green mobility, circular economy, sustainable agriculture and food systems, social sustainability, biodiversity conservation, gender inclusion, sustainable businesses. Be part of the growing momentum of Sustainability Hour and join us to take this to every part of the world too. Share, engage, be the change. Together, we build a sustainable future. At a time, 79th United Nations General Assembly brainstormed SDGs progress, revitalizing the pact for the future. IHW Council initiated the world's first sustainability hour from the global land of opportunities. Dubai, United Arab Emirate, a platform where SDGs champions took the center stage. To influence the world through their impact stories of driving change, groundbreaking innovation, transforming global goals into grassroots action and local sustainability realities, building this pivotal moment with sustainability. Stories from sustainable healthcare, nutritional security, water security, climate action, clean energy, green mobility, circular economy, sustainable agriculture and food systems, social sustainability, biodiversity conservation, gender inclusion, sustainable businesses. Be part of the growing momentum of Sustainability Hour and join us to take this to every part of the world too. Share, engage, be the change. Together, we build a sustainable future. At a time, 79th United Nations General Assembly brainstormed SDGs progress, revitalizing the pact for the future. IHW Council initiated the world's first sustainability hour from the global land of opportunities. Dubai, United Arab Emirate, a platform where SDGs champions took the center stage. To influence the world through their impact stories of driving change, groundbreaking innovation, transforming global goals into grassroots action and local sustainability realities, building this pivotal moment with sustainability. Stories from sustainable healthcare, nutritional security, water security, climate action, clean energy, green mobility, circular economy, sustainable agriculture and food systems, social sustainability, biodiversity conservation, gender inclusion, sustainable businesses. Be part of the growing momentum of Sustainability Hour and join us to take this to every part of the world too. Share, engage, be the change. Together, we build a sustainable future. At a time, 79th United Nations General Assembly brainstormed SDGs progress, Revitalizing the Pact for the Future. IHW Council initiated the world's first Sustainability Hour from the global land of opportunities. Dubai, United Arab Emirate, a platform where SDGs champions took the center stage. To influence the world through their impact stories of driving change, groundbreaking innovation, transforming global goals into grassroots action and local sustainability realities, building this pivotal moment with sustainability. Stories from sustainable healthcare, nutritional security, water security, climate action, clean energy, green mobility, circular economy, sustainable agriculture and food systems, social sustainability, biodiversity conservation, gender inclusion, sustainable businesses. Be part of the growing momentum of Sustainability Hour and join us to take this to every part of the world too. Share, engage, be the change. Together, we build a sustainable future. At a time, 79th United Nations General Assembly brainstormed SDGs progress, revitalizing the Pact for the Future. IHW Council initiated the world's first Sustainability Hour from the global land of opportunities. Dubai, United Arab Emirate, a platform where SDGs champions took the center stage. To influence the world through their impact stories of driving change, groundbreaking innovation, transforming global goals into grassroots action and local sustainability realities, building this pivotal moment with sustainability. Stories from sustainable healthcare, nutritional security, water security, climate action, clean energy, green mobility, circular economy, sustainable agriculture and food systems, social sustainability, biodiversity conservation, gender inclusion, sustainable businesses. Be part of the growing momentum of Sustainability Hour and join us to take this to every part of the world too. Share, engage, be the change. Together, we build a sustainable future. At a time, 79th United Nations General Assembly brainstormed SDGs progress, revitalizing the Pact for the Future. IHW Council initiated the world's first Sustainability Hour from the global land of opportunities. Dubai, United Arab Emirate, a platform where SDGs champions took the center stage. To influence the world through their impact stories of driving change, groundbreaking innovation, transforming global goals into grassroots action and local sustainability realities, building this pivotal moment with sustainability. Stories from sustainable healthcare, nutritional security, water security, climate action, clean energy, green mobility, circular economy, sustainable agriculture and food systems, social sustainability, biodiversity conservation, gender inclusion, sustainable businesses. Be part of the growing momentum of Sustainability Hour and join us to take this to every part of the world too. Share, engage, be the change. Together, we build a sustainable future.
Air that brings and sustains life of each one of us. on this earth, symbolic of the closest relation we all have with nature. The element that connects humans with the greater cosmos is turning to be the harbinger of disease and sickness. And what is making this life-supporting resource harmful and toxic is the rampant pollution we humans are inflicting on it, triggering even a greater catastrophe of climate change. For many, good air has become a luxury they can't afford. Good air in which we and our children can breathe health, can breathe hope, and most importantly, breathe freely. With this mission of ensuring good air for all forever, Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council, India's premier universal well-being advocacy institution, launched the Good Air Movement in 2019. The movement worked to amplify the call towards a world where no one is left behind. Aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, the Council is unwavering in its commitment to climate action and addressing the social determinants of health. The Good Air Movement became a citizen-led initiative, led by passionate climate champions, leaders, and experts. The movement got its voice from lakhs of children who pledged to do all that it takes to restore good air for all.
आज के बहुत संवेदनशील विषय पर्यावरण पर यहाँ इकट्ठा हुए सभी भाइयों और बहनों, आज भी दिल्ली में हम देखते हैं हवा अगर अच्छी चली तो कोई प्रदूषण नहीं रहता, हवा नहीं चली कि बहुत बिगड़ा हुआ प्रदूषण होता है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आपकी इस चर्चा में बहुत सारा विचार मंथन होगा और एक प्रतिज्ञा करके संकल्प लेकर जाओगे वापस कि प्रदूषण के कम करने के लिए जो भी कर सकते हैं हम करेंगे।
Please rise, all of you. The real India is you. Rise to the occasion. We need clean air, clean water, and clean environment just to live our life like normal people in this world.
It was a luxury to have a car in one family, but now it is a necessity for every member of the family to have a car. Don't play with the nature. Nature will play havoc on you.
Sitting in a closed room and talking about environment is very easy, I would say. Walking on the ground when you see that your environment is dying and with the pollution made by yourself. So the beaches पे कचरा ऊपर से नहीं आया है, हमने ही फेंका है. And we have to work on a solution.
The movement gained momentum with the onboarding of various like-minded people and organizations that are working hard for sustainable, actionable, and practical solutions to this colossal human crisis. Continuing its drive to encourage multi-sectoral solutions and collaborative approaches, and to further strengthen the collective responsibility at the organizational, institutional, and governance levels, the IHW Council welcomes you to another milestone of this movement, Good Air Summit and Awards, that will initiate meaningful change, inspire action, and create a world where clean air comes as a natural and fundamental right to all. Supporting life, sustaining health, and helping everyone achieve their life's potential. Air that brings and sustains life of each one of us on this earth, symbolic of the closest relation we all have with nature. The element that connects humans with the greater cosmos is turning to be the harbinger of disease and sickness. And what is making this life-supporting resource harmful and toxic is the rampant pollution we humans are inflicting on it, triggering even a greater catastrophe of climate change. For many, good air has become a luxury they can't afford. Good air in which we and our children can breathe health, can breathe hope, and most importantly, breathe freely. With this mission of ensuring good air for all forever, Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council, India's premier universal well-being advocacy institution, launched the Good Air Movement in 2019. The movement worked to amplify the call towards a world where no one is left behind. Aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, the Council is unwavering in its commitment to climate action and addressing the social determinants of health. The Good Air Movement became a citizen-led initiative, led by passionate climate champions, leaders, and experts. The movement got its voice from lakhs of children who pledged to do all that it takes to restore good air for all.
आज के बहुत संवेदनशील विषय पर्यावरण पर यहाँ इकट्ठा हुए सभी भाई और बहनों, आज भी दिल्ली में हम देखते हैं हवा अगर अच्छी चली तो कोई प्रदूषण नहीं रहता। हवा नहीं चली कि बहुत बिगड़ा हुआ प्रदूषण होता है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आपकी इस चर्चा में बहुत सारा विचार मंथन होगा और एक प्रतिज्ञा करके संकल्प लेकर जाओगे वापस कि प्रदूषण के कम करने के लिए जो भी कर सकते हैं हम करेंगे।
Please rise, all of you. The real India is you. Rise to the occasion. We need clean air, clean water, and clean environment just to live our life like normal people in this world.
It was a luxury to have a car in one family, but now it is a necessity for every member of the family to have a car. Don't play with the nature. Nature will play havoc on you.
Sitting in a closed room and talking about environment is very easy, I would say. Walking on the ground when you see that your environment is dying and with the pollution made by yourself. So the beaches पे कचरा ऊपर से नहीं आया है, हमने ही फेंका है. And we have to work on a solution.
The movement gained momentum with the onboarding of various like-minded people and organizations that are working hard for sustainable, actionable, and practical solutions to this colossal human crisis. Continuing its drive to encourage multi-sectoral solutions and collaborative approaches, and to further strengthen the collective responsibility at the organizational, institutional, and governance levels, the IHW Council welcomes you to another milestone of this movement, Good Air Summit and Awards, that will initiate meaningful change, inspire action, and create a world where clean air comes as a natural and fundamental right to all. Supporting life, sustaining health, and helping everyone achieve their life's potential. Air that brings and sustains life of each one of us on this earth, symbolic of the closest relation we all have with nature. The element that connects humans with the greater cosmos is turning to be the harbinger of disease and sickness. And what is making this life-supporting resource harmful and toxic is the rampant pollution we humans are inflicting on it, triggering even a greater catastrophe of climate change. For many, good air has become a luxury they can't afford. good air in which we and our children can breathe health, can breathe hope, and most importantly, breathe freely. With this mission of ensuring good air for all forever, Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council, India's premier universal well-being advocacy institution, launched the Good Air movement in 2019. The movement worked to amplify the call towards a world where no one is left behind. Aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, the Council is unwavering in its commitment to climate action and addressing the social determinants of health. The Good Air movement became a citizen-led initiative, led by passionate climate champions, leaders, and experts. The movement got its voice from lakhs of children who pledged to do all that it takes to restore good air for all.
आज के बहुत संवेदनशील विषय पर्यावरण पर यहाँ इकट्ठा हुए सभी भाई और बहनों, आज भी दिल्ली में हम देखते हैं हवा अगर अच्छी चली तो कोई प्रदूषण नहीं रहता, हवा नहीं चली कि बहुत बिगड़ा हुआ प्रदूषण होता है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आपकी इस चर्चा में बहुत सारा विचार मंथन होगा और एक प्रतिज्ञा करके संकल्प लेकर जाओगे वापस कि प्रदूषण के कम करने के लिए जो भी कर सकते हैं हम करेंगे।
Please rise, all of you. The real India is you. Rise to the occasion. We need clean air, clean water, and clean environment just to live our life like normal people in this world.
It was a luxury to have a car in one family, but now it is a necessity for every member of the family to have a car. Don't play with the nature. Nature will play havoc on you.
Sitting in a closed room and talking about environment is very easy, I would say. Walking on the ground when you see that your environment is dying and with the pollution made by yourself. So the beaches पे कचरा ऊपर से नहीं आया है, हम नहीं फेंका है. And we have to work on a solution.
The movement gained momentum with the onboarding of various like-minded people and organizations that are working hard for sustainable, actionable, and practical solutions to this colossal human crisis. Continuing its drive to encourage multi-sectoral solutions and collaborative approaches, and to further strengthen the collective responsibility at the organizational, institutional, and governance levels, the IHW Council welcomes you to another milestone of this movement, Good Air Summit and Awards, that will initiate meaningful change, inspire action, and create a world where clean air comes as a natural and fundamental right to all. Supporting life, sustaining health, and helping everyone achieve their life's potential. Air that brings and sustains life of each one of us on this earth, symbolic of the closest relation we all have with nature. The element that connects humans with the greater cosmos is turning to be the harbinger of disease and sickness. And what is making this life-supporting resource harmful and toxic is the rampant pollution we humans are inflicting on it, triggering even a greater catastrophe of climate change. For many, good air has become a luxury they can't afford. Good air in which we and our children can breathe health, can breathe hope, and most importantly, breathe freely. With this mission of ensuring good air for all forever, Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council, India's premier universal well-being advocacy institution, launched the Good Air movement in 2019. The movement worked to amplify the call towards a world where no one is left behind. Aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, the Council is unwavering in its commitment to climate action and addressing the social determinants of health. The Good Air movement became a citizen-led initiative. Led by passionate climate champions, leaders and experts, the movement got its voice from lakhs of children who pledged to do all that it takes to restore good air for all.
आज के बहुत संवेदनशील विषय पर्यावरण पर यहाँ इकट्ठा हुए सभी भाई और बहनों, आज भी दिल्ली में हम देखते हैं हवा अगर अच्छी चली तो कोई प्रदूषण नहीं रहता। हवा नहीं चली कि बहुत बिगड़ा हुआ प्रदूषण होता है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आपकी इस चर्चा में बहुत सारा विचार मंथन होगा और एक प्रतिज्ञा करके संकल्प लेकर जाओगे वापस कि प्रदूषण के कम करने के लिए जो भी कर सकते हैं हम करेंगे।
Please rise, all of you. The real India is you. Rise to the occasion. We need clean air, clean water, and clean environment just to live our life like normal people in this world.
It was a luxury to have a car in one family, but now it is a necessity for every member of the family to have a car. Don't play with the nature. Nature will play havoc on you.
Sitting in a closed room and talking about environment is very easy, I would say. Walking on the ground when you see that your environment is dying and with the pollution made by yourself. So the beaches पे कचरा ऊपर से नहीं आया है, हमने ही फेंका है. And we have to work on a solution.
The movement gained momentum with the onboarding of various like-minded people and organizations that are working hard for sustainable, actionable and practical solutions to this colossal human crisis. Continuing its drive to encourage multi-sectoral solutions and collaborative approaches, and to further strengthen the collective responsibility at the organizational, institutional and governance levels, the IHW Council welcomes you to another milestone of this movement, Good Air Summit and Awards, that will initiate meaningful change, inspire action, and create a world where clean air comes as a natural and fundamental right to all. Supporting life, sustaining health, and helping everyone achieve their life's potential. Air that brings and sustains life of each one of us on this earth, symbolic of the closest relation we all have with nature. The element that connects humans with the greater cosmos is turning to be the harbinger of disease and sickness. And what is making this life-supporting resource harmful and toxic is the rampant pollution we humans are inflicting on it, triggering even a greater catastrophe of climate change. For many, good air has become a luxury they can't afford. Good air in which we and our children can breathe health, can breathe hope, and most importantly, breathe freely. With this mission of ensuring good air for all forever, Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council, India's premier universal well-being advocacy institution, launched the Good Air movement in 2019. The movement worked to amplify the call towards a world where no one is left behind. Aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, the Council is unwavering in its commitment to climate action and addressing the social determinants of health. The Good Air movement became a citizen-led initiative. Led by passionate climate champions, leaders and experts, the movement got its voice from lakhs of children who pledged to do all that it takes to restore good air for all.
आज के बहुत संवेदनशील विषय पर्यावरण पर यहाँ इकट्ठा हुए सभी भाई और बहनों, आज भी दिल्ली में हम देखते हैं हवा अगर अच्छी चली तो कोई प्रदूषण नहीं रहता। हवा नहीं चली कि बहुत बिगड़ा हुआ प्रदूषण होता है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आपकी इस चर्चा में बहुत सारा विचार मंथन होगा और एक प्रतिज्ञा करके संकल्प लेकर जाओगे वापस कि प्रदूषण के कम करने के लिए जो भी कर सकते हम करेंगे।
Please rise, all of you. The real India is you. Rise to the occasion. We need clean air, clean water, and clean environment just to live our life like normal people in this world.
It was a luxury to have a car in one family, but now it is a necessity for every member of the family to have a car. Don't play with the nature. Nature will play havoc on you.
Sitting in a closed room and talking about environment is very easy, I would say. Walking on the ground when you see that your environment is dying and with the pollution made by yourself. So the beaches पे कचरा ऊपर से नहीं आया है, हमने ही फेंका है. And we have to work on a solution.
The movement gained momentum with the onboarding of various like-minded people and organizations that are working hard for sustainable, actionable and practical solutions to this colossal human crisis. Continuing its drive to encourage multi-sectoral solutions and collaborative approaches, and to further strengthen the collective responsibility at the organizational, institutional and governance levels, the IHW Council welcomes you to another milestone of this movement, Good Air Summit and Awards, that will initiate meaningful change, inspire action, and create a world where clean air comes as a natural and fundamental right to all. Supporting life, sustaining health, and helping everyone achieve their life's potential. Air that brings and sustains life of each one of us on this earth, symbolic of the closest relation we all have with nature. The element that connects humans with the greater cosmos is turning to be the harbinger of disease and sickness. And what is making this life-supporting resource harmful and toxic is the rampant pollution we humans are inflicting on it, triggering even a greater catastrophe of climate change. For many, good air has become a luxury they can't afford. Good air in which we and our children can breathe health, can breathe hope, and most importantly, breathe freely. With this mission of ensuring good air for all forever, Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council, India's premier universal well-being advocacy institution, launched the Good Air Movement in 2019. The movement worked to amplify the call towards a world where no one is left behind. Aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, the Council is unwavering in its commitment to climate action and addressing the social determinants of health. The Good Air Movement became a citizen-led initiative, led by passionate climate champions, leaders and experts. The movement got its voice from lakhs of children who pledged to do all that it takes to restore good air for all.
आज के बहुत संवेदनशील विषय पर्यावरण पर यहाँ इकट्ठा हुए सभी भाई और बहनों, आज भी दिल्ली में हम देखते हैं हवा अगर अच्छी चली तो कोई प्रदूषण नहीं रहता। हवा नहीं चली कि बहुत बिगड़ा हुआ प्रदूषण होता है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आपकी इस चर्चा में बहुत सारा विचार मंथन होगा और एक प्रतिज्ञा करके संकल्प लेकर जाओगे वापस कि प्रदूषण के कम करने के लिए जो भी कर सकते हैं हम करेंगे।
Please rise, all of you. The real India is you. Rise to the occasion. We need clean air, clean water, and clean environment just to live our life like normal people in this world.
it was a luxury to have a car in one family. But now, it is a necessity for every member of the family to have a car. Don't play with the nature. Nature will play havoc on you.
Sitting in a closed room and talking about environment is very easy, I would say. Walking on the ground when you see that your environment is dying and with the pollution made by yourself. So the beaches पे कचरा ऊपर से नहीं आया है, हमने ही फेंका है. And we have to work on a solution.
The movement gained momentum with the onboarding of various like-minded people and organizations that are working hard for sustainable, actionable and practical solutions to this colossal human crisis. Continuing its drive to encourage multi-sectoral solutions and collaborative approaches, and to further strengthen the collective responsibility at the
Thank you everybody for being such a patient audience. I would now like to welcome again on stage someone who has turned waste into a movement and beaches into symbols of hope. Please welcome Mr. Chinuu Kwatra, founder Khushiyaan Foundation, with his keynote on transforming trash to treasure. May we have a huge round of applause for him, please.
Can I have other mic? So hi everyone, this is Dr. Chinuu Kwatra, and thank you so much for being there. The session was planned earlier before the tree break, but we thought people need to have tea first, then me. Then that's the reason we tried to postpone. I'll make it very quick because that later I have to rush to airport, and then because we have to celebrate Environment Day with many people there in Bombay. So in the cabin who are sitting, can everyone visualize a simple thing? आप कोशिश करके आँख बंद करके भी सोच सकते हैं, या आँख खुली रख के भी you can visualize a beach. A beach is always full of beautiful water, beautiful sand, beautiful tan on your body and everything. But this is our beach. Can you imagine? This is the beach of Mumbai, Dadar. Or rather, I would say this was the beach of Mumbai. We turned it into this. This is from 2017. This guy who is standing here was earlier known as Trash for a reason. So the environment की जंग 2008 में शुरू हुई थी. This is me only. At that time I used to wear tie, and it is after, I suppose, so many years, a decade, I am wearing a tie and a suit today. As I was telling someone earlier that suit boot pe mat jao, actually see me when I am on the beach, then only you will understand how, what is the state I look into. So the environment की जंग यहाँ से शुरू हुई थी when I hosted environment club in my college. And then there we only planted trees. Because usually when we talk about environment, we only think about planting trees. That's the only thing we have in our mind. Environment के लिए कुछ करना है, tree plant कर लेते हैं. Environment day आ रहा है, Earth day आ रहा है, tree plant कर लेते हैं. आज तक millions of tree has been planted in the environment month itself. Can you tell me the survival rate of those trees after 2 days? The tree which is planted tomorrow on 5th June, बिचारी उन पेड़ों का कोई चेहरा नहीं देखेगा 6 जून को. I have people in my own sector where they are planting trees and saplings with the plastic covering. Imagine, आपको किसी रूम में एक प्लास्टिक से कवर करके मैं आपको छोड़ दूं, आप ब्रीथ कर पाओगे? Similarly, the trees, the saplings having a plastic cover is being planted under, and people think that they have done tree plantation. सो आइडिया ऑल्सो 2008 में मेरे कॉलेज में ये शुरू हुआ था, एनवायरमेंट क्लब विच इज़ नोन एज नेचर्स क्लब विच इज़ रनिंग टुडे ऑल्सो. वी डिड अ ट्री प्लांटेशन इन माथेरान. बट टू गिव बैक टू द सोसाइटी, to give back to environment didn't stop there. I wanted to do something for the environment, but not a tree plantation. Later on, we thought, why not do a beach cleanup? So there was this teammate, this is the day 0 of our beach cleanup. So जब हमने 3 सितंबर 2017 में beach cleanup की सोच की और एक क्लीनअप करने की कोशिश की, लाइक एनी अदर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन टू डू अ वन डे क्लीनअप. आई गॉट दिस पिक्चर फ्रॉम माई प्रोफेसर इंदू मेहता फ्रॉम वेलिंकर कॉलेज. शी स्टेज नियर बाय दादर बीच. शी टोल्ड मी, चीनू बीच लुक्स दिस वे. अगर इस बीच को तू एक दिन आके काम कर रहा है ना, तो डोंट टॉक टू मी एनी मोर. दिस शुड बी अ लॉन्ग टर्म इनिशिएटिव एंड नॉट अ वन डे फोटो ऑप इनिशिएटिव. एंड एज यू से, यू कैनॉट से नो टू टीचर. And since then we haven't stopped. This is the state of the beach of day 0 जब हमें पता चला कि beach clean up करना है. How it all started is because of this reason. I am a die-hard devotee of Ganesha. People will slash me for this picture. People have called me anti-Hindu for this picture, but I don't care. Reason? Because we are treating God just like our guest. हमारे घर पे हम मेहमानों को बुला लेते हैं. जिस दिन मेहमान घर से बाहर जाता है उस दिन हम थैंक यू बोलते हैं कि दिस मेहमान हैज गॉन. वी अप्रिशिएट एंड वी आर हैप्पी दैट द गेस्ट आर आउट. द सिमिलर स्टेट इज ऑफ आवर गॉड. वी सेलिब्रेट हिम फॉर 10 to 11 days every year. Not even in Mumbai, in every cities now. But what is the state of our God? It is because we go to beaches, we dance on Munni Badnaam Hui, and we immerse God. The next day the God is in this situation. How can we think that this God is blessing us? So this made me cry. This made me push towards the initiative of Beach Warriors. So this is my, someone was talking ke Garib ya Amir. So this is how I look in the reality. So this photo, people used to call me Kachrewala. That's the reason I started portraying myself as Kachrewala. I called myself trash, and today a treasure is standing here. Because the trash can be converted to treasure if you use your mind. It is not just a photo opportunity activity, but something you need to give back to society. The COVID came, we didn't stop. There was immense rain in Mumbai, we didn't stop. And these are all my pictures, all my warriors. This motivated thousands of people. This inspired thousands of people. And till date, we have hosted 1 million citizens across India for beach cleanup in Mumbai, beach cleanup in Goa, beach cleanup in Surat, beach cleanup in Chennai. And that's how the massive beach cleanup lead. Can you tell me, this all people, they don't know Chinuu Kwatra. They don't know anyone me. They don't know my face. They just know one initiative, that is Beach Warriors. They just know one name, that is Khushiyaan. That's how the journey evolved. From a man, someone was saying today कि आपको action लेना बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है. जब तक आप action नहीं लोगे, तब तक कुछ नहीं होगा. The action which I took around 2017, it is speaking loud now. So now this is the garbage which we collect. The story comes here. I am not here to promote Beach Warriors. Beach Warriors is enough promoted on social media platforms now. You just type Chinuu Kwatra, you'll get thesis on me now. But why I am here is because we have pioneered something, and I want to launch this thing on the platform of ISW, because Kamal sir is not only a mentor to me, he is more of a brother kind of thing, where I thought this is a platform where I'll launch something which is very close to my heart. 2017 से लेके आज तक बीच क्लीनअप का कचरा ऐसा दिखता है, और ये कचरे को लेने के लिए मुझे एक रिसाइकलर ने हाँ नहीं बोला. You name the topmost recyclers of Mumbai, they have said me a big no. Because this won't give them profit. Because this will take extra money. Because this was known as a trash. ये तो सिर्फ डंपिंग यार्ड जा सकता है या सीमेंट इंडस्ट्री में जा सकता है टू बर्न. बट विद माई किड्स मतलब आई वर्क विद 13,000 children across India. In Mumbai we have more than 1,000 kids. I have my own ashram. With my kids in 2024 I sat down and to this garbage we converted into this. So it's the same garbage is converted into this. How? मम्मी ने बचपन से सिखाया था अगर वाइट कपड़े धोने हैं तो हाथ से धो, मशीन में मत डालो. सो हमें भी ये जो बीच का प्लास्टिक अगर साफ करना है तो हाथ से साफ करो, किसी मशीन का उपयोग मत करो, क्योंकि मशीन में सैंड चले जाएगा, मशीन में दूसरे पार्टिकल्स चले जाएंगे एंड मशीन को डैमेज कर देंगे. एंड दैट्स हाउ वी कन्वर्टेड दिस प्लास्टिक, द बीच प्लास्टिक इनटू दिस. द जर्नी डिडंट एंड देयर. इस प्लास्टिक को भी देयर आर रिसाइकलर्स हु आर सेइंग नो, और MRF यूनिट्स हु आर सेइंग नो, और मेरे को बोल रहे हैं कि आप सिर्फ छोड़ जाओ बट वी डोंट गिव यू एनी मनी आउट ऑफ इट. और द सेकेंड क्वेश्चन कम्स टू मी, व्हाट इज द क्वांटिटी यू कैन गिव इट टू अस. सो लाइक ठीक है, द मोमेंट यू से नो आई गेट एन अपॉर्चुनिटी. सो दैट्स हाउ वी कन्वर्टेड दिस प्लास्टिक इनटू द स्कूल बेंच. नाउ इमेजिन, जस्ट इमेजिन, बीच का कचरा के ऊपर कोई स्कूल का बच्चा बैठा है. That's the innovation we have brought here. Now many recyclers in India are doing this. They are doing with LDP, they are doing with MLP, they are doing with PP. For people, LDP is the polythene which we use, light density plastic. MLP, lace ka packet, Maggi ka packet. PP is again a polyester. PET obviously has a lot of value. So आपको कचरे में कभी भी PET दिखेगा ही नहीं. You will only find LDP and MLPs. And these LDPs and MLPs we are converting into garbage bags and the benches. So how we are doing it? We have our own unit in Mumbai. It's an MRF unit. And with that we have started our own recycling unit. So the moment people started saying no, I started venturing more and I started with something this. So यहाँ पे the waste pickers are my warriors. They process my beach plastic, they convert it into a treasure, and then this treasure goes to a machine to making sheets, and from those sheets our first target is to make school benches. In our rural areas, I am already working with 40 plus schools in rural areas. And those 40 plus schools don't have school benches. So what we'll be doing is, through CSR, we'll be pushing this school benches to take out the operation cost of our MRF. It's as simple as that. And I am happy to share that 600 benches have already been sold. It is taken up by Indo-French Chamber, and they'll be taking up all the 600 benches made from the beach plastic. This is not done by anyone. Once again, you can go research. People will claim, ask them to show the proof or their recycling units. So this is how the plastic is processed. It's a small swimming pool where people dive into it to clean the plastic. The segregation happens with my women warriors who help LD, MLP, MP, PP, to get segregated. It goes to my recycling unit to prepare granules, and वो granules से हम sheet make करते हैं. वो sheet, one sheet is equivalent to a plywood. So you name the furniture, we'll make that. You want a tabletop, we'll make that. So we are planning to make a trophy out of it now. So next year, hopefully, the Environment Day, all the winners should be getting the trophy made from our beach plastic. So that's how the invention began. That's how I'm trying to cut down the plywood part in our life and give a different life to the plastic. Because plastic is not bad, humans are bad. we are bad. We don't know to take care of our own plastic. These are the other initiatives which I am into. We have our senior citizen home. We have our own shelter home for dogs. We are into malnourishment project. We are feeding approximately 1,800 kids across India every day. We are into Project Swachh, which is a sickle cell elimination project. We are into women empowerment, where we make entrepreneurs to women. मैं सिलाई सेंटर सिलाई नहीं देता वुमेन को कि आप सिलाई करो आप कमा लोगे. हम उनको एक नया स्किल डेवलप करवा के दे रहे हैं हैंडमेड क्राफ्ट्स का, and we make sure that they sell them online and make money for their family. We have our own school focusing on early child education only, because there are multiple organizations in India who are focusing on the education for 1st standard to 12th standard. There are very rare organizations in India who are taking care of kindergarten. I met on January 12th, that was his National Youth Day. I happened to meet Mr. Modi ji as a national youth leader, and he guided us towards early child education. Why it is early child education is important? Because if you see COVID, the children born during COVID, or the children who were approximately of 2 years of age in 2020, they didn't go to any kindergarten school. Slightly, the growth of those children are subsiding because they were not able to learn in the atmosphere. If you compare them with the children who were going to kindergarten, is way difference you will be seeing. And that's how the journey evolved of early child education, where the focus is कि बच्चे को पेंसिल पकड़ना आना चाहिए, but the focus is बच्चे को पता होना चाहिए क्या कचरा है और क्या अच्छा है. हम अपने बच्चों को बताते हैं कि आप अपना कचरा जमा करो, हमें दो, and we'll give you something out of it. And that's how we started with a campaign named as Plastic Do Daan Lo, in a small village in RA Forest, where 30 people collected the plastic, and then in return we gave them groceries. So yeah, we have started making SDG aware school in rural areas. जैसे कि हमें ABCD आना ज़रूरी है, 1 2 3 4 आना ज़रूरी है, so वैसे ही रूरल एरियाज़ में बहुत पोटेंशियल है. IPS IAS रूरल एरिया से निकलते हैं, so वहाँ पे SDG की बातें क्यों नहीं हो रही है, वहाँ पे SDG 1 to 17 क्यों नहीं बढ़ाया जा रहा. So we started a curriculum in SDG, in a way of SDG aware school in the rural areas. So these are the companies who have been supporting us and being partnered with us since long time. This is the picture of me in 2019, where Mr. Kamal gave me a chance to be on the stage, and since then, sir, I haven't stopped. I'll keep coming to your stage every now and then, because you have inspired me in this journey. You have pushed a person like me in this journey. You have believed a Kachrewala like me in this journey. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, Kamal sir, for this opportunity. Thank you. With this, I have a small, I forgot, बहुत emotional हो गया sir, Kamal sir. With this, I have a small video which is again I am trying to launch. I am happy to share that the Beach Warriors initiative went on Cannes Film Festival, and 10th Positive Week Cinema जिसे बोला जाता है Cannes Film Festival में, वहाँ पे Beach Warriors की initiative दिखाई गई थी. अब तक this is not publicized anywhere, so this is the first time after me you will be seeing the video. So I hope I have your permission to showcase that video.
Our oceans are under siege from a silent and persistent threat. Across the world, our oceans are drowning in a tide of plastic and legacy waste. Decades of negligence have left behind a toxic trail, ghost nets, degraded plastics, and industrial waste that silently suffocate marine ecosystems. This pollution doesn't just float on the surface. It breaks into microplastics, enters food chains, poisons marine life, and travels all the way back to our plates. The impact is global, but the battle is local. And in the heart of India's megacity, Mumbai, the fight against ocean pollution has taken on a powerful personal dimension. Mumbai's coastline, home to millions, has long suffered the consequences of unchecked waste. But hope rises from its shores, led by a team of passionate citizens known as the Beach Warriors. For the last 7 years, under the inspiring leadership of Chinuu Kwatra, a team has been cleaning many of Mumbai's most polluted beaches.
There's a small story which I understood from a surfer, and he told that there was a milk packet which is produced in Maharashtra that was found in the beach there, in somewhere in UK. Somehow I felt that why can't we recycle when it is just a plastic? Plastic can be recycled. Why this plastic is different from the other plastic? It is just because sand and the chemicals involved in it. We took a bucket of water. We started washing that plastic, and it was magic. The plastic turned around into a 100% recyclable material. This can be recycled.
Their impact is massive. Over 4,000 tons of waste removed, and more than 1 million Mumbaikars engaged in a collective mission, not just to clean, but to reconnect with the sea. For Chinuu and his team, it's not just a cleanup. It's a movement of emotion, awareness, and responsibility.
It's okay if you're not coming to the beach, but it's not okay if you're not spreading the message. If you're not awareing your neighbors, if you're not asking your children to take care of the environment.
They're not only protecting marine life and restoring habitats, but also bringing color and care back to places once overwhelmed by trash. This isn't just about garbage, it's about guardianship. It's about reclaiming the soul of the ocean, one bag, one beach, one volunteer at a time. Because when citizens take the lead, change doesn't just wash ashore, it starts to ripple across the world.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kwatra, for the inspiring address. I request Mr. Omer to please felicitate Mr. Kwatra.
I think more than facilitating him or felicitating him, what is important is that when I see people like Chinuu, who have been an epitome of consistency. I'm not sure when in 2019 we invited him to be one of the keynote speaker. I'm sure he had already done a lot of work. Then only we could see you. So it is not that we brought you what you are doing. It is that you yourself had already come above the surface, Chinuu, and when we see you continue to do such a magnificent work, which is being recognized now, across the shores, we just feel that our purpose of bringing that change, creating that link, being that bridge, is being served. So thank you so much for your wonderful work, and we are always immensely pleased and proud to have you as one of contributor to what ISW Council want to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Our final keynote for the day comes from a leader whose work sits at the very heart of compassion-driven innovation. Dr. Huzaifa H. Khorakiwala, CEO of the Wockhardt Foundation, is a change maker in the truest sense. Under his stewardship, the foundation has touched millions through its impactful programs rooted in education, healthcare, and community empowerment, all driven by a strong moral compass and an unwavering corporate conscience. His insights today will reflect on how healthcare institutions can extend their mission beyond clinics and into communities for a healthier, more equitable world. We welcome you on stage, sir.
Good evening to everyone. It is my pleasure to be here at the Good Air Summit, and I would like to thank the IHW Council for inviting me over here. And I have known Mr. Kamal Narayan for last 2 years, and I'm very impressed with the passionate way he espouses the causes, different type of social causes. So I thank you, Mr. Kamal, for inviting me over here. And my topic today is advancing sustainability and ESG in the pharma, biotech, healthcare work with the Wockhardt experience. And we would like to put first the general insights on ESG in the pharma, biotech, healthcare sector. And then I will talk in the experience of Wockhardt Limited regarding this. So number one, sustainability is no longer optional. The pharmaceutical and biotech industries are under increasing pressure to reduce their carbon footprint, minimize waste, and integrate climate resilience into operations while ensuring affordable access to healthcare. The second point is that the environmental responsibility demands action across the value chain. It requires action from the R&D labs to the API manufacturing and distribution. Every stage must comply with international sustainability benchmarks like ISO 14001 and embrace renewable energy sources. The point number 3 is there should be social equity in healthcare access matters. Ethical drug pricing, access in undeserved regions, and community health initiatives are now key metrics of ESG success in the healthcare sector. The point number 4 is that governance goes beyond compliance. Good governance today includes cybersecurity, anti-bribery, whistleblower protection, and proactive ESG data transparency, especially for listed and global companies. And the last point is that ESG integration is very critical for investor confidence. Ratings from S&P Global and MSCI now heavily influence capital flows, with ESG compliant pharma biotech firms attracting more sustainable investment. The Wockhardt ESG achievement started around 2 years ago in a proper structured manner, and some of the highlights of them are the following: that there is a strong carbon reduction strategy with tangible gains. Wockhardt reduced the carbon dioxide emissions by 40,000 tons by increasing renewable energy usage to 37%, with 100% renewable energy usage at its United Kingdom and Ireland facilities. The next point is the biomass transition saves costs and emission, and we use briquette filters, boiler, and it saved over 72 crore rupees and 85% carbon emission at key sites in the Biotech Park and Shendra in Aurangabad. The next point is that energy and water intensity significantly got reduced and achieved a 5% reduction in energy intensity and over 54% reduction in the water intensity, with 24 million liters of rainwater harvested and 17,000 million liters of treated water recycled. Waste management is met with clear targets and processed over 2,100 metric tons of waste with a recycling rate of 54%, aiming to keep the waste generation below 1% of material consumption by 2030. Then there is, as you are aware, in the ESG, the G stands for governance. So governance, reforms and policy framework, which included more than 30 plus different policies which are put on the website, including whistleblower, anti-bribery, cyber-security risk, human rights and sustainability policies. The ESG training and supply chain outreach, over 1,500 employees were trained on the ESG, 600 stockists, 70 suppliers, and 450 supply chain partners. Regarding community impact through CSR, we are, it's done through the Wockhardt Foundation, where 200 mobile clinics operate in India, and they have given free primary healthcare to 40 million patients over the last 12 years. Then the S&P Global ESG rating has improved from a score of 30 on 100 to 40 on 100. And the science-based carbon goals with international alignment, Wockhardt is targeting a 50% reduction in carbon emission by 2030 and net zero by 2050, aligning with Paris Agreement targets and National Health Service emission frameworks. And the last point is that the future-focused ESG roadmap, the key next step include scaling to 75% renewable energy by 2035, and achieving a zero waste to landfill by 2040, and reaching 25% women in leadership by 2030. These are some of the things. And so ESG is a journey. It is not a final destination. And we keep going ahead on this journey. And so this is the work regarding the ESG, what the company does. And thank you for this opportunity to speak, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Khorakiwala, for sharing your deep insights and values. I know you've just seated yourself, but may I please request you to join us for a felicitation? Mr. Omer, if you could please guide us. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. And now the moment we've all been waiting for, the Good Air Impact Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, this prestigious recognition celebrates India's most visionary change makers who have championed the cause of clean air, environmental equity, and sustainable innovation. These individuals and organizations stand at the forefront of action, transforming challenges into opportunities and creating scalable solutions that serve both people and the planet. Tonight, we honor those who dared to imagine a future where every breath is clean, every step is sustainable, and every action drives meaningful change. Before we move into the most awaited segment of the evening, the award ceremony, it is only fitting that we take a moment to recognize the remarkable individuals who have lent their expertise and insight in selecting the winners tonight. Our jury panel this year reflects excellence, vision, and unwavering commitment to sustainable growth and impact. Each member brings with them decades of experience and an uncompromising dedication to integrity and innovation. Let me introduce this esteemed panel to you. We have Mr. Ashutosh Singh, former Chief Corporate Social Responsibility at ONGC Limited. A stalwart in the public sector CSR space, his leadership has touched countless lives across India, setting benchmarks in responsible business practices. We also have Mr. Sudhir Mishra, Chairman and Managing Director of Trust Legal Advocates and Consultants. A pioneer in environmental and sustainability law in India, he has been instrumental in shaping the legal landscape around ESG and impact-driven initiatives. We also have Dr. Karun Thakur, Group Vice President, Corporate Affairs and Sustainability at Apollo Hospitals Enterprise Limited. A healthcare visionary, Dr. Thakur continues to lead sustainability transformation in the healthcare sector with a sharp focus on community, local lens and global context. Mr. Brijesh Singh, President India Arthur D. Little. He has deep strategic foresight and global consulting experience. And finally, Mr. Amrish Chandra, founder, the House of Mosaic, an educationist, innovator and sustainability advocate. Mr. Chandra brings creative disruption to the heart of policy, education and enterprise. May we have a huge round of applause for our exceptional jury members. Thank you for your time, your dedication and for helping us uphold the highest standards of integrity and impact. Let us now proceed to honor the change makers of our time, the winners of this year's awards. To present the first set of awards, may I please invite on stage Mr. Omer and Professor Dr. Sanjeev Bagai. Can we have a huge round of applause as they join us on stage? Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. We kindly request the representatives from the winning organizations to please come up on stage as your name is announced to receive your award and be felicitated. Let's begin. The first award of the evening is the immensely prestigious Health and Humanity Impact Award, and the honor goes to the Wockhardt Foundation. While we wait for the representatives from the Wockhardt Foundation to join us, we're moving on to the next set of the awards. The next award is in the category of Clean Mobility Brand of the Year. The Silver Award goes to Blue Energy Motors. Blue Energy Motors is transforming the freight ecosystem with LNG-powered trucks that offer sustainable, clean and future-ready logistics solutions. Continuing in the same category, Clean Mobility Brand of the Year, the Gold Award goes to Switch Mobility. Switch Mobility is building the future of public transport through electric buses and vehicles designed to reduce urban emissions and improve commuter efficiency. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to please be generous with your applause as we begin with the next set. Our next category is Renewable Energy Project of the Year. The Silver Award goes to Sun Active Solar. Sun Active Solar is making clean energy accessible with scalable solar projects that are lighting up communities and reducing carbon footprints across India. In the same category, Renewable Energy Project of the Year, the Gold Award goes to Hero Future Energies. Hero Future Energies, and please forgive me for the pronunciation twice, but Hero Future Energies is at the forefront of India's energy transformation, delivering high-impact solar and wind solutions for a greener and more sustainable tomorrow. Now we move to the next category, which is Innovative Waste to Energy Projects of the Year. The Gold Award goes to Hyundai Motors. Hyundai is going beyond mobility with innovative waste to energy projects, showcasing a commitment to circular economy principles and environmental stewardship. In the category of Excellence in Hazardous Waste Management, the Gold Award goes to Arcoms. Arcoms not only leads the pharma sector, but it's leading in responsible waste management with protocols that ensure safety, compliance, and a reduced environmental burden. And the final award in this segment is the Innovative Green Mobility Financing Award. The Gold Award goes to Alt Mobility. Alt Mobility is fueling India's EV transition by making financing accessible and scalable for fleets and businesses through innovative lease and mobility as a service models. We begin to the next set of awards and honor the Commercial Electric Vehicle Brand of the Year. The Silver Award goes to Omega Seki Mobility. Omega Seki Mobility is electrifying last mile delivery and cargo logistics with durable made in India EVs built for real world performance and efficiency. Our next category, ladies and gentlemen, is the Electric Vehicle Adoption Project of the Year. The Silver Award goes to MG Motors. MG Motors is championing EV adoption with infrastructure investments, battery recycling, and consumer education initiatives that drive long-term behavioral change. We now present the award for Urban Biodiversity Conservation Project of the Year, and the Gold Award goes to Vedic Srijan LLP. Vedic Srijan LLP is rejuvenating urban ecosystems through native plantation, biodiversity conservation, and nature-based solutions for city resilience. In the category of Circular Economy Project of the Year, the Gold Award goes to Rekical. Rekical is revolutionizing waste with a digital marketplace that connects producers, recyclers, and waste generators to enable real-time... My apologies, ladies and gentlemen, it is Recycle. Next up is the Renewable Energy Trailblazer of the Year, Solar, and the Silver Award goes to Arkums again. Solar power access across the country through its facilities, proving that sustainability and large-scale pharmaceutical manufacturing can go hand in hand. Continuing in the same category, Renewable Energy Trailblazer of the Year Solar, the Gold Award goes to D-Light Energy India Private Limited. D-Light Energy is bringing affordable solar-powered lighting and appliances to off-grid communities, empowering lives through energy access and innovation. Thank you, Professor Dr. Bagai, for presenting this set of awards. May I please request you to have a seat. Mr. Omer will now be joined by Ms. Nikki Gupta, co-founder, Teamwork Communications, to present awards for the rest of the evening. We welcome you, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. We now move on to a special recognition, Clean Fuel Ambassador. This award goes to the Indian Auto LPG Coalition. The Indian Auto LPG Coalition is actively advocating for LPG adoption as a clean, affordable alternative fuel that supports national air quality and emission goals. Our next category, ladies and gentlemen, is the Healthcare Visionary for Sustainable Futures. Please welcome Professor Dr. Sanjeev Bagai once again for this honor. Professor Dr. Sanjeev Bagai is shaping sustainable healthcare through ethical leadership, digital adoption, and community-based health initiatives that drive long-term impact. Ladies and gentlemen, once again we have the Hyundai team joining us in the room for the recognition of the Gold Award in the category of Innovative Waste to Energy Projects of the Year. Hyundai is going beyond mobility with innovative waste-to-energy projects, showcasing a commitment to circular economy principles and environmental stewardship. A heartfelt congratulations to all the winners tonight. Your work is not only transformative, it is vital for the world we're building together. Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am, for joining us and helping us honor these inspiring champions. We will request all our winners to please join us together on stage for a group photograph. Please join us on stage, all the winners. Mr. Omer, Ms. Gupta, Dr. Bagai, can I have you on stage as well, please, for the group photograph with all our winners for today. As we conclude this extraordinary day filled with dialogue, dedication, and a shared dream for a cleaner and healthier future, we thank each and every one of you for being part of this journey. The conversations we sparked today are only the beginning. Let them ripple into action, into policy, into innovation, into lives. May the ideas exchanged today continue to fuel progress. And may we all strive to build a world where clean air is not a privilege but a right. And may we carry this collective resolve into every sphere we touch. Please join us now for a networking dinner, a chance to connect, collaborate, and continue these powerful conversations over a delightful meal. Thank you everyone once again, and let the mission for a greener, healthier tomorrow live on. This is your host Vaishnavi Kalia signing off. Have a great evening ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, I've just been informed that the dinner and the delightful meal will take 10 more minutes. And in the meanwhile, what's better than to take a few pictures? I request you all to please be seated while our cameramen will please give you a picture for you to take home and remember the IHW Council and the Good Air and Summit Awards by.
Air that brings and sustains life of each one of us on this earth, symbolic of the closest relation we all have with nature. the element that connects humans with the greater cosmos, is turning to be the harbinger of disease and sickness. And what is making this life-supporting resource harmful and toxic is the rampant pollution we humans are inflicting on it, triggering even a greater catastrophe of...
Thank you everyone for obliging us with the pictures. Please use the environment here for continued networking. Feel free to chat up with each other while the dinner is getting prepared for you. Thank you.
And most importantly, breathe freely. With this mission of ensuring good air for all forever, Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council, India's premier universal well-being advocacy institution, launched the Good Air Movement in 2019. The movement worked to amplify the call towards a world where no one is left behind. Aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, the Council is unwavering in its commitment to climate action and addressing the social determinants of health. The Good Air Movement became a citizen-led initiative, led by passionate climate champions, leaders, and experts. The movement got its voice from lakhs of children who pledged to do all that it takes to restore good air for all.
आज के बहुत संवेदनशील विषय पर्यावरण पर यहाँ इकट्ठा हुए सभी भाई और बहनों, आज भी दिल्ली में हम देखते हैं हवा अगर अच्छी चली तो कोई प्रदूषण नहीं रहता, हवा नहीं चली कि बहुत बिगड़ा हुआ प्रदूषण हो।